please welcome my guest for this evening, Kohiato Kilobyte. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello, Kohi. Welcome on in.
Thank you so much for having me, Jay. It's such a pleasure to be here in your corner of the net. I'm not used to this.
Yeah, it's a little scuffy over here, but, you know, most corners of the internet have some level of scuff. I try to keep my space clean, but I can tell many folks in chat are already familiar with you from the emotes I've been seeing, but for anyone who might not know you, if you could introduce yourself.
Of course. If you are indeed, you know, new to seeing myself, you are not already familiar with me. My name is Kohiato Kilobyte. I am a friendly network digital virus. Could potentially be your friendly network digital virus if you so desire. If you are indeed comfortable with as such, because comfort is very much so. Should always come first and foremost, yes? Yes, because digital viruses, they don't usually have the best first impressions with web users of any kind, unfortunately, but I'm here to change that. I'm here to, you know, better myself for all digital viruses, yes?
She's a different kind of virus, you know, just like Monkey D. Luffy's a different kind of pirate. If you want to go on and install Kohi on your operating system, you can click that follow button right there. I've given her a shout out here for those watching live, and if you are watching on YouTube, hi YouTube, welcome on in. I will have Kohi's links at the bottom of the, or not the bottom of the screen. They are on the bottom of the screen. Jeez, I'm just all over the place tonight. Gosh, she's already infected me, folks. She's already infected me, folks. It's all downhill from here.
It begins, Jay. This is literally a day in the life in my stream.
The links will be in the video description if you're on YouTube. There you go. But yes, welcome in. Kohi, just before the show started, like during the starting soon screen being up, that we were talking a little about emotes, and I mentioned that I don't have my own since I didn't take affiliate on Twitch, but that I have some for BTTV. I need to add 7TV, but one of the ones that I love using is Kermit the Frog, because the one that is used in that particular emote, and I'll even post it here so folks can see it, it's his classic flail when introducing the guest on the Muppet Show. You know, please welcome our special guest star, Kohiato Kilobyte. Yay!
Oh, yay! It's my Kermit impression. I can't flail as good as he can because my arms are they're a little stiff. They don't move all that much, so it's unfortunate.
But it made me think: is Kermit the Frog the predecessor to VTubers? Like, are the Muppets the predecessors to VTubers? Like, this is an existential question here.
That is a very good question. I don't know. I honestly, if you look at it in a certain light, yeah, why not?
Because
why not?
They were, you know, effectively avatars being used for performances and just, you know, obviously it's not quite the same. And then, you know, they weren't live streaming, they weren't playing video games. But then again, now I actually want to see Kermit the Frog playing video games. Dang it.
That would would literally make my year, witnessing so cool. Kermit the Frog. Just listen, this is material. Disney, hop on that. Do it. Listen, the Muppets need something going for them right now. If you just hopped on that, people would be obsessed with it. They would love to see it. They would love it, including myself.
Yes,
very much so.
Please. Also, hop on it, Kermit the Frog. I'm sure that wasn't intentional as a pun, but I'm making it a pun now.
No, it really wasn't. But of course it was. What do you mean? Of course it was.
Totally intentional.
Of course it was intentional. It's fine.
But
my goodness gracious.
I do love the Muppets. That you know, obviously just very classic humor. And
absolutely.
I know they actually rebooted the Muppet Show. I admittedly did not see it. I saw the Muppet movie that did the first Disney Muppet movie that they made a while back. I didn't see the second one with evil Kermit and whatnot, but I know the meme of, you know, the like, do it, dark thoughts of just
do it.
Well, no, that's a different Disney property. That's Star Wars, but
yes, Palpatine.
But it's still Star Wars. So also now I do just kind of want the Star Wars Muppets crossover, because that would also be super awesome.
You know, it's the crossover that I don't think anyone, maybe some asked for, but it's really the one that I feel like we all need. Listen, they were pirates, they did Christmas caroling. Why not
Why not?
lightsabers.
Why not
Jedi,
in a galaxy
Sith.
far, far
Let's
away?
go.
The Muppets did go to space
Absolutely.
that one time.
They did. Just that one time. Just that one time. They can go again. They can
I'm
go
sure they
again
could.
in an alternate universe.
Mhm. Well, technically they have, actually, now that I think about it, because the original Yoda was a Muppet. Did you know that?
Oh.
Like Yoda in the original trilogy, like that is a Jim Henson certified Muppet. Like actual Jim Henson. That Jim Henson did not operate Yoda, but that Jim Henson Studios was responsible for making the Yoda puppet, because it was originally a puppet before they had it in CG for the prequel trilogy and everything.
Gosh, because I get so swept up in all of because I have watched I actually have watched a lot of videos on such things, because it's just so interesting and so fascinating and just so cool to look into, just how creative and passionate people are to like make these just to make literally a character that is just, he's a puppet, but literally he's just he feels so real when you're watching him on the big screen, because obviously you don't see that behind the scenes or anything, but just looking into all of it, like how many people that is like behind the scenes, that all of the people that takes to operate just that one puppet, it's crazy, but it's one of the coolest things ever. But no, I knew that there was just a lot of people behind it, like, you know, person to like work the eyes, I'm sure, like the mouth and everything and all that, but I wasn't aware that it was Jim Henson behind that. Oh my goodness.
Well, so Jim Henson Studios, that it wasn't Jim Henson himself operating the puppet, but that it was his studio, that it wasn't just a puppet, that it was actually a Muppet.
Okay. Well, that's really cool. That is a fun fact for me learning here today, and we do love to learn new things. Oh my goodness, that's really cool. Oh my god, I love that.
But I do remember that you are a fan of Star Wars. Do you remember where you first, like, what was that first introduction to Star Wars for you?
So for Star Wars, there's probably many microchips that aren't aware that I like Star Wars. I have mentioned it, I think, maybe one time before on stream, but for Star Wars, I'll be real. When I was a very tiny little digital virus, I wasn't really a huge fan of Star Wars. Like, I've seen it here and there. Like I saw just little snippets and clips, and originally watched like the first 3 original movies and all of that, the OG trilogy and all of that. But again, when I was little, I just wasn't so into it. I think my favorite back in the day, talking about Yoda was one of my favorites. Just straight up, like, from day one, when I was, exposed to anything Star Wars, it was Yoda, it was R2-D2, because, those are just classic fun characters that just, oh my goodness. They're just little guys. They're just little guys having fun, doing their thing, and then Yoda be hitting him with his cane, which is unfortunate, but, it's a classic scene. Classic scene indeed. But, no, it was actually when I started to get older, when this digital virus started to age over time, that I got exposed to some other media. But again, the OG trilogy was my first just piece of Star Wars material that I was exposed to. But over time, when I got much older, a particular piece of material, a particular series that was released on Disney Plus came out, and I don't know if there's anyone familiar with The Mandalorian.
This little known series.
Just this little known series.
Yeah,
It's
just this thing that basically acted as the foundation of Disney Plus.
Literally, and there are so many Star Wars fans that I felt the exact same way. Like, watching The Mandalorian, the first and second season for sure. Even the first season for sure, like that just feels like classic Star Wars. It feels like a world that's lived in again. Like, there's just, and just the Western vibes, all of it. It was everything that I could have wanted and more, and I was instantly hooked. And then, on top of everything else, they just have to be like, hey, to really just like truly hook you in, how about we just throw this little baby, this little
funny
child.
little guy, another funny little guy. People love funny little guys.
Exactly, another heckin' funny little guy that I don't know who would look at him and be like, oh, worst show. I'm falling off. I'm falling off the show. I don't want to continue to watch. It's like, no, who would say that? I mean, I can't speak for everyone, obviously. I'm sure there's maybe 1 or 2 individuals out there who aren't a fan of the little guy, I don't know if it's a spoiler to say his name, because I guess technically it is, but at the same time.
But at least I've seen seasons 1 and 2 of The Mandalorian. I haven't seen season 3, but I will say that his name really isn't important. Like, they don't reveal his name until later, but at least in Season 2, there is nothing telling or otherwise truly significant about his name, so I feel like it's okay to say it, because just for the first season, he was called Baby Yoda, and... It is Baby Yoda by the fans. Yeah, but if anything, there's the whole thing of just, at least from... what I know of Season 2, I have not seen Season 3, like I said, but there is no actual canonical establishment of him being at all related to Yoda. They are just the same species. Right. And that they are a Force-sensitive species, and very powerful in that regard, but that there isn't, there is nothing to actually suggest that this is Yoda's child. Right, exactly. No, the show does not give like any indication of that. It's just totally a different. It's just another. It's just the fact that it was so shocking for so many people, because it's like, because we hadn't seen another of that species up until then. Or rather, I think there had been one other of that species on the Jedi Council in the prequel, and they never spoke, but just they were there, and that was the only other indication that we ever had of there being more of that species. So I'm gonna say, apologies to anyone in the crowd, but I assure you that saying the name is not actually really significant at all. And to make it'll be easier to have this conversation if we just say the name is Grogu. Like, Grogu. We do not speak his name. Not that there's nothing significant. It doesn't even sound remotely close to Yoda or anything else. It's not like it implies any relation or anything. It's just, yeah, that's the name. Sounds like a Star Wars name to me. That's fine. Well, what was funny too was when they did, officially like reveal his name, how you learn what his name was. So many fans were still just like, I'm still calling him Baby Yoda. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of just like, okay, that's nice, but we've called him for Baby Yoda for a year and a half now, and you never corrected us, and we made habits. We have these habits, and they die hard. Listen, it's hard to break from it, because you be Baby Yoda. But even today, I still fall into the habit of calling him Baby Yoda sometimes, and I'm like, I know he's not Yoda now, but it's just hard to break from it. Yeah. But yeah, I did enjoy Mandalorian seasons 1 and 2, and it's very clear that they could have just ended it there, but obviously it was very successful, so why not keep it going? I've heard that season 3 was fine, not as good as seasons 1 and 2. I haven't heard that it was like awful. Yeah. But I also heard that it was kind of like supposed to be more about... Wasn't it supposed to be more about Boba Fett, or was that... Did they still have the Boba Fett series? I lost track. There have been a lot of different ones. Yeah. They're about to launch another one, but obviously Ahsoka has been very highly anticipated, so... I myself have yet to look into Ahsoka. I like just the series itself. I love Ahsoka's character and all that. But anyway, back to Mandalorian. But yes, there's so many different just Disney Plus series now for just Star Wars in general. But for the Mandalorian specifically, for the 3rd season, I don't want to spoil, but at the same time, so the basic plot for the 3rd season is basically Mando, aka, well, I guess all these characters. I'm like, I don't want to spoil. Okay, we'll just call him Mando. Mando is the main guy of the series. He is the Mandalorian. But with the 3rd season, they actually dive into more of the Mandalorian culture. They actually dive into more of like, just like the past of the Mandalorians trying to take back Mandalore and all of that, if that makes sense. Again, I don't want to get too deep because I don't want to, like, I guess, spoil anything. But I guess it's not really a spoiler if I say this, but would you be upset if I told you Boba Fett was not in season 3? No, that's fine. I don't think that that's a spoiler. I don't think saying that a character that is not like the title character, main character, isn't in the series is a spoiler. I was upset. I was a little upset that Boba Fett wasn't in the 3rd season, not gonna lie, because whole backstory with Boba, he's also technically a Mandalorian, but at the same time, it just would have been cool to see him. But yes, he also has his own show on Disney Plus as well, and that was also kind of mixed. Like there was very much so. Wait, I had it reversed because I said that I had heard that that Mando season 3 was more about Boba Fett. It's reversed. I had heard that Book of Boba Fett was somewhat Mandalorian 2.5 or something to that extent.
Yes, so many. I even called it that. Yes. But again, I mean, not to spoil things in the show or all that, but there are certain parts of the show that literally it was just like another episode of The Mandalorian, and they were great. Don't get me wrong, they were fantastic. But do I personally feel like they, were really fitting, I guess, for Boba Fett's series? Probably not. I mean, again, they were fantastic, and some of the moments that were in there, I could have died happy. Honestly, like I was so excited. They were so good, but again, it did a massive injustice. I feel like to Boba Fett himself. It's unfortunate because again, me personally, I love the Book of Boba Fett. I thought it was very fun. I enjoyed it a lot. Where there were a lot of things that very much so I can tell that it's just. It wasn't, like it was a little like wishy-washy in some areas. Yes, I very much so, will say that. But, and again, I feel like since Book of Boba Fett, there's been mixed feelings on several series that came out. But again, to each is their own. There could be, certain Disney Plus shows for Star Wars that came out that everyone's like, but that one was great. And then, others be like, I don't know if we watch the same show. So it just really depends. But
most Star Wars media that isn't the original trilogy has split opinions one way or another.
This is very true.
It's kind of funny to see how the prequel trilogy sentiment has actually sort of horseshoed and like come back around, because it used to be when it first came out, people were like, yay, it's more Star Wars. And then a couple years afterwards, people were like, oh, this is worse. It's awful. This is terrible. Yeah. It's garbage. And then over time, it's wrapped back around to become quaint and memed. And now people are actually loving it. People are like, Hayden Christensen, oh, we love this performance. And that everyone was so excited for him to be back in Kenobi. And that everything in retrospect has sort of been forgiven. And don't get me wrong, I think people still acknowledge, the prequel trilogy was not the best for a variety of reasons. And to this day, Episode 2 is my least favorite Star Wars film, and it's not particularly close. But at the same time, just the way that we look at it, it's no longer, oh, these are terrible, terrible movies, and they're an insult to the series. That people are like, okay, this is part of the history, and it's kind of quaint. It's like, oh, they did this really kind of dumb thing in a couple places, but it was also kind of nice in other ways. And oh, a couple of these performances were real awkward. But then there were these cool fight scenes and all of these memes. And that people, by and large, like the sentiment, even if, in a critical sense, people still don't think it's the best, which is very fair. But that the sentiment, there is now this warmth about it that there wasn't.
There really is at this point. And like, just because you can even, like, there's just certain things that I can even pick out. Like, I know a lot of people talk super highly about, like, obviously, like, the lightsaber kind of, like, fight scenes and just how underappreciated they were at the time.
Oh, yeah.
And how much you look back on it and you're like, oh, my God, those are, wow, what happened?
Yeah,
where did those go?
That if you want to... The one thing that hasn't aged particularly well in original trilogy Star Wars is if you look at some of the fight choreography, particularly in Episode 4, like the duel between Vader and Obi-Wan on the Death Star is incredibly simple sword fighting. It is.
It's me.
It's very slow. It's just a couple of like tap.
Exactly.
It's very simplistic, but that's what it was at the time. That
it
wasn't meant to be a combat-heavy movie, and it sort of grew into that, and that they adapted. And the fight choreography in the prequel trilogy is actually one of the best parts, and that has aged pretty well.
I feel that very much so. And, just some iconic lines that everyone just holds near and dear to their heart, even just something as simple as, hello there, like,
hello there.
That in itself, hello there. We love Obi-Wan. And, and Anakin's like, exactly, I was literally just about to mention that one. I hate sand,
Gets everywhere.
It's like, okay, Anakin, it's okay, calm down. It's all right. We understand. You don't like the sand. But yeah, there's just some very, 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 very iconic moments from the original trilogy. I don't want to say original, but the the prequel trilogy, excuse me. But yeah, there's just moments that you look back on and it's just like, man, I could do with that again. That was underappreciated at this point. I really, like
I
that.
would not have minded another pod race somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. I would not have minded that just being slipped in somewhere. But something I can also say that has never really fallen off. I mean, again, it could be argued with some of the shows, but I will say I've always appreciated the music for Star Wars. I have always.
At least when it comes to all 9 of the films, it's John freaking Williams.
Yes! It's like, how can you go wrong? My goodness gracious. So good. It's so good. This is very silly for me to say, but every time I go back to listen to Princess Leia's theme, I cry. It's just so pretty.
You're not alone. That it is that, and just, the Imperial March, the main theme that John Williams is just so good at melody writing, in that you can remember the tunes that he has written, whether it be Jurassic Park, Indiana Jones, that the thing that they're just very memorable songs, because you can think back about a lot of films that have incredible scores and be like, yeah, I remember that the music was amazing, but I can't hum you a tune from it.
Right. But again, those iconic, what you mentioned, like those iconic melodies, those iconic just tracks. Everyone knows Jurassic Park. Everyone knows Jaws. Everyone knows, like, just.
Only John Williams can make 2 notes iconic.
Literally, and it also kind of suits with my spiky hair. I like to think that I made a silly comparison one time on stream. I'm like, I am the shark who eats, and I was just the silliness that goes on. It's ridiculous, but yes, I made a comparison.
Deal of silliness. Mint Winter 5, thank you for the follow.
Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting Jay. We love to see it.
Yeah, Mandalorian was quite fun, and obviously, we've had Andor, Kenobi, we have Ahsoka, we had Book of Boba Fett. That it's been really cool to see the spiraling, and in some ways, some folks say, all right, maybe it's a bit too much Star Wars, but at the same time, just if you think about it, it's really incredible how so little content had such a big impact on pop culture. Because in reality, put together the original trilogy, that's 7-8 hours in aggregate, probably somewhere around 8 hours, like, and same
around there
for each
sure.
trilogy. That when you think about it, 3 movies is not a lot. Even 9 movies. That 9 movies is the equivalent of, maybe a 5-6 season series. Not even, depending on how many episodes you're talking for a season. Like, the entirety of the Star Wars films is probably equal to or less than a single season of Star Trek in runtime.
And what's funny though is I just I've heard all of these wonderful things about Star Trek, and I am the uncultured digital virus that has not. I've seen a little bit of Star Trek.
I've only seen a bit of Star Trek myself. And obviously,
I'm so
Star
in
Trek,
the dark with Star Trek, but I've heard amazing things regarding it.
Star Trek has also had an enormous impact on pop culture and is very influential, has a lot of fans. But if you were to compare Star Wars and Star Trek, it's night and day. It's not close. And just the fact that Star Wars was able to do with so much with so little for so long is fascinating in its own regard. And now that they're trying to just, all right, make more, which series like Star Trek have done for decades, literally. And that people are like, oh, is it too much now that I'm kind of looking? It's like, maybe you just get bored really easily.
Like,
and that's fine.
Maybe,
and that's fine. And
that's fair.
that perhaps part of the appeal of Star Wars was that there was the simplicity, that there wasn't the requirement of a commitment of needing to know a lot of lore, that it wasn't scary that you look at, oh, if I want to catch up with Star Trek, do I need to watch all these other series? And that it used to just be, oh, I need to watch 4 movies, 6 movies, whatever. That's not so bad. I can do that over a couple of weeks and it's not a problem. So maybe it's that, and just with anything that as more of it becomes available, that
Mm-hmm.
there's almost the mental barrier that people are like scared to jump into it. So
Right.
who knows? It's about
It can definitely seem, yeah, it can definitely seem intimidating because I also am still trying to make the huge leap. I've started the Clone Wars. I have most indeed started the Clone Wars because there's also like the animated shows that they have now as well. That's
That's
a
the thing.
major
You have a very
part
good
of
point
it.
that they had already. The Clone Wars went for like 5 flipping seasons, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it did. It went for a
Nobody
long
complained about
while.
that. People love the Clone Wars.
It's so good from what I've watched thus far. It's fantastic. I love it. I love it. Love it.
I have not watched that, but I don't know of anyone who has watched the Clone Wars who has really anything bad to say about it. That, you know, I've heard, all right, some episodes are better than others, but that by and large, it is one of those series that is worth the time investment if you are someone who enjoys that universe.
For sure, because there's gonna be, you know, if you're more familiar with the films themselves, there's gonna be a lot of characters that you're introduced to that you're just like, okay, I'm, you know, scratching my head a little bit, like I don't know who these people are, but that's, you know, it's all part of the fun.
It's a universe.
Exactly.
There's a lot of people in the universe, and
exactly.
in actuality, when you think about the cast of Star Wars, it's not a big cast.
It
There's so many people.
it really
You
isn't.
see all of these stormtroopers, all these Imperial officers, all of these rebel troops. You never get their names. You never get their stories.
No.
But everyone has a story. That's the thing about the world and the universe. Everyone has a story. And that all you're paying attention to basically is the royalty. You're not paying attention to even some of the officers, the peasants. Like, what are all these stories? We hear about the terror of the Empire, but we never really see the terror of the Empire.
We don't,
that
and-
you see them blow up a planet, and that certainly justifies, okay, this is a bad group. But you don't see what is this terror of why are they trying to free the galaxy? What is going on that is so oppressive about it? You just hear it is a oppressive
Spooky,
empire.
Yeah.
And there's
spooky,
not
scary
really
tales.
the time to show that.
Right, and that, man, just you talking about that, just it makes me just appreciate Rogue One so much.
God, I love
'cause
Rogue One.
Rogue One is so good. I love Rogue One. It is so good.
Well, I'm also
because you see
biased.
that tear in there.
Yes, because that was the first time that they really did show it, and that, or at least in live action in the films. That, from what I understand, they did show that fair bit in the Clone Wars, but it was the first time in the film, certainly. I've told this story a number of times on the show, but it's one that is so important that I will tell it again. I'll keep it relatively abridged.
Oh, please do. You can take as much time as you need.
Part of the reason that Vtuber Talk exists, or at least in the way it does, is because of the writer of Rogue One.
Really? Oh my goodness.
The man who wrote the script for Rogue One is a guy named Gary Whitta. He is a Hollywood writer who's best known for Rogue One, also did Book of Eli and a couple other things. He's done a couple things for DC, for the comic side, not the cinematic side. But that in 2020, when Hollywood shut down for obvious reasons,
When everything shut down.
what was everybody doing in March of 2020, April, May of 2020, when everything shut down? A good number of people were playing Animal Crossing,
Yes!
including
Yes!
Gary Whitta. And
Oh my
he started a
goodness.
show called Animal Talking, where in the basement
Aw.
of his Animal Crossing house, he made a talk show set. He found a skyline wallpaper, he had a desk, he had a little drum set, and a guy who was his co-host and, you know, quote-unquote, the band. And he started inviting a couple of his friends to, you know, come and be on this little stream talk show. And word got around, especially because the real late-night talk shows were scrambling to go remote, and that not a lot of things were happening. Keep in mind, he's a Hollywood writer. So he has some friends, and word starts getting around in the circles because goodness knows people in Hollywood are very bored. And several of
They
them are
just
playing
figure out
Animal
something.
Crossing too. So
Oh my
by the
gosh.
end of it, he gets coverage in Entertainment Weekly, Variety Magazine, you name it. Like, he's getting mainstream media coverage. He's on the front page of Twitch half the time he's doing the show. He has Josh Gad, Matt Mercer, Selena Gomez debuts a new song and announces a new album. He had
my-
Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox. He had Brie Larson, Captain Marvel. He had
Oh my gosh.
I'm blanking on his name, but Shang-Chi, the actor, like a year and a half before the movie came out, that he had just been announced as Shang-Chi. And like he was having, you know, A-listers. He had Elijah Wood on. He had Danny Trejo on. Danny Trejo turns out to be a huge Animal Crossing fan.
Oh my god,
And-
that is... Oh my god, that's
And
so
it became
cool.
appointment viewing for me. And he ran that
my
show
God.
at least once a week, sometimes multiple times a week, from like April, May-ish, and then the last show they ran was on Halloween of 2020. And then he did a couple shows of a Fall Guys talk show, and then things started moving again. He had work, and he still streams, but Animal Talking has not existed since. But last show of that was October 31st of 2020, and in the second week of September 2020, HoloLive Myth debuts, and I fall into the VTuber rabbit hole.
Let's go.
And that
We
starts
love to
becoming my
see
appointment
it.
viewing in September, October, November, December. And the last week of December, I reach out to a friend, Lane Blanc, and I say, hey, so I'm real into VTubers now, and I don't want to be a VTuber, but I had this idea. What if I did a talk show? Because I was thinking about Animal Talking.
Yeah.
I heard about pre-interviews, which is something that I do with all my guests, from Animal Talking. There was a throwaway comment by him in one of his shows where he was just talking with the guests, and he was like, you and I had a pre-interview earlier in the week. He didn't detail it at all, but it just sort of light bulb moment in my head. It was like, oh, yeah, talking to your guests before having the show, that's a really smart idea. And so that was in the back of my head when I started VTuber Talk to have the pre-interviews. And it all comes back to the writer of Rogue One. So that is my still not actually very abridged story of why the writer of Rogue One is responsible, at least in part, for VTuber Talk.
Oh my gosh, no, like you didn't have to abridge that at all. That was such a pleasure to listen to because that's just so special that we just love that. That is so cool. I feel so uncultured that I didn't know about that. I would have tuned into that. That would have been so neat.
Like,
oh my goodness.
The VODs are still up on YouTube. I'll send you the links. That
Oh my
he was a
goodness.
legitimately good show host, and
I'm sure.
that like I said, became appointment viewing for me. It was so much fun. He had super interesting guests, and yeah, and obviously Rogue One, just such a good movie. Holy cow! Like it's so difficult to rank Rogue One against the trilogy films because it is so separate. But if I had to, like, it's really high up there for me. It's just really good.
That's where it is
Even
for me
when
too.
you
Though
know exactly how it's going to end.
Yeah, exactly. Like I didn't even like I went into it just being like, okay, I haven't seen this movie before. It's, you know, I've heard good things, have no idea, but we're gonna give it a whirl. We're gonna see how this goes. The surprise and the amount of surprise I had, I was pleasantly and sobbingly surprised.
Like, just,
'Cause
like I said,
it
you
was
know
so
exactly how it's
good.
gonna end. You're still crying.
You're still crying because just all the characters, the build, like I felt for every character in that movie. Like it was it's tragic, it's heartbreaking, and again,
But you have to go in and it's like, all right, all these characters, we have never heard of them before, and you'd imagine that they would have been important if they were around.
Yeah.
Therefore,
if they were around. Oh my goodness, but that's even the more like tragic part of it, just of the entirety of it as well, because they would have been around because they are very important, but at the same time, it's like what they did
was
literally
so important that
it literally was a chain reaction to allow everything else that plays out in the
Butterfly
OG
effect.
series. Like, yes, and you know, I don't want to say spoiling, but you know that Vader scene.
So like,
Oh my God.
the first time I saw it, I don't think I saw the midnight release from that one, but I saw it like opening weekend, and I distinctly remember like audience went wild.
I don't blame them.
And it was
I
such
did
a
too.
badass moment that
It was.
they knew exactly what they were doing there, of just, yeah, it's a bit of fan service, but also it's so intimidating, and it's to show just, you don't necessarily see in the original trilogy why
Just
everyone fears Darth Vader so much.
Exactly.
And that's one of those things that it takes them 2 minutes to justify every speck of fear that character would ever need.
Like, just the music, the way the music, like, just swoons and swells in certain points, and how it just, it's...
The hit when he turns on his lightsaber. It just,
oh my, chills, absolute chills.
And again, you know exactly what's about to happen. But it's so badass.
But it's so cool. It's so gonna be awful, but it's cool.
It's like, oh, you're all about to die.
But it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be awesome. I'm so sorry, but listen.
And then just the way it's like, I was half laughing, but half thinking that this is really cool. The way they kind of just had this baton pass relay race with the thing, because I was like, okay, it's kind of funny, and just obviously we know how it's gonna go. We know that the plans get to the rebels, but just that handoff. But at the same time, it's okay. There's a scene in episode 6 where the general says, many Bothans died to bring us this information. We don't see those Bothans die. And this isn't that information, but you think of, the average person, the average rebel, of how many people died to help make sure, all those fleets that were covering Luke's tail when he was being pursued by TIE fighters, that, there's a good number of folks in the squadron that we hear them say, I'm hit, Yeah,
and you really don't process just how many people sacrifice their lives to, again, make it so that, they won in the end. God, just because, again, it's those moments that I appreciate. Of course, it makes me sad. Also, again, it was really cool with the whole Vader thing, but at the same time, like, the courage that guy who literally did the final pass there, the courage he had to have, knowing that he was going to die. He just knew. He just knew that he was not going to make it out of there.
It was real good. If you haven't seen Rogue One, folks, go see Rogue One.
Highly recommend. Yes, please. It is superb.
You don't need to... Frankly, that could act as a standalone film. You don't need to see episode 4 to understand Rogue One. You don't need to see anything. If you've seen the others, that it'll, fill in a couple of blanks. But that's one of the other things of just, it was such a good standalone. Yeah, and that's an individual in chat, Bashan, stated that's why they like Andor so much, because Andor actually like focuses on those, like, that group essentially. But yeah, just because it focuses on just, quote unquote normal folk. It just focuses on like the everyday people that live in the Star Wars universe, and it gets dark. It gets very, very dark. But it's so good. It is genuinely so good. Would highly recommend. But then I also hear on the flip side, when some people ask you, like, oh, what's your favorite Star Wars film? Which one's your favorite? And if someone says Rogue One, I've heard it said, like, oh, well, that's a disservice to the other films because that's a standalone movie and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, but it was cool. What do you mean? Okay, so Kohi, congratulations. You've been hired on. You're now the creative director of Lucasfilm, and you have total creative control over their next project. You can decide. It can be a movie. It can be a full trilogy. It can be a series on Disney+. It can be anything in the Star Wars universe, any character that we have seen, or a character that we haven't seen. What would you want to see as the next piece of media in Star Wars? You have total creative control, unlimited budget.
I want a series with more of the little guy. Wet Boy Grogu and more Mando. But, maybe.
Well, here's the question. Would you want... So, are you asking for Mandalorian Season 4, or do you want the Adventures of Grogu solo?
Oh my god. But that's the thing. Okay, there's a lot lot of people, there's a lot of individuals that are kind of afraid to see like Grogu like grown up a bit, but I'm excited for that. Legitimately, I can't wait to start to, you know, because for context, everyone, Grogu is just a baby. He is mainly a baby throughout the Mandalorian. He don't even know how to talk yet or anything like that. So I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to see Grogu slowly but surely growing up. But I'm also just such a huge fan of Mando. Like that's kind of the direction I'm hoping that they go for season 4, because although season 3 was a little like, you know, I still enjoyed it, but I will very much so agree that it's probably the weakest season out of the 3. But I'm kind of hoping that that's what they revert to, mayhaps, because I just gotta love that duo. It's so good. We love some Grogu and some Mando.
And goodness knows, it's been incredible to see Pedro Pascal's arc over the past like decade. You know, first time I saw him was in Game of Thrones. Obviously, he had done some stuff before that, but I feel like Game of Thrones and his performance there was the springboard for everything else. I feel like from there, he got Mandalorian, and then Mandalorian was the springboard that got him to everything else that he's done recently.
Right.
And very much earned that. It's almost become he's not Chris Pratt, but you look at all the things he's done almost as much as Chris Pratt, but for whatever reason, like, he has not overstayed his welcome in
not at all.
Way
Oh my
Like,
goodness.
people are like, oh, he's here too. It's almost a gag now, but nobody ever minds him being there because he's just so good.
Well, and I feel like it's also the comparison to, like, you know, several actors that just come to mind, like Ryan Reynolds. I don't think there's anyone that has ever been like upset that Ryan Reynolds is in a film.
Yeah.
or Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves could say 2 sentences and I'm just like,
so good.
I love Keanu. we love Keanu so much. Again, you know, we appreciate if Keanu has more lines than 2, but just saying, he's just one of those actors that I just, you know, we appreciate the heckers checkers out of. And Pedro, man, he has very, very quickly become one of my absolute favorites. And again, I'm one of those people, like, if he is in something, I get excited about it. I'm like, oh, it's Pedro. Oh, we don't. Never mind. I don't want to watch this anymore. No, I get excited about it. Absolutely, we love to see it. I love Pedro, especially, my goodness. I mean, this is like very much so just out of nowhere, but his performance, even in like The Last of Us, like, I don't know if you've watched The Last of Us.
I have not. I never really played the games. I've heard good things about it. That, from what I've heard, the fans thoroughly enjoyed it, and I'm happy for those fans.
Yeah, I would highly recommend. You don't even need context for the game, but obviously it's, you know, it's only if, you know, if that's something that you're at all interested in, because I know it kind of dwells, I don't even want to say kind of, it is in the horror genre. You are trickling into like the spooky scaries and all of that, but yes, it is a very good show. Very, very good show. I would highly recommend. Everyone who did, you know, everyone that was in The Last of Us did a great job. It was just one of those series that, you know, not every day do you get a video game adaptation of like a movie or a series that's actually, it's fantastic. It's like pleasantly surprising. It's like, oh my goodness. More please. I want some more, please. As long as they, you know, continue to give it the good justice and all that. Because I know, again, not to get too deep into it, because again, I know you're not too you never played the game, so, but I know a lot of people are hesitant on how season 2 will go, but I'm just excited for it. I'm very, very excited for it indeed.
And like you mentioned, so you've played Last of Us, but also I know you just enjoy horror games.
I do.
That, if memory serves, on your channel, in the channel panels, the description says 3 things that you like: coffee, sunshine, and horror.
Yes, I do love me some coffee, some sunshine, and horror. I like a great many things, but, you know, just try to dial it down to a couple of solid 3, the little 3s. 3 is a magic number and all that. But yes, I do love me some sunshine, do love me some coffee. You know, usually that's how stream goes for me. I wake up early, get my stream going on. I got that sunshine. I usually have my coffee with me, so we're ready to go. And we usually, you know, 9 times out of 10 are playing a horror game. So, but the horror genre has just, like, it is something I've grown up with since I was a very small digital virus. I've always been exposed to the horror genre and everything from games, from media. So I will say I was a lot more scared to try to tackle any movies or shows horror related when I was a very small digital virus, because I am a pansy, some might say. I'm a bit of a pansy, some might say, and I get easily scared. Especially when one of the first horror movies I was ever exposed to was Chucky, and now, that's, yeah. But that was on my own volition. Like, I wasn't like super tiny baby. I was, relatively bigger baby, if that makes sense. But either way, Chucky is just one of those franchises that haunts you forever, because it's dolls. Some people, some spiders scare them. Bugs in general scare them. We all have our fears, but dolls is a big one. It's a big one. But at the same time, it's also fantastic. As I've gotten older, I've been like, this is some tasty.
Well, everything comes full circle. Do you know who was the voice of Chucky in the most recent installment?
Oh gosh, I do not know. I do not know.
Mark Hamill.
Oh yes! Oh my goodness! Yes! What? Oh my gosh! I can't even. What was that one called? Oh, because I know there's like.
Child's Play, I believe.
Yeah. Oh yes. And I think that was the one where it was less about like him having the whole like like his whole like voodoo kind of incantation and all that.
Movies, so okay. All I know is that I saw that Mark Hamill was playing Chucky and was like, that's cool. I'm happy for him.
it was, and I think I've only, it's been a while. If I have seen it, it's been a while. I'd have to go back and watch that film. And I know some people felt a little mixed about it, but Mark Hamill did a fantastic job. I will say he did an excellent job, given like the material that he was given the scenario that they went off of, because it actually, just fun fact, goes off very, very differently from like the main, I guess, like franchise that most Chucky fans are familiar with. So it's a very different take on Chucky. So but again, I fully I give applause to Mark Hamill specifically for his performance, because it was very, very good. It was very, very good indeed.
Do you recall what the first, well, I guess there's a couple different angles here. You mentioned that you really grew up with horror. Do you have any first memories with horror of just, where that introduction was, or if not the introduction, what really made you fall in love with horror?
So a good bit of my first introductions was from family and all that. I had a tendency to watch, being a digital virus, doing the Twitch streaming now. Back in the day, I didn't know what the heck a live stream even was, But back in the day, I would very much so, I do indeed consume content very much so on the daily, me, myself, here in the now. But back in the day, I used to consume that content from my family members, who were much braver than I ever would be at that age, playing some spooky, scary horror games. So a lot of my first experiences, me, myself, I was not the one playing them, but my family members were. And I would watch them play games such as like Resident Evil franchise. I would watch them play Dino Crisis, if you've ever heard of that series as well.
Yes, I've heard of that one, yeah.
I love Dino Crisis. It's so good. And then we weren't really exposed to it when we were younger. It was games that we really didn't get the chance to play like back in the day. But then from Resident Evil, slowly but surely, I would, branch off into other different horror franchises, and just the overall, because with Resident Evil, it's kind of, especially with the classic games, it's a lot of like pew pew, but it has obviously the camera angles. Like classic Resident Evil, those camera angles, they were terrifying, because you would just be like moseying along your merry way, and then all of a sudden you just turn this one corner and then boom, and then you're just like, oh, unfortunate.
Which Resident Evil was the first that you saw?
So one of the first Resident Evils, or the first Resident Evil that I was exposed to, was Resident Evil 3. That was my first Resident Evil that I was exposed to. So it was, when I say like you go around the corner and you see a certain someone, I'm very much so referring to Nemesis, if you are at all familiar with that Resident Evil tyrant. He's got the big tentacles, and he says stars. He says stars a lot. I think that's all he says. And just some of those first cutscenes that you get exposed to, he's terrifying. because in the remake, he doesn't so much do this, unfortunately, but you know, that's, I don't have feelings with the remake. But the classic, that man just charges at you. You have no time to breathe. Literally no time to breathe. It's the chase. It's the constant chasing after you. You are so on edge. There's just so much adrenaline. There's like an adrenaline rush going through you and everything. Because my family members would try to get me to play it when I was very small, and I would be like, okay, I'll try a little bit, and then I'm like, oh no, I'm just dead. Please, I can't do this. I can't do this, and I cry. And, oh man. Oh, now I'm just going all over the place. This is what happens on my, oh my gosh, I don't know, I have 20 billion thoughts now that we're talking about all this. But another thing that I was exposed to when I was a much smaller digital virus was Dead Space. Yes, the first Dead Space. You know, that was one of, beyond like the Resident Evil franchise, that was one of the first, like, I don't know why, because Dead Space, the first Dead Space is to be, like, just, even to today, holds up as one of the scariest horror games like ever. They nailed the atmosphere. They nailed like just the spooky atmospheric sounds. They nailed just like jumps, just all the tension, everything, the color palettes, like everything is just so on point. And I thought I could be brave enough and try to play just a little bit. I was playing through the beginning intro part, and I'm like, okay, this isn't so bad so far. I got to the first alien man's the first guy that came out, and then I shut the game off.
And jump scare.
Yeah, literally, I into maybe like the first 15 minutes of the game, and I put it down. I couldn't do it. I was too much, just too much. I was.
I'm assuming you've gone back since and played it. How long did it take
Yeah.
from that first 15 minutes and then shut down the game to actually going back?
You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think I went back to it.
Well, maybe that's the next one to play. Maybe well, now is the time.
Because though I didn't go back to it, say when I was younger, but actually not too long ago on my channel, the Dead Space remake did come out not too recently. Yeah. And we tried playing that, but unfortunately my domain, it was a little too much for my domain to handle, unfortunately. So I'm like, you know what?
Well, it makes me wonder, would the original probably is much easier on a machine to run?
Yes, and that was my process. That was my thought process. I'm like, I still really want to play some Dead Space. So you know what? We're gonna play the OG Dead Space. This is probably gonna be a terrible choice, terrible decision, but it really wasn't, because I've been enjoying it very much so, very much so thus far. Though I have yet to beat the game. It's very much so my first time playing through the OG Dead Space.
But you made it past the first encounter this time.
Yes, and I'm
That's
so proud of
progress.
myself.
There you go.
We
love to see it.
Absolutely love to see it.
How vividly did you remember that first jump scare? That had enough time pass where you just knew there was a jump scare and that it had scared you in the past, or did you know as you were approaching that hallway you were like, this is where it was? Did you have that photographic memory, or did it just scare you all over again?
Just sitting there, this is where it happened, microchips. This is where it happened.
This was the scene of the crime.
Literally, crimes were committed on that day. I was haunted for the rest of my digital days. But not anymore. Not anymore. We overcame said spooky scares. But I could recall most of it, because it was so long ago that I first played it. I could recall quite a bit, image by, frame by frame, the gist of that intro scene. But that was all that I knew. Beyond that, I was like, now I'm blind.
It's an all new experience.
Exactly. So, and it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun to play, and I can see why so many to this day appreciate the OG Dead Space as much as they do. It's very fun, and again, super scary. If you want to play, if you've never played Dead Space before, I would highly recommend the OG. And again, also the remake. Remake is fantastic from what I was able to play with that thus far. And from that game, another big one, another big spooky scary game that I had quite enjoyed franchise-wise was BioShock. Are you familiar with BioShock?
I have played the original BioShock. I haven't played Infinite, but I did play the original BioShock, and that was a really fun game. Just Obviously, it is very storied because it did some really cool things narratively, it did some cool things mechanically, and it was horror-esque. I think a big part, frankly, of why I don't enjoy horror games is because I've never been good at shooters. Doesn't matter if it's first person or third person, I didn't really grow up playing shooter games. That was the one type of game that my parents would not let me own when I was younger. That, by the time I'm like 15, 16ish, they were like, whatever, but at that point, I had sort of missed the boat because they were like, when I was 8, 9, 10, 11, younger, they were like, we're fine with you playing video games, Pokemon's whatever, but that they didn't want me playing gun games. If I played it at a friend's house, they didn't mind. That wasn't like, it wasn't super forbidden, but they were like, we'd rather not you play that day in and day out.
Listen, those are some good parents right there. And you being little baby, maybe you at the time, you were like, gosh darn it, but...
Fortunately, I was more interested in Nintendo games and Pokemon games anyways that usually weren't gun-related anyways, so I didn't get to play Halo online with friends, but there was enough other stuff that I wasn't too broken up about it. The downside of it all is that it meant that by the time that, I'm 15, 16, that... some of my friends are really good at shooter games, and I'm just not. And there's a steep learning curve there. And goodness knows, if you don't know what you're doing, don't try online play, because you're just going to get your butt handed to you. So it sort of created this thing that to this day, I'm still not very good at shooter games because I've never actually tried to get good at them because I know that I'm so far behind. I played BioShock, and that is sort of a shooter game, and I was fine at it, but I'm probably never really going to get into something like Overwatch or, Halo, anything that is a big shooter game. I could probably do Resident Evil because that's not a competitive one.
Yeah.
But that's also probably why I just don't feel super drawn to it, because those aren't just mechanically games that I even have memories of. It's not that I don't want to play them, but it's just like, that's not my specialty. That's not where I'm super excited to play games anyways at this point.
No, and I feel that hardcore, because what really gets me through a lot of the horror or a lot of like any kind of like shooty root and shooty kind of aspects with some horror games is the lore.
Yes, no, that's the thing for me, because I love mysteries, and mystery and horror go hand in hand.
They really, really do in many different horror games, and that's usually what keeps my spark throughout the entire thing, is because I'm just so enraptured by the story that is going on, by the characters that you're meeting, the tragedies, whatever may be going on in said game. That is what hooks me. And the spooky, scary elements, that's always a plus, because again, that adrenaline rush, and we love to see it, even though I'm screaming my head off and probably, destroying my throat most of the time, but it's fine. It all goes hand in hand.
What I usually end up doing nowadays is I watch VTubers playing the horror games because I'm interested in seeing the story, and I get to see them scream their heads off, and they're usually at least competent at shooters where I'm not anyways, and it all works out, and it's still entertaining, and I get to have it that way.
Well, congratulations, Jay. You've met a VTuber who, plays horror games, but isn't competent at shooting.
Yay!
Not in the slightest.
Well, I was mentioning to you, there's a lot of VTubers that are into horror games. That's one of the things that I didn't expect when I started Vtuber Talk. Just how many VTubers, when I talk with them and I say, what type of games do you really enjoy? The number of people that say horror is surprisingly high.
Honestly, I felt the same way. I was shocked by the amount of different just streamers, just VTubers in general, that were like, oh yeah, no, the horror is very much so up my alley. That's what I love to do. That's what I love to,
because you think the stereotypes of VTubers, all right, a lot of VTuber models have what is considered to be a anime JRPG aesthetic. So you would sort of expect, all right, JRPG fans or different platformers or things like that. And goodness knows there are plenty that do like JRPGs and platformers and such, but that there aren't many anime horror games, and that it's just a very different genre. And to see so many really be into horror, like I said, Not that it's a bad thing, it was just sort of unexpected, but still
Just
a delightful
surprising.
discovery there.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, I agree, because yeah, it's just something that you don't expect, especially when you go into the land of like anime waifus and husbandos and just seeing all the animes everywhere. It's just like silence.
Where did this come
Silent
from?
Hill? What? Like what are we getting into here? This is scary. I don't know
That
what.
said,
I
goodness
wasn't
knows
expecting this.
that Japanese horror is almost a realm unto itself. You think things like Junji Ito, you think, the original inspiration for The Ring, that Japan does horror. Goodness knows, and they do it well.
They do. Do
you have
I want to say
favorite-
unfortunate, but not.
Do you have a favorite sort of subgenre? Because horror is a very wide umbrella. That there is
Yeah.
slasher horror, there's alien horror, there's zombie horror, there's thriller horror, there's psychological horror, you name it.
Mm.
Do you find yourself tending toward any particular niche, or just, that happens to be your favorite and all right, I might enjoy horror in general, and there are a few that I dislike, but oh boy, I do love that subgenre.
Oh, well. Well, no, there is quite a few. I am a big fan of psychological horror. I am a big fan of survival horror, hence the Resident Evil, and I do love me some Project Zomboid. If there was ever a horror game that I could recommend you, if you were ever interested in Project Zomboid, that might be some fun times for you, because it has its scary moments, but it's very much so that kind of just like you're trying to survive. It's got the scary elements here and there, but it's basically just like an open sandbox kind of game where you're just, surviving your days, but it's also tough. There have been many sessions where I just start up the game and I die like 2 minutes in. But another one.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say another big one as well is I like pixel horror. Like the what would you call it? Like the I guess you would call it like just like the indie kind of like pixelated horror games and all of that. Yeah, they're very fun as well. I enjoy them quite a bit.
Iceron114 in the chat says regular VTuber RPG aesthetic, Kohi DDLC aesthetic, and boy howdy, did you hit the nail on the head? I think, because let's talk about horror games. Let's talk about Doki Doki Literature Club.
Doki Doki, we love Doki Doki Literature Club. Now, I very much so, especially so when I played the game on my channel, because surprisingly, I don't know if I told you this, but surprisingly, so I've always been very familiar with Doki Doki Literature Club. Could say, I've liked it a little too much because it's just the twists. It's just the unexpectedness. Like you go into it expecting, like usual cutesy, cutesy girls, cutesy romantic.
Why is there this content
go
warning here? It's just a dating sim for girls in a reading club. Why does it say warning? Intense content. I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure it's.
They warned you.
Nothing could go wrong here. God, it's no like the it's so good. There is so much appreciation, so much love, and so much like passion that you can tell that has went into the game. Because I'm pretty sure please don't quote me on this, but I know it was made by Dan Salvato. But I'm not entirely sure. Like, I think the majority of it was made by him. Yes? At least I think so. There were lots of hands, I'm sure, into the art and all of that, but it was basically one guy that was mainly behind the whole thing. And just the twists on things, just how like meta it was in certain times. And it's like just the story, how it plays out. It's so like tragic. That's what horror also gets me. Like a lot of with horror in nature, horror stories, not all horror stories will have happy endings. If not, probably the majority of horror stories will have actually very sad, very tragic,
and even if they have happy endings, it's not a happy ending for everyone. It means that there was a happy ending for at least one character.
Yeah, like
but usually that's because they are the lone survivor or one of few. That I cannot think of many horror pieces of media where it's a happy ending for everyone, because there's usually at least one fatality involved.
Yeah, and there's just every bit and bite, every bit and bite of aspect of that game is just it's phenomenal. Like you can just tell again, like there was just so much love put into it, and just how there's even like certain features with it when like if someone is streaming the game, say if someone's streaming it, the game knows. Like there's like portions of the game that will actually shift and change. Like it's meta in that regard, where it's like, oh, a character will be like, oh, wait, I don't really appreciate you showing me to all these people. It's like, what?
Whoa.
What?
Why do you know that? Why do you know that?
Exactly. It's like just again the reaction, like it's
and especially if you've played it off stream before and that you know what to expect at these moments, and then it's not. That in and of itself, that for the first people to discover that or to hit that had to have been such a big moment, because even if you played it before, then you know, all right, it is meta and that they do have these quirky things, and you know that you have to go into files at some point. But then for there to be that just one extra punch in there of, yeah, we left in a little something to detect it. Also, I did look up the credits on Wikipedia. Designer, Dan Salvato. Programmer, Dan Salvato. Artist, Satchley and Valenquinti. Writer, Dan Salvato. Composer, Dan Salvato.
Okay, all right.
So he did everything that isn't art.
Okay, yeah, I knew he had like a huge part to play in like literally like most of it, but just thank you so much, because no, I unfortunately could not remember offhand who specifically did the art. I appreciate that.
but you were very much right that, yeah, he did damn near everything.
And it's just so impressive. Like games like that, like it wows me. It wows me so much. Like just the creativity that has to go into like, okay, how, you know, am I really just do I really just want to make like another dating sim like with cute girls? And I mean, you know, that'd be fine with me. I'm cool with that.
Like, frankly, you could make a normal horror dating sim with cute girls. There have been horror and mystery visual novels done in the past, but the fact that quite literally they went one layer deeper with it.
They did. They really did, in the sense that like just, I guess, major spoilers if there's anyone that hasn't.
I feel like the statute of limitations for DDLC spoilers has passed. It's been out for over a decade.
No, this is very true. Very true. But like it's so hyper aware. There's a character in the game, a specific character in the game that I very much so have a fondness for.
Red hair, general corruption, and glitching of attitude, bubbly, then very scary. I'm not seeing any resemblance at all here.
None whatsoever. I don't know what you mean. But no, Monica is her name. Just Monica. We only, you know, Monica is the only one. Only waifu that we stand for, yes. She is the one and only. Just Monica. But just every aspect of her, like being so hyper aware of like just having that kind of character in the game made it so like, oh, this is nutty. This is insane, and I love it. Oh my goodness, because you feel like you see what's going on. You see the events that unfold. It is not good at all. It's being taken to a level where it's like, this is awful. This is terrible. Can we stop, please? But then at the same time, you look at the other side of the page and you're like, but you can see why she is doing these things. You can see why she literally has like driven herself probably to the brink of insanity at that point, because she was like melded into this coding of where she was hyper aware that everything, this world, everything that she lives in, it's fake. It's fake. Yeah, it's not real.
It's going into the whole sentient AI concept. And obviously, media about AI gaining sentience has been around for many years. But I'm not sure if it had ever been, and there had been games about AI gaining sentience, I'm sure somewhere along the line, but to actually have the concept of, all right, there is a point in the game where you actually have to go into the files and manipulate it, and that there's that
was crazy.
What a stroke of design genius.
Literally, like it's just, and the fact that not only that, but just throughout the game as well, like the files will change. There will be files that like add themselves depending like what kind of route you go down or what events have already taken place. Like there's pictures that appear that very much so, you know, just kind of all very much so, you know, reinforce that, hey, some really bad things are going on here. What happened before, that actually happened, but it's being manipulated now. Things are changing for the worse. Like this is the there's someone behind this, and you eventually find out that that is indeed Monica, and it's just, again, it's just her. I feel for her, but at the same time, she did some really bad things. Because again, it's just like, because her coding, like, it was meant in the game as well. Like, as you go throughout the game, Monica is like the only character that you don't spend time with. Like, the game purposefully is like, okay, we cut Monica here, and she's like, you see those things, like the little things that she calls out here, and they're like, wait, we need more time, wait, and it's like, oh, what is happening? What is happening? And that's I think that's about the point where things start to get really bad.
Attention to me. Now I'm telling you.
Exactly. Like, it's so good. It's so good. And then the twist at the end, the twist at the very end, where Monica, you know, she tries to rid herself away, tries to, you know, bring everyone back, tries to bring, you know, all the characters, Sayori, Natsuki, and Yuri back, and all of that. But then you find out it doesn't end there. The game has now just realized that now there's a new president of the literature club, and that turns out to be Sayori. So it's no longer Monica in the role anymore. Now it's Sayori. So it never ends. It doesn't end. And then Monica comes back last minute, and she's just like, "There's no happiness here. Goodbye, literature club." And it's like, oh my god! It's so sad. And it doesn't help that they added like side stories, and it just makes you feel all the more for the characters. Like, it's such a brilliant game.
So you can have more pain.
Exactly. Now you can. You want some more pain? Here you go on a silver platter. But, you know, again, I appreciate it. Even if it does make me cry, even if it does pain me me pixelated heart and soul, I appreciate it. I do very much so. I will eat that. That's yum. That's a delicious snack for me. Oh my gosh. But yes, I could go on. I could truly go on. Could go on with Doki Doki Literature Club. Like, just, I appreciate all of the girls. They are so good. I love all of their personalities. Again, it just lays out in the beginning to be just this very like, oh, you know, this girl has this very tropey personality. This girl has this tropey personality. So then you really just like, oh, you know what kind of character type or character personality, what girl that, you know, you probably potentially want to go down. And I'm gonna be real, the first time that I ever looked into this, I was like, why can't I choose Monica?
She seems interesting.
She seems very interesting, and then it becomes very apparent why you can't. And it becomes super apparent why you cannot pick Monica. But I'll be real, she was the one I wanted to begin with, and then I'm like, oh no.
Be careful what you wish for, Kohi.
Exactly. Listen, it's okay. I wish for it all the time. I wish for it all the time. It's fine. But that's you know, if it also wasn't very apparent, major inspiration for myself comes from Monica.
Like I said,
whole,
you know, pink hair, slightly glitched personality. I'm not seeing the resemblance at all.
Nah,
can't imagine you enjoying that character.
None whatsoever. Always on my best behavior. But yes, no, Monica, she just... I've always been a fan of just any character that's very cutesy in nature, but then they just have this, like... What the... Like, just out of nowhere scariness to them. A scary element. I love me some cutesy, scary characters, very much so. It's very, very good. It just, you know, as soon as, like, I've always loved it, but Monica...
Everyone loves a good yandere.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, in mentioning it, though, as well, it isn't Monica, especially so Yuri in the game, very much so. Yuri very much so takes it up to an unfortunate notch in the game. Yeah, she has very much so those tendencies, but again, the whole thing is that you know, Monica tried to make it so that, you know, the main character, the character you play as, hates the girls because she tries to manipulate like their personality traits and everything, and like turns them up to like 1 billion, and that's why they end up doing the things that they do, and they go crazy essentially. And it's man, just the whole of that time, that moment where she has you sit down and she's just giving you all of it. She's just bearing everything, giving the entire truth and nothing but the truth. it just all makes sense, and it is so surreal when that moment hits, because you're just like, oh, what is this game turned into? What is happening? What is happening?
That you've seen things fraying at the seams. You'd seen, obviously, at that point, Sayuri's moment, shall we say. And that you knew, all right, things are very wrong here, but then when it is laid out in such detail of, this is the degree to the point of, yes, these archetypes are archetypes because I made it so, or at the very least, they may have had the makings of archetypes, but I did crank them up. I did
Just
make it so that
bit.
they were really, really archetypical, and that, you know, you probably noticed that. That was by design. Everything that has happened, everything that you have gone through has been planned by me, or at the least, manipulated by me.
Yeah, like it's one of those moments that will like sit with me throughout just all of my personal gaming history. Like that was insane. And I'm sure there are many.
Monologue.
Yes, we do, and she works it so well. She just fits the mold so perfectly. I stand Monica, and I will forever say that, you know, she did nothing wrong, but also I can see the other side of the coin. But also, however, she did nothing wrong. Your Honor, my client is innocent, and I will tell you many reasons why. But no, in all seriousness, I know she's not. She's a little crazy there, but listen.
But just what a game, and that it's the type of thing that really only can work as well as it did once. That there have been, I have to guess, a couple other games that have tried to do the same thing.
Oh yeah.
Certainly none have gotten quite the following that DDLC got, because it was sort of the pioneer there. And that it just, seeing an independent game like that really just take the gaming community by storm, because I need to double check, what year was that released?
Oh gosh, if I'm completely honest, I don't remember either.
Okay, it's more recent than I thought it was. For some reason, I thought it was like 2014. It was 2017.
Okay, alrighty then. I mean,
so it actually hasn't been out for 10 years yet. Wow, I thought it happened. But
I mean, with how fast time goes, you would have fooled me either way, even if you did say that, because time flies. How are we? This is so like out of nowhere, but how are we at the end of August even? Like what?
Oh God, don't ask me.
I don't even know how we're like. There's only a few more months, and then we're going into 2024. You know, like it's crazy. It's crazy how fast time flies. Like even to hear that it was made in 2017, like that's still a heckin' good bit of years ago. My goodness.
And goodness knows that the past 3 years have actually been a decade.
Yes. They have most certainly felt that way, and my heart goes out to everyone that, you know, obviously went through their own situations and all that. But yes, it has most definitely. The time has just been multiplied.
It has been a time.
It has indeed been a time.
But speaking of time, you just celebrated your first anniversary.
Yes, I did. 1 year. Kohiato, yes. It was a very fun time indeed. It was a very fun time indeed, but it was so funny. Being a digital virus in nature, I really try my best before each and any of my streams and all that. I never wanna start stream and then keep everybody waiting for ages. You know what I mean? Before stream, I really like to make sure like all my prep work is done, that I have everything right as rain, everything is all the hecky good. What? Everything is good.
Uh-oh.
I English very well.
I do love that you have that pop-up. That's such a good pop-up.
Thank you so much. It was actually made by a very talented individual. I have them credited underneath my Twitch page. I'm gonna run to that really quickly. But I'm glad that you like it. Yes, it's just like a default kind of like little .exe / little buffering thing that they just put out for others to use and all of that. And I obviously customized it to have my picture and have it say my my name and all that. But it was actually made by an individual 0x4682b4. Yes, and I do have their Twitter. But yes, they've made so many assets that I now have credited underneath my credits list and all that, because they are so skilled. They have such fun ideas. They're genuinely so creative, and I give all of the love for all of the fun and just incredible things that they make. Because, not to just go off on another tangent, but artists, can we agree that artists are amazing? They don't have to make these fun little assets for like VTubers or just streamers in general to use, but they do, and it's so cool. It's so awesome, and I'm very appreciative of the hard work and efforts that they put in so very much.
I'm good at many things. Art is not one of them. Artists are actual magicians.
Honestly, literally magicians. The magician work. I stand by this, and I will always stand by this through and through. Since I started my VTubing activities, even before then, artists just of any kind, of any, like, you know, whether you do like live 2D animation, whether you are, you know, drawing aspects and all of that, whether you make music, they are literally the pillars of the VTuber community. They truly are. And I will 110% always stand by that, because literally everything that's in my domain, I wouldn't have without the incredible individuals that I worked with. And they deserve so much love and appreciation and support for all of the things that they do on the daily. Again, even if it's something small like this, you know? Something small like this adds so much more fun and just interaction with my streams in particular. And it's just something that they don't have to do. And I just really do appreciate all of the efforts that they put in, and just, you know, showing that credit, giving that credit indeed where it is most definitely due, is the least that I myself could do, or just, you know, anyone can do that, you know, uses these awesome things.
It is so cool to see and realize that, along with the growth of VTubing, just how much of like a sub-industry it has created for artists, and that, you know, several entirely new cottage industries of, you know, character designers, which, you know, people who want to do character design for ages, you know, that would be for cartoons or for games, but now there's this whole new market for VTuber character designs, rigging, which, plain and simple, did not exist in the way that it does, at least with VTubing. But folks who have learned that, you know, people who have done art for either backgrounds or compositions for BGMs, that certainly all these types of things existed for other streamers prior to VTubers, but VTubers need them in greater quantities and quality and more perpetual capacities. That the growth of VTubing has actually, you know, not only have many VTubers been able to become full-time content creators, but so many artists in so many different disciplines have been able to become full-time artists because of the work that they have gotten from the VTubing community, industry, what have you. And it's so cool to see and just think, all right, in addition to all the fun and cool content that has come from VTubing, how much art has come from it, and also just how many lives and livelihoods have been changed because they are part of that industry, of that economy.
Yeah, like it really is like such a surreal and just incredible thing to, like, as you put it out there, like to just like to take a step back and think about, like, wow, you know, this is pretty awesome. Like how much
often are you seeing artists say commissions closed because they have too many people interested in what they do?
Literally. Like, it's wonderful, and it makes me so happy. It genuinely makes me so happy to see so many individuals, like, just gaining, like, stellar opportunities, whether, you know, no matter who it is that they're working with, yeah, because work is work, and I am just so happy, so happy. And I literally every day, anytime I go on Twitter/X, anytime I go on there, I see at least one incredible thing every day, something that wows me. Like, there's just always something new coming out. Like, it's whether it be a design that I like, whether it be some form of like different means of like live 2D. Like, I know I hope it's okay to like mention names just
Please,
for this one
by all
moment,
means.
but okay, well, like for Kei-san's one model that she had, where it was a game changer, where she had like this it was like a side, like it was like an angled kind of like
she
model.
was one of the
and everything.
first folks to have that degree of rotation motion.
Yes,
in
it
her
was
model, and that
insane.
it's become more common nowadays that, as is very common with technology, that once something has been done once, that it is easier to iterate and see done more widely. But the first time it's done, it's revolutionary because you're literally passing boundaries that haven't been crossed before. They did the simple range of motion on a VTuber model for head tracking and turning, which had been, 90 degrees, maybe 110-ish degrees. The fact that she could almost do a full 180, and the fact that she had just the flow and movement of her model was immaculate. And even by today's standards, like a year plus later, it is still one of the top tier things. And goodness knows, people always say, if you're looking to get into VTubing, don't go all in on a model for the first one. But obviously, she'd been around the block, and so she was investing, knowing full well that she could have the resources and was going to be VTubing, hopefully, for a very long time, and that she was able to make that investment. And
absolutely,
that it was an incredible thing to see, because, like you mentioned, it was just we hadn't seen something.
It was just so different.
Yeah,
like it was just new. It was so different from what we have seen prior. And I'm not that I don't love some, like, front and center kind of like action and all that with models. Myself and I'm still like, I am over the moon, still even impressed with my model. You know what I mean? Like I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed to this day. Like, there is just so much talent. There are so many artists and live 2D animators that have new models coming out that I have to like squint. I genuinely have to like squint at it, and I'm like, is that 3D or is that 2D? Like, what is that? Like, it's crazy.
Come a long way from when it was Vroid. And goodness knows, Vroid was and is still very solid. And that, if you're looking for a 3D model, that's the best place to start. That, get a 3D stock model there. That for a long time, actually, it was easier to get a starter 3D model than a live 2D starter model. And that's why you actually saw a lot of people going from 3D to 2D, which perhaps, on paper, it seems odd of, wait, why would you want to lose dimensions there? And that part of it just came from, all right, what was smoother, what had better tracking and all that jazz. But seeing also 3D models and Vroid and other programs continue to grow alongside 2D, that just the baseline for what you can get now is higher, goodness knows. That what you can get as a stock model, stock capabilities and rigging baseline now is what would have been considered high-end, like even potentially agency grade 2 years ago.
And just to even hear you say 2 years, like it's crazy how like, just in general, the VTubing community, or just like, I would even say like just streaming, VTubing in general, like this community is still like, it's a baby. Like it hasn't been around like long at all. It's crazy how just in 2 years, just things have evolved that quickly, It's
one of the things I say all the time is, it feels like VTubing has been around for forever. That if you,
sometimes it does,
if you go technically to what is the beginning of VTubing, you can usually point to 2016 Kizuna Ai is usually where people say that's the beginning of VTubing. And while I will agree, yes, obviously Kizuna Ai is one of the, if not the first VTuber, I see the actual dawn of VTubing as mid to late 2019, when VTubing became viable for the average person, that it still required a level of investment, but that it was no longer requiring a $10,000 rig, special equipment, special studio, and all that jazz, that you could get something and run it just out of your bedroom or out of your, studio apartment or wherever. And that we couldn't imagine 2 years ago what we have now, and we can't imagine now what we will have in 2 years. And while it feels like it's been a long time, this is still the Wild West. If you are here right now, you're in on the ground floor. If you just found out about VTubers today, you're in on the ground floor.
In on the ground floor with us, because those that have been in the, just have started, I would say, even just like the earliest days of VTubing. I'm sure they're even sitting there like, I have no idea what's coming next. Like we could just have something like blow us out of the water like completely.
So that
it is.
Goodness knows, VTubing is not going anywhere. VTubing is just another extension of content creation. It is another vector of creativity. This is not a fad. This is only going to get bigger. And it is a question of not if, but when VTubing will become a public consciousness thing. That the litmus test I have is, if you can ask the cashier at the grocery store, have you heard of thing, and that the cashier at the grocery store has heard of the thing, that's public consciousness level. That, have you heard of the Beatles? That's public consciousness. That most people know what that is. We are not quite there, at least in the West. If you were to ask somebody in Japan, like the grocery store cashier in Japan, have you heard of VTubing? They're probably going to say yes. Not really outside of Japan yet. But it's a question of, will that happen in 10 years, 5 years, 3 years?
Big question marks at this point. It's like major question marks, but at the same time, who knows? Who knows? And that's
what we're going to get there.
We are. Yes, most definitely, because I would even say with just, you know, like younger audiences, even just having so like, you know, easier access to the internet in general, and just like, you know, Twitch, YouTube, all the places that you stream on and all of that. Like it's just so easily accessible. You just gotta look for them, you know. You just gotta look for them. But at the same
once you're
time,
in the
like,
rabbit hole, there is no escape.
Yeah, exactly. Once you're in the rabbit hole, it's just then you keep finding them. They are everywhere, and it's such a joyous and fun like just rabbit hole to like dive down into, you know, because there is just like a new VTuber that I get introduced to every day, and I wish with all my might that, you know, I had the permissions to indefinitely multiply myself, because there are so many VTubers I want to watch on the daily, but I can only consume so much, so much content.
Goodness knows,
oh my goodness.
I am never worried about running out of VTubers to talk to.
Well, that's good.
So NekoDemon76 and Femboy Cream, thank you for the follows. Welcome in.
Thank you for supporting, Jay. Welcome on in. But no, like, again, I just, it's surreal. It really is just like insane just how many new faces, how many lovely faces that I either see on Twitter, or I browse around Twitch. I'm mainly dwelling on Twitch, but I do indeed, you know, dwell a good fair bit as well on the YouTubes. But just how many VTubers, just how many there are. It is mind-boggling. It really is. And to know again that it's still just such a baby kind of like, you know, creative kind of like line to go down. It's, again, because as you said, it is very much so just another means of like putting in, like, just, you know, being a content creator, being any kind of like creator in general. It gives you that means of like, you know, if you aren't, you know, for me personally, it was very much so a way of, I very much so like to act. I very much so enjoy doing the fun thing of like playing a character or acting as a character and all of that. And VTubing lets you do that. You can literally be your own. You can be your OC if you want. Yeah.
What I'm really waiting for, what I think is going to be a big turning point, and where we're going to see the number of VTubers just skyrocket, is when the average content creator realizes that you can have a VTuber model and not use it on every stream.
Right.
There's a couple that do it, and that swap between Facecam and VTubing, but that number is very few. But as VTuber tech becomes more accessible, higher quality, easier UI, just in general, I think it's going to be, again, a when not if, that, you know, if you're a content creator, it's you make sure that you have your social media accounts in order, you make sure that you have OBS set up, you make sure that you have your baseline VTuber model, and that whether it's once a month, once a week, whether you're just, okay, I don't want to bother looking good today, or I just woke up and, you know, I'm rolling out of bed and I don't want to bother either putting on makeup or getting on, you know, my good shirt or whatever, or, you know what, I want to ignore the laws of physics today. That you can just have your VTuber model and there you go, and that people realize that it doesn't need to be your entire brand it certainly can be, but it can just be another tool in your tool belt, and that it can just be another thing that you have access to. And I think part of the reason that relatively few have that mentality nowadays is because I don't think the average content creator realizes how cheap and accessible VTuber tech is now, that they're still thinking 1-2 years backwards where, all right, it's going to be, if you want something that is not a stock model, that you're going to need about $1,000 or more, but it's not even that, and just the stock models are so much higher quality now, and that you can download VTube Studio, for like $16, I think, and get a nice model off of Booth for $20-$30, customize it, different colors, different hairstyle. There you go, and it'll be pre-rigged and everything.
That's it.
As long as you have either, you know, a viable camera, that's all you really need. That's extra hardware, but usually they're going to have a camera that will be high enough quality anyways if they were already a face cam streamer.
And, you know, obviously, I myself try to, you know, put this out there, and I'm sure there are a plethora, many much VTubers as well who also say this, but it's also more than fine to also just have like a little PNG image to start out with. Like,
that's what a lot of folks encourage. Of, if you aren't sure, if you're just getting into streaming and don't know if you want to be a VTuber yet, PNG is the way to go. PNG is absolutely the way to go.
So then you don't have to be worried about putting any funds into anything. You just have a picture there, and you're like, yeah, that'll represent me for now. Yeah, we'll see how things go if I end up liking this whole thing.
Mexicetti and BlazerGuy21, thank you for the follows. Welcome on in.
Hello. Thank you again for supporting Jay.
Plus, we also now have brands getting to VTubing. Aura, the Opera GX VTuber, debuted. It was 1 or 2 weeks ago now that Crunchyroll has had a VTuber for over a year now. There's a couple different brands. But, you know, Sonic the Hedgehog, Tails are VTubers. They've collabed with HoloLive. Korone from HoloLive has been on screen with Tails at Memory Serves, or at the very least has been part of like official Sega Sonic things, and that Sonic, Tails, the VTubers have done official things, and that's wild in its own regard.
Literally, but it's so cool. It literally is so cool at the same time. It's wild, but also it's just like, you know?
Oh yeah, I'm here for it. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, you know, the companies, they're seeing this and they're like, listen, we could do that. We could do that. We could very easily get that together, and you know, people love it. They absolutely love it. I would watch Sonic the Hedgehog play Sonic the Hedgehog. It would be very meta, but
why not? Well,
why not? Exactly.
Well, I watched you play Sonic the Hedgehog recently because we bonded over what I believe is just our favorite Sonic game, that being Sonic Adventure 2.
Yes, we love Sonic Adventure 2. It without fail, time and time again makes me cry when I get to the end. And a lot of it is just because it is a game out of many much games, but it is very much so like the Sonic game that is so near and dear to my heart. I just love the characters. I love the story. I love Shadow. Like, it's so good. So good. And how can you not just like get up out of your chair and just like absolutely just rave and get so hype and excited at that last boss fight.
Well, I've said many times I am a unabashed, unironic Crush 40 fan. I know people call it butt rock. I know people call it just, you know, like 20 or 2000s rock or whatever, but I love Crush 40 music. It still gets me going to this day. Love that.
Same here though. Like they can call it what they want. Like it's a banger. These are like Crush 40. It gives me that nostalgia, but it's also just genuinely their music is good. Like just genuinely their music is really good. I love it. I love Crush 40. They are fantastic. Very good.
That just the story is one of the best. The Chow Garden was the last time we had a Chow Garden, which is total travesty.
And then, wording it like that. Last time we saw the Chow, be so sad.
they could make a entirely separate game, just have it be the Chow Gardener. I had a guest recently, Imakuni, because we were talking Sonic as well. She's a huge Sonic fan too, and that she said something that hadn't occurred to me, but as soon as she said it, I was like, why hasn't this happened yet? Why isn't there just a Chow Garden mobile game? If they wanted to gotcha that, if they wanted to microtransaction the heck out of that, if they wanted to be super money grubby and, go full evil corporation, they could do that and people would pay and they would do it.
They would.
They would still do it.
I would probably be one of those people.
It would print money.
It would. I genuinely do not understand why just they've, I don't want to say tossed away the chows, but they kind of have. They never brought them back. I'm like, why? That was such a fun aspect of both SA1 and 2.
Apparently, they felt that it broke up the pacing of the game, that, you're in super action-packed thing, and then you have the lull of going to the Chow Garden, and I fundamentally disagree with that, and even if you were...
So do I.
Even if you're of the mentality, okay, you have this and you don't want to break up the pace, fine. So we can compromise here. Don't put the Chow keys in the stages anymore. Still have the Chow items and Chow Garden that you can reach from the main menu. You don't need to go there between levels. If you want to keep the pace of the main story, fine. All right, then just have it be a separate mode. These are not mutually exclusive things.
Literally, the fact that that's the reason, too, 9 times out of 10, when I'm, just playing through the normal game, I could literally just go through all the levels and not even touch any of the Chow keys. So I don't even know what they're going on about. I feel like you really have to go out of your way to find the Chow key if you want to go to the Chow Garden.
The first box is always right in your path. It's the second and third that you need to go out of your way for.
Right. Big heckin' nod. And I guess maybe that would mainly be like the speed levels, if that makes sense, like the ones with Sonic and Shadow, because again, I don't know, I just feel like you really have to go out of your way. I guess maybe with Rouge and Knuckles and all of that, but no, you're absolutely right, because I feel like even with Rouge and Knuckles' levels, there's one that's very easy to find, but then there are a couple of other Chow boxes that, like you said, you really do need to go out of your way to find those other ones. But then, the first one is always just smack dab, hey, you can go there if you want. It's just totally optional. But that's the thing. I love that it was optional. You didn't have to if you didn't want to, but at the same time, the option is there.
If you didn't want to actually go there, you would land in the portal and you walk out and you walk back into the portal and you're on to the next stage.
Man. It's so sad. Just talking about it makes me so sad, because literally I have...
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say oh, you're fine. I was just gonna say because I've just burned so many hours into the Chow Gardens. They just make me so happy. So that just makes me so sad to hear that.
Peak pet simulator design.
Literally, they're so cute.
And peak character design. They're so simple but so flipping adorable.
Literally, and there's so much you can do with them.
Yeah, and when you think about it, in actuality, there's so much you can do with them, but at the same time, there isn't a ton. That there is the race and there is karate, and other than that, it's just, all right, you pet the little dudes and you watch them run around the garden and do silly stuff. That there's not actually that much functionality in gameplay that they could build out just an entire Chow game, I'm sure.
They really could. And that's just a missed opportunity, in my opinion. I would buy the heck out of a Sonic
With the rise of farming
Chow
simulators as a huge genre,
yes, that's another genre I like.
But on the happier side of Sonic, so can I assume that you have seen the 2 movies?
Yes, you can very much so safely assume that.
And spoiler not spoiler at this point, I feel like everyone knows it, even if they haven't seen the second Sonic movie, that Shadow is teased as the stinger of the second Sonic movie. And one thing I always love to ask my guests who are fans of Sonic is, what is your wish list for Sonic the Hedgehog 3, the movie? Because obviously they have teased that they will go somewhere with Shadow, probably something akin to Sonic Adventure 2, but they've certainly not held themselves to Sonic lore, that they are writing their own story. So, similar to what we had previously, you are in charge of the creative team, you have unlimited budget.
Oh, Lord.
First question, how much of Sonic Adventure 2's story do you want / do you think is practical? And then 2, do you have a wish list for the actor that will play Shadow? You can answer in whatever order you like.
Okay. Oh Lord. Okay. That's like, those are some pretty deep questions, especially like the one like how much story of SA2 would you want in the film? I'm very interested and very, very excited to see where they do take it, because right now my level is like, if it's a cute film like the first and the second one, I'm cool with that. That's great. But then you think about it a little more and you're like, but Shadow was not a cute character. Shadow was he's a very deep character. He is a dark character. He has been wronged. He literally is out for vengeance. He does not give a hecker's checkers about your gosh darn planet. He's gonna get revenge.
Oops, sorry, you broke up for a second there.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was getting too excited. I broke myself. I think I should put this on. I broke myself a little bit. Oh my goodness gracious. But no, I just in the sense that like Shadow being the dark character that he is, all he wants to do is just, you know, get that revenge from Maria. He don't give a hecker's checkers about your gosh darn planet. You know, he has his goal in mind. And then, but that's the thing, when you think about that, you're like, oh my gosh, there's just so much, there's so many layers to the story that when you are so young and you're playing it for the first time, when you're young, maybe you're not going to catch it right away. Maybe you won't catch it just right away.
Things that I didn't catch right away was the fact that they have a firing squad scene.
Oh my
It
gosh,
didn't hit me until I
literally.
replayed it like a decade later. Oh, at the end of Gerald Robotnik's speech tirade, the soldier asks, do you have anything else? No. All right. Ready?
Yeah, like, oh my
and just
God.
the click in my head of, oh, that was a firing squad. He was executed. It was just that they had that in a Sonic game, in a kid's game. Wow.
They did. It was very, it's when you really think about it, you really look at the elements.
There was a lot there.
There is a lot there. And even just something, I say it's like more simple, but the fact that, you know, you really like look at Shadow and you're like, his memories were literally manipulated by his creator and all of that. Like,
and the
there's
lore only
just
goes deeper once you get into the further games of Sonic Heroes, Shadow the Hedgehog, all the others. So to give you some ideas maybe for your own wish list, I have my wish list that I have 4 items. One item I consider to be a requirement, that if they don't do this, that they have failed in some capacity.
Oh, no.
The second item, I think, is a very easy thing that I really want and I feel like will be a layup. But if they don't have it, whatever. But I hope and I am optimistic because I think it is so simple and that they'll want to do it. The third one is a hope that I think is realistic, but I'd give 50-50 odds. And then the last one is something that I know they will never do, but I wish beyond wish that they will. So starting from the top, the thing that I consider a requirement, the existence of Maria. Maria is Shadow's emotional core. That you can potentially rewrite or shift aspects of Maria, but the existence of Maria Robotnik, her interaction with Shadow, and her death needs to be somewhere. If it isn't there, I think that it is a disservice to the character.
It really is, because she literally, she's crucial.
Yeah,
she's
it
literally.
It doesn't even need to be a one-to-one of what it was in Sonic Adventure 2, that Maria Robotnik must exist somehow. And I think that they will do that. I think that is a low enough bar to clear, and that even though they've done a lot of changes to the lore, which I think is fine, that I think the writing and world building in the movies has been phenomenal, especially in the early ones when there wasn't much to work with. And I'm not going to hold it against them. I don't think it's practical to remake all of Sonic Adventure 2 in a movie. It can't be done. It's too long. But I think Maria, as a character, is an easy enough thing to expect.
No, that. I 110% agree. If they didn't have Maria in the movie, if she just isn't in there in some way, shape, or form, it absolutely does a disservice not only to Shadow, but just SA2, I guess, in general. Like, just the whole, where he came from, where he, like, his origins were. Because again, it's the whole tragedy behind it all. It's literally everything.
Like I said, it is the emotional core of Shadow, and that if they try, every every character needs some emotional motivation, and if they don't have Maria, they would have to make something up, and at that point, why are you making up something new when there's something so obvious right there? That's why I'm so confident that they will have it. Number 2, the one that I think is very realistic and super simple, at some point in time, whether it's the opening scene or somewhere along the line, I want Sonic to be skateboarding on a piece of scrap metal down a city street.
Yes,
it doesn't need to be a long sequence. I'm not going to require that they have him evading a giant truck that is pursuing him. I hope to, but recreate Cityscape, even just, for part of a chase scene.
Right.
Part of a chase scene.
Because I already really appreciate it in the second movie, because there's obviously a lot of elements you could pick it from, like Sonic like 3 with like Knuckles obviously, and then also like SA1 even, because there's like that whole
the Sonic and Knuckles initial thing of, all right, Knuckles was tricked by Robotnik, and that was their initial interaction, like you're saying, snow.
Because with SA1, there's that level where you are surfing down basically the side of a snow mountain, right? I forget what it's called and everything, but I picked up on that, and I'm like, oh, that's a really cool detail. I love that. That's amazing, because they're letting them surf. So I really do hope that they put those kind of just like little details, little things that fans, obviously not just catered to diehard Sonic fans, it's catered to everybody, but little things that the fans obviously will pick up on and be like, oh, I appreciated that. Yes. Thank you so much.
Number 3, and this is the biggest one, and like I said, I think it's a 50-50 because it's right there for them, but at the same point, with all the things they're changing, they might not. I want the space colony arc. I want, at the climax of the film, a space station with a giant lizard attached to the cannon hurtling towards Earth. I don't care how we get there. I don't care if we don't need the pyramids. We don't need Pumpkin Hill. We don't even need the destruction of the moon. I'm willing to give all that up. But I want to have the arc.
Gotta have Pumpkin Hill, though.
I mean, I want Pumpkin Hill, but these are the compromises I'm willing to make, Kohi. I'm coming to the table here, willing to bargain.
Willing to bargain with some things, but listen, some things need to be in there. But no, I totally agree, because I feel like that would still be such a disservice to the game if they didn't have both Maria and the Space Colony arc, you know?
It's a cool set piece. It's a thing that's iconic. They haven't been to space yet, and I feel like the early Sonic games didn't have much lore to work with, so there wasn't much for them to leave behind. That they really had just basically a sandbox to work with, because there hadn't been much lore prior to really Sonic Adventure 1, and even then, Sonic Adventure 1, goodness knows, that's way too sprawling. Like, I'd love to see Chaos somewhere along the line, but I accept that we probably won't. And that's okay.
Yeah, I love Chaos. Chaos is a great character, but at the same time, as you said, it's just, we probably won't see him, unfortunately.
Like, my guess is we'll probably see, like, a cameo reference to Chaos, like maybe a stray file on a computer somewhere, or like a jar with a floating blue blob that says, like, prototype or something.
That'd be really
cool. They've been really good of weaving in references and stuff that isn't actually important to the film while still being fan servicey nods. They've done that everywhere, and I think they'll probably do that for Chaos, but that'll be the extent of it. And
Chaos.
The last piece, the one that I accept they will never do, the one that I'm trying to decide, would I give up? I couldn't give up Maria for this, but I'd give up City Escape. I'm not sure if I'd give up the arc, because part of this is integral. I want Live and Learn in that film, Kohi. Put Live and Learn in Sonic the Hedgehog 3, you cowards.
You just ask Crush 40, they'd love it.
They
would be so happy
and this,
to do
this
it.
is the whole thing. They put Uptown Funk, a Billboard-topping song, in Sonic 2. They paid whatever royalties was required for that. I'm sure they can afford whatever Crush 40 would ask.
Literally,
I acknowledge that having a billboard-topping pop song in there in your little dance sequence, that's like a thing for the kids. I'm not going to be a crotchety old man saying, oh, I don't like having the newfangled music in my movie. These are not mutually exclusive. That they didn't put Uptown Funk at the climax of the film. You can still have. I'm fine with having another, sort of dance break fun type of thing with whatever that year's top 40 hit is. Sure, that's fine. We can have that and Live and Learn.
That was a cute scene.
They go into completely different places, and I acknowledge the value, just marketing wise and branding wise, to have a pop song in there. Sure, you can keep that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you can do that, you can do Live and Learn. Come on.
But literally, because that's the thing. If they have the Ark, if they have the Bio Lizard, if they have them for Supersonic and Shadow, you can't not have Live and Learn playing. You just can't. Even if it's just like an instrumental version, just so we can tell that it's the song, It's like, that's it. That's the song.
And that's the thing that if I think there's a chance they do an orchestral one, because goodness knows the score of the film has been phenomenal. They have had so many motifs weaved in from the game's soundtracks. That's been amazing. And
it really has.
I feel like if Live and Learn is in there, it's going to be an orchestral arrangement. I just want the original recording. You can just tear it wholesale from the original. You don't even need it to be re-recorded. If you want to re-record it, I won't complain, but I'm not going to ask you to re-record it. You can just take the original song and put it in there. It already exists, and you probably already have the rights to it. You probably don't even need to pay extra at that point.
Just sneak it in. Don't be a coward. Just do it. Just do it. Last minute even. Just do it.
Come on, Jeff Fowler. I believe in you.
Please! I legitimately would cry. I would cry.
I probably
would. I would cry, even if it's just a little bit. Just a little bit, because I'm...
That's my wish list. Those are my 4 things, the vital, the easy layup, the bigger thing that I think is still realistic, and then the dream.
The dream.
Do you have any others of your own from that you would want to add to the list?
Oh gosh, I mean, I'm such a fan of Radical Highway.
Ooh, okay. Well, yeah, I feel like that's reasonable. Of having Shadow, going across the Golden Gate Bridge. We've already established that we're in San Francisco.
Yeah. Oh my, you're right. Please, that would, man, and just obviously that whole first interaction that they have, where Sonic's like, "What in what the what? Like, who the what are you?" Like that whole, just even if it's not word for word, would be really cool if it was. I doubt, but
I feel like that's a layup, because I feel like it's similar to the Sonic and Knuckles first interaction of Knuckles was tricked by Eggman and was initially against Sonic, that it seems inevitable that, okay, we will have Shadow appear, and that, well, apparently the world's colorblind and sees another hedgehog-like being and assumes that it's Sonic, and that there's the mistaken identity thing, and that they will eventually meet, and that it'll be, you're a faker, or yada yada.
Faker? I think you're the fake hedgehog around here. You're comparing yourself to me? Ha! You're not even good enough to be... Yeah, literally, they talk over each other. The way that it's edited, and it's so funny. But yeah, it's...
I think I'm very optimistic that they will have that interaction in some capacity, yes.
But what's going to be so interesting, though, is because I don't want to say this version of Sonic, but this version of Sonic, he's younger. He's younger. He has a lot more personality, I feel like, than we've seen in Sonic in the games. Because I think specifically in the Adventure series, Sonic doesn't really I wouldn't say he doesn't emote all that much, but not nearly as much as we've seen in the movies.
Absolutely,
in the movies, he goes through it on several occasions, and going through something like this, a character like Shadow, who literally, he's not someone that's, sure, he got Knuckles to be his friend, but Shadow, he's not out for that. He's not here to make friends. He literally, he's like, I don't like you. Literally, I will destroy you. I will destroy you. And Sonic's like, oh, but why? Please, can we just talk this over? Hello? I'm just so excited, and to just see their interactions and all of that. But I'm again, I don't know if maybe it's just the fan in me, but I also just really appreciate the that last fight scene with Sonic and Shadow as well, like running down that like strip and everything.
Yep. The final rush and final chase, and then just again, why I want
so
Space
good.
Colony Arc. And
yes, I just somehow they can get into space, because I'll be real, it'll be really interesting to see like how they implement, say, like oh gosh, I'm forgetting their names at the moment, because I genuinely care about like a lot of the human characters in the story too, like Donut Lord, I forget his actual name, but I love Donut Lord, I love his wife, to see like how they'll be integrated in all this as well. Like it's just
I think they're fine. I'm also fine without them.
Understandable. That's fair.
If they want to keep the human element, I understand that, and I will be okay with it. I also wouldn't mind if they just had them sort of in the opening scene and found a clean way to write them off.
Well, they kind of did that with the second movie, to be fair, as well, because there was so much going on.
Yeah. And the whole wedding stuff was okay. But it certainly, it wasn't bad, but it was the weakest part of the film.
Yeah, it was a part of the film that wasn't necessary. It was just very silly.
And
it was very,
if we can just continue that trajectory and just be like, okay, we'll have an intro scene where, we say hi and we establish that they still exist. And, Donut Lord got another promotion. He's real busy.
He's real busy right now, Sonic.
Yeah.
Listen, there's a lot going on. It's just gonna be so interesting, though.
Or maybe because, Donut Lord is in law enforcement, and Sonic has to go on the run because he's mistaken for Shadow, so they can't be seen together. They need to go separate ways, so Donut Lord can't be with him.
I was just about to mention that because I forgot for a moment that he was a cop. Like, he's a cop. So the whole like, just the emotion built there, because he's like, is Sonic bad now? Like, what's going on here?
You can have a couple of scenes of maybe Donut Lord runs interference and helps make sure that the cops actually don't get to Sonic, and that he still believes in him, and that you can have him have a couple of moments that way and say, all right,
just little
he's sort of helping
even.
from afar, and that gives you also just sort of a plausible Deus Ex Machina source of, okay, you need to justify why Sonic gets away from this. Donut Lord ran interference, or how did he get access to this restricted area? There you go. You can weave him in and have a couple of scenes here and there, but vast majority just do what you did with Sonic 2, but just keep turning that knob.
Oh, that just makes me, I don't know if they would do this. This is probably something that they wouldn't do, but whatever they end up doing with Maria in regards of like showing her how she is obviously like a part of Shadow's past, somehow either like reenacting one of his like flashback memories, doesn't have to be like scene for scene, but if they were to like make an entirely new scene, wouldn't that be such a treat to just like
I think they would do a flashback scene. I think they would do that. I think at least one, yes.
At least one, even like
there's only really one. There's two flashback scenes with Maria. That there's the scene of her talking about all the people down on Earth, and then the one with Sayonara Shadow the Hedgehog. That's it.
Yeah. But if they just decided to, just have like obviously that very sad flashback, but just an entirely new flashback where they're like, like this is literally Shadow's. This was Shadow's only friend. It tore him to pieces to see what happened to her, to see what like. It'll just pull people in immediately.
Yep.
Pull them in immediately.
Do you have any hopes for who will play Shadow?
Oh man, I don't know if you've watched Sonic Prime, but I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of the current voice actor for Shadow in Sonic Prime. I can't remember his name.
My base assumption is that they won't take any of the Sonic Prime actors because they haven't done that for any of the others. So to take one would feel
This is true.
And I feel like they're going to want a Hollywood name because that's what they've done. Especially when they added Knuckles. So I'm going to say that that's off the table, but any Hollywood name that is living today is on the table.
I wouldn't be opposed to this. It would be really interesting to see how it would go, but I've even seen some people throw out the name, like literally Keanu Reeves.
Yep, that's the name that I've heard more than any other, frankly.
And I thought
okay
I was... Me too. I sat there for a second and I'm like, that wouldn't be bad at all. That would actually be really, really see like what Keanu would do with the role. Like, wow. I would be definitely okay with that. Absolutely, 110%. Because my big boy dream that would never come to fruition is to just bring David Humphrey back, but that would never happen.
No, that I figure if they were a voice actor, that it's not going to be chosen. That they're looking for Hollywood stuff.
They are.
I've heard Keanu Reeves more than any other as the fan request, and I'm on board with that. The two other ideas that I've had, one, Benedict Cumberbatch.
Oh my God! Why?
I mean, why not have British Shadow?
Literally, I'm like, no, I could actually see that though. Like, I legitimately could see that. That would be, and you know, we love Benedict. I think he could own the role. Absolutely, I feel like he could. I would be all for it.
The other one that I like the idea of, and this seems weird at first, Robert Pattinson. Because he played the Batman, and he did it very well. He's done several very dramatic roles.
True. Oh,
he's come a long way from being Edward Cullen.
He really has. And, you know, I don't know if it's like it's not, but the newest Batman movie is literally the Batman movie ever now. Like, it's genuinely so good.
It's so good. If you haven't seen Batman, go see Batman, people.
Yes, it's like 3 hours long, but it's worth it.
Oh my, it's so good.
So good. I could see that too. Absolutely. What a surprise. What a shocker that would be. Because again, I feel like he could totally own that role as he did with Batman in the newest Batman film. Like, I think that shocked everybody.
Now, the one other thing, this one isn't mine. Somebody in the chat from when I had Imakuni on a couple weeks ago, had an idea for Gerald Robotnik. And ever since I saw that in chat, I can't think of anyone else in the role. And it probably wouldn't be them, but it's inspired.
Yeah?
Gerald Robotnik, played by Christopher Lloyd.
Oh my goodness. I feel like, yes, because
crazy Doc Brown.
Yeah, that would.
And gone off the deep end. I know that Christopher Lloyd is like 90 now. He's very old. He isn't going to be able to do much, but all Gerald Robotnik does is sit in a chair and talk for 2.5 minutes. It would take a day of filming. No physical activity, no stunts, nothing. You could get him in. It's perfectly viable.
And, you know, would be a fair choice for Jim Carrey's, you know, grandfather.
I hadn't even thought of it from that angle, but yeah. Who better to be Jim Carrey's grandfather than Christopher Lloyd?
Which I'm really not, also, I guess, just to put this into light, like, I know Jim Carrey was saying that he was going to be retiring soon, and I know a lot of people are worried if he's going to be in the third movie now, because they're not sure.
I think he's actually going to do it. I think he is.
I hope so, because that'd be really, obviously, I'm sure whoever they fill in the role would be just, they would be great.
They said that they wouldn't recast Robotnik, that they would just write him out, and that I've thought about, and you can make Sonic Adventure 2 work without Robotnik. You can have Shadow be the one to collect the emeralds himself. It still works.
And it would be different in the sense that, you know, the first two movies were very much so centered around Dr. Robotnik. This movie is now centered around another big bad, which is
it would be
Shadow.
Fine. If I had to bet, I would bet that Jim Carrey will actually return as Robotnik.
I hope so.
That the directors have said that they are going to pitch him a script, that they're not quite taking him at his word, or at the very least they are taking it as a challenge, and that they will try and entice him to come back, but they have said if he chooses not to, that there is no alternate to Jim Carrey for Robotnik, that they would find a way to make it work without him, and I am glad that they have that stance. I would not want to see them recast it.
No, it would be sad. It would be really sad to see a recast. So no, I was not aware of that at all. So no, I'm very happy to hear as well that they have that stance with everything. And I feel like a lot of people will be very happy.
Yeah.
Sad in the sense that if he doesn't return, but at the same time, relieved to know that he's just not going to be recast by somebody else.
It wouldn't
Yeah.
work. It just, his performance is too iconic. He's not some secondary character.
Mm-hmm.
Half the people that went to see the first movie went because of him.
Literally. Well,
in the dark days of the first trailer, people were saying, I might go to see Jim Carrey as Robotnik.
I feel like I was one of those individuals.
Oh, I was one of those individuals. I was absolutely one of those individuals.
Oh my goodness. And it's just really going to be interesting to see, like, not to just jump entirely right back to who's going to play Shadow, but I feel like I'm just so uncultured. I had never really, like, known of Sonic's voice for the movie. I had
really
no,
hadn't
like,
either.
yeah, so he was totally new to me, but he's excellent. I love him as Sonic. I think he's fantastic for the role. But yeah, that was a name that I was not aware of in the slightest. So I was like, oh, well, that's, hidden gem. We love to see it, yes. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see if they do the same for Shadow.
I'm very optimistic for the movie, that they have earned my trust with the first two films, that even if I get, like I said, the only thing that I'll be genuinely disappointed by if they don't have it is Maria, but like I said, I think I think it's very reasonable to expect that. And
yeah, no, I would be, like, as equally disappointed if they just somehow wrote her out when she literally is like the center point around Shadow's everything.
But they've
His
been
motives.
so good about everything else that I fully expect them to get that layup. I'm not worried about it.
And that's how I feel too. I'm optimistic. I'm very optimistic about it because for the longest time, I wasn't really consuming too much Sonic media, if that makes sense. And I wasn't just too, like, sure, the new games, I was like, oh, that's cool, but I wasn't really, like, super, like, oh, I need to jump on this game. Like, everything just
I have not played many since to myself.
Yeah,
So.
like, everything just felt kind of flat for a while when it came to Sonic and all that. Not obviously, I'm sure that there are some that absolutely love the more recent games that have come out and all that. But it really wasn't until the Sonic movies that came out that I was like, wow, these are fun. These are really cute. I like them. I like these. That I was like, wow, this is really good. I'm enjoying these a lot. It was just, obviously, again, it's their own story. Very much so their own story. They're very much so taking, like, I think especially so in the second movie. That's where they really took, like, hardcore, like, hey, we're getting inspiration from the games now. The first movie was literally just like Donut Lord and Sonic the Adventure, pretty much. But
like I said, because to be fair, the early Sonic games just didn't have plot. That it was the evil Dr. Robotnik has kidnapped a bunch of small animals to power his machines. Please save the small animals and stop the evil robots.
Right.
That there wasn't deep lore. There wasn't underlying story. There was no dialogue, character interactions. That didn't come till later. So for the establishing story, they were able to just write whatever they wanted, and I thought they wrote a very good establishing story.
I thought so too. Again, because it's kind of I would compare it. I would say even on the level of, like, the recent Mario movie that came out.
Yeah.
Obviously, so many people, including myself, loved the movie. I thought it was great. I very much so enjoyed it. I loved all of the references and everything. But the story itself, obviously, it was very simple. Very simple story. It wasn't, like, super in-depth or anything like that, and that was A-okay with me, and that is exactly how I feel about the Sonic movies as well. As long as they are just good. They are just
if
cute
they're fun,
films.
then it's been done right.
Exactly. As long as they're just fun films, because again, I know they're very much so trying to, like, appease the broad audience, the wide audience, to people that, are like, what the heck is a Sonic? What is that?
The kids who might not have played Sonic Adventure 2, which is years old at this point.
Yes. We don't talk about the age of
Nope.
the came out. Nope. None talking of such things. But no, like those are very fair points because man, just again, I just really hope it's gonna be a fun film. But I didn't even consider that hopefully they wouldn't that they will, you know, include Maria. I'm gonna write a letter and be like, excuse me, how dare you put such a very important this movie? How
you're cutting out a bit. I'm thinking it might be Discord's limiter or something.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. it's just me being silly, just being like, how dare you? How gosh darn diddly dare you do this and not include Maria? Oh yeah, no, it's just me being silly. It's probably worth cutting that part out.
Yeah,
oh my
it's been
goodness.
nice. We've been seeing some really good adaptations, and you mentioned the Mario movie, and yeah, it was simple, but again, simple story. There's not a lot to work off of, even to this day in terms of Mario lore. There isn't a ton of it. It's never been the focus of Mario, and that all that really mattered was you get in some of the reference, you get in the music, you get in the characters, and you have some fun stuff, and that was a very fun movie.
It was, absolutely.
That I was deeply impressed with Chris Pratt's performance. I had to remind myself at multiple times during the movie, just there were moments where occasionally a certain inflection of his voice reminded me that it was Chris Pratt, and I, in my seat in theory, was like, oh yeah, that is him. Wow, I forgot. That the fact that I forgot shows how good he did.
Absolutely.
And obviously, Jack Black from day one, we all knew that was inspired casting. Home run, not even close. Amazing.
Not even close. And I also love Charlie Day for, you know, Luigi. I thought that was great too.
Yeah.
I thought he was a spot-on Luigi. It was great.
I forget who played him. I loved Cranky Kong. I thought Cranky Kong was amazing.
Oh gosh, I can't even think of the name either. I
heard some people did not like Cranky Kong's performance. I was like, what are you talking about? That was probably my favorite character other than Bowser.
Yeah, no, a lot of the actors, a lot of just the overall voices, they were pretty spot on. They were very much so spot on. I was very impressed. And again, like the Toad, I love Toad's voice. I think the only two that were maybe just like it's just like small, the smallest, pickiest of complaints. I think the only two that I was just kind of like, they're okay, they're all right, was maybe like Peach and Donkey Kong. Like they were fine, you know, like they were all right. It wasn't anything that I was like,
in the film was bad.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone did a solid performance, but just the amount of obvious, you know, heck W's that people had at the fact that Chris Pratt was voicing Mario. Everyone was just like, this is the worst timeline. This is the worst
you
possible
think about
ending.
a lot of his other performances, and that he has not really been asked to go outside of his normal vocal range, so people were thinking that is all he is capable of. And that it was nice to see that he, in fact, is capable of more. And speaking of which, speaking of voices and what is expected and what is not, we had the big announcement less than a week ago that the game voice of Mario, Charles Martinet, is retiring. Oh,
really?
Had you not heard this, Kohi?
No!
This was like, oh my. This had been like front page news last Wednesday, Thursday-ish, that Charles Martinet has done his last game. And that the interesting thing of it was, they announced the next Mario game, Super Mario Bros. Wonder, a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
That wasn't Charles. In that trailer, it was the new voice actor.
Oh my goodness. I had no idea.
And I think that is the most brilliant move that Nintendo could have possibly done. Because the minute that people, you know, hear, all right, it's not going to be Charles, you can't imagine it not being Charles because it has only ever been Charles.
Right.
But
oh my goodness.
That trailer came out, and a couple people around the internet heard a difference and said, I don't think that's Charles. And the vast majority of people shut them down and was like, no, what are you talking about? That's obviously him. You're hearing things that you're trying to be a conspiracy theorist. And that now those people are like, ha, I saw it, but what a way to just the proof of concept, the legitimization, because if the sequence instead was you announce Charles is retiring and then drop the Super Mario Brothers Wonder trailer, people are now actively listening for differences, and that they are going to very likely say, they're doing fine, but I can hear the difference. It's obviously not Charles. You can hear that they're forcing it and that they'd be looking to nitpick it. But the fact that they slipped it in under the radar and was like, here's the trailer, and that nobody was
the wiser
was calling
at the
it out.
time.
Or at the very least, that the number of people that were calling out were few and far in between, and that the vast majority were questioning it. Even when people brought up the concept of it being someone else, were unsure, not convinced.
No,
that now it's kind of like, you can't go and criticize their performance now because you couldn't tell the difference.
Literally.
The vast majority of people couldn't tell the difference. And they announced just today that they're going to be doing a Super Mario Brothers Wonder Direct sometime in a week or so, I think. And my guess is that's going to be the formal farewell to Charles and unveiling of the new actor. That's my guess.
Well, that is, although it is very sad, at the same time that is exciting, because I agree then, because I just live under a gosh darn rock, apparently, and that somehow just flew over the radar for myself, because I had no idea. I genuinely had no idea. And no, like, I agree. I heck and check and agree that was a very smart move by Nintendo then, in the sense that, you know, there really was no means of, like, you know, speculation, trying to like be overcritical, listening in, like you were saying. Like, no, that was an incredibly smart move. I applaud Nintendo in that regard, because it's kind of like when, you know, they eventually had to get like a new Mickey actor and all of that, like just that transition, because you think about like the original voice and you're like, that voice is sentimental to me, and when you change that, I'm gonna know the difference from here on out, and it's always just gonna sound different to me. It's just not gonna be the same. And you know, people are not always okay with change. Like, even if it does sound good, they're just like, but it's not them. It's not the original voice. And yeah, that was a very good choice. That was a very good decision on their part, indeed.
Also, hi there, Pumpkin. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. This is Vtuber Talk. I'm Jay. I'm talking with Kohi. We're talking about, we had been talking about Sonic Adventure 2 for a while, talking about who you think might play Shadow in the movie, and then went from one voice actor for a iconic video game character to another, with the announcement of Charles Martinet stepping down as Mario's voice actor. And actually, Bastion in the chat mentions that the direct is actually going to be on Thursday, so it's sooner than I thought.
Oh my goodness, that's very exciting.
Hi there, Pumpkin. Welcome on in. I hope you had a good stream. Really appreciate you stopping by. If you need to get some food, rest, or if you've just run out of energy after a good long stream, I hope you had a wonderful day. Stick around if you feel like, but if you need to be on your way, have an awesome day, night, time zone. But yes, Mario and Charles has been given the title, I forget if it, Mario Ambassador. So he's, you know, it's the equivalent of like an emeritus title, an honorific sort of, that I'm sure he'll still be part of different promotional tours and whatnot, and that he's being given, you know, he's not being written out of history by Nintendo of, okay, you're no longer the voice actor for Mario, we're going to pretend you don't exist. That he's being given a very respectful retirement. It is not entirely clear if it was Charles or Nintendo that initiated. My guess is it had to have been Charles that initiated that. There is no reason for Nintendo to force a change on someone so iconic unless they are, you know, at the point that they just can't perform or don't want to perform anymore, and that my guess is that Charles would have been the one to initiate that conversation.
And I don't even know, like, how old Charles is at this point, because, like, you know,
76, I think. He's in his 70s.
That's
he's
getting
an older
there,
gentleman.
so...
He's been playing Mario for 30 years.
Yeah, that's a long time. I completely understand the want and the need to, you know, start thinking about, you know, it's like, I think it might be that time. you know, as
Sorry, I
as
did
I'm
reverse
sure.
67.
Oh, heck it, well, it's still, you know, like that's still up there. Absolutely. Like that's still a significant amount of time to commit to a particular role even. Yeah. Like
Mhm.
that's a very, very long time. So I do not blame him in the slightest because, you know, again, I can only imagine what he was even feeling like trying to debate over said choice if he did in fact, you know, initiate that conversation because, you know, it's not easy on any side, but either way, that makes me so happy to know that, you know, he's gonna be treated with the respect and all of the love and appreciation that he deserves for genuinely, like that's the power of a voice. That is
Mhm.
the genuine power of a voice. He has created so many childhoods, so many memories for so many people with his voice, just his voice alone.
And that he's created
And-
the guide for the new voice actor, that you can very much tell that they are trying to be Charles Martinet, and that
Right.
that is going to persist. That
Mhm.
this isn't going. It's very clearly not Chris Pratt. Let's just say that.
It's not-
If
it's not
anything,
Chris Pratt.
you know, if in the blind I had to bet is the new voice actor Chris Pratt or a female, I would bet a female because the register is very high. My guess is it's probably still a guy, but I also
Yeah.
could say, you know, I think that's a vocal register that could potentially be hit by a woman. That's entirely possible, but
Yeah.
we'll find out. And it is also brought up in the chat that Charles also played Wario, Waluigi, and Luigi. And will the new VA take on the full quartet, or will they individually cast? And we've been given no indication on that.
Yeah, that's very interesting because now sometimes I forget that. I forget that. Yeah, he did all of those voices. My goodness gracious. Ugh. Such a talented man. My goodness gracious. And that's he's just again, I just have so much appreciation for just voice actors, voice actresses in general, just acting,
Yeah.
actors, again.
You actually had mentioned to me how much you just enjoy voice acting, both the performance and just the art itself.
Yeah, because it's through voice acting. It's through like the energy, the life, the just the charisma, the fun that a voice can bring to a character. That they literally are the life essence of a character. And that obviously ranges from all different types of media. That ranges from cartoons, that ranges from movies, like animated films, that ranges from video games. It ranges like it's everywhere. And just the impact that someone's performance, someone's just voice in general, like just putting it out there like a general voice. Like I know this is so like flip flop, just going on.
Well, I was about to ask, are there any
going this way.
voice actor performances that are really just iconic and timeless for you, or one that perhaps when you were younger sort of brought your awareness to voice acting?
Well, when I was a very small little digital virus, there is a voice actress in particular when I was younger. One of my all-time favorite movies when I was young was The Little Mermaid from Disney. And Jodie Benson is, to this day, one of my just favorite voice actresses, just favorite actresses just ever. Her voice is it's so pretty. She gave all of the life to Ariel, and Ariel is iconic character that so many resonate with because she's, you know, like she embodies like wanting to be adventurous. She embodies like just wanting, you know, like just everything that, you know, a young girl wants in their life at that time. Yeah. And it's me being a very small digital virus that time myself. I was just like, she's so pretty and I like her. It's a character that will live on with me forever. And, you know, the characters, they just continue from there on. Like Jack Skellington is a huge character for me. I love Jack Skellington. He is so good. He's amazing. And I'm so uncultured in the sense that it was Danny. Was it Danny Elfman who did voice him? I know
Danny
someone
Elfman
sang.
did the singing
Okay, because I know someone sang for him, and then
Yes.
someone did the acting for him.
I
Yes,
actually just
like-
looked it up because I wasn't entirely sure myself. Chris Sarandon was the voice of Jack Skellington.
Right. Okay. Because Jack is fantastic. I'm a big fan of Jack Skellington because he's just, again, just another one of those characters that has created so many memories, it brings so much joy in the spookiest kind of way ever, because, you know, Jack the Pumpkin King and all of that, King of Halloween. But he created so many childhoods, just created so many memories that people will hold on to for the rest of their lives. Like, there is just so much that goes into like resonating or attaching to a particular character in general. And that's where like a lot of my interests even like just evolve from, is just either like a specific character that I like, whether it be just from, you know, their initial design, or again like their voice in general. Like it's such a powerful thing, and it's such a beautiful thing, and it makes me so happy. And again, it's just the impact, the sheer impact that is behind voicing a character. It is insane just how much you can, you know, either motivate, fuel someone with creative energy, like all of that drive to just do other things just because, you know, you voice this character. But this character, again, just means so much and is so near and dear to so many people's hearts. It's like, you did that. You're the one. You voiced that character. You're the reason that so many people love said character as much as they do. And it's just, it's so good. It gets me all like, it warms the depths of my coding just thinking about it. And once again, I'm so uncultured, but another major performance. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. Types aggressively. Look it up really, really quick. I can't believe I can't remember him. Roger Clark. He is the voice of Arthur Morgan from Red Dead Redemption 2. Man, he is. I mean, Red Dead Redemption 2. The entire cast, you know, just very much so from that game is just phenomenal. Rockstar has always been very good about, you know, choosing who they pick for their roles and all of that. It's just always been very, you know, it's up there. It's very much so up there, high tier for sure. But yes, Roger Clark, his performance with Arthur Morgan, Arthur Morgan is now just known as like, you know, obviously to each is their own, but could very well be one of just the most iconic video game characters out there, like one of the most iconic video game characters out there, just due to performance alone. And I can't remember exactly, but I don't know if he was maybe nominated for like his performance for Arthur Morgan. I think one of the years.
He did win Best Performance at the Game Awards in 2018. I am checking Wikipedia right now.
Yeah, and it just goes to show. That just goes to show just how much impact. There is just so much power behind voicing a character, no matter what that character may be, even if it's just like a small character, even, you know, like depending on the role that they have, like it's just, if it's done right, that character could then again resonate with so many different people, and it's all age ranges for that matter as well, like from kids to adults, you know, like it doesn't stop just at like, oh, you know, this character just, you know, perhaps it resonates with some kids, but it's like, no, I'm sure there's plenty of adults out there that are like, yes, I love that character. Again, especially growing up with like just Disney in general, loving a bunch of Disney movies, like just from Pixar to the classic Disney films that were animated like in the 90s and all of that, like, just from their performances, word for word, all of there's so much magic. There really is just so much magic behind
that golden age of Disney, and just those voice actors, which in many cases would not really go on to do many iconic things outside of Disney, that they usually were able to, you know, continue to voice act characters sometimes in TV series or sequels, or might have roles in other Disney films, but that you don't necessarily... You didn't have Hollywood casting for voices back then like you do now.
For sure. And gosh, one of the most pleasant surprises I ever had when it came to a Disney movie, it's not like I'd say it's a more recent Disney film. It still came out quite some time ago. But have you ever seen the movie Tangled? Have you ever seen the movie Tangled with Rapunzel? And yeah, so I was very excited to, you know, hear about like who was gonna voice Rapunzel, who are all the voices and everything. And it was such a pleasant surprise to hear that Mandy Moore was the voice for Rapunzel, because since I was a very small digital virus, I loved Mandy Moore. So that was just like, oh my god, she sings like an angel. It's perfect. And just her, it's so good. It's so good. And just, we love to see it. We love to see it. And you know, again, I don't want to say like, obviously, very much so, 90s Disney, that was the golden age. For sure. Golden age of Disney, 110%. But, you know, like, it just really depends. Just really depends. When you find that perfect voice, it will capture a character's essence. And again, that character will resonate with so many different people. Again, just from the performance alone, just from being attached to said voice and all of that. And it's just, it blows my mind. To this day, it blows my mind just how, again, just how magical that all is. And I have so much love and appreciation for all of the incredible talent and skill that goes into truly bringing characters to life. Again, either from Disney or from video games or from just any form of type of media, which again, obviously, you know, just in general, just actors and actresses, they, you know, even if they're not like voicing behind a character or anything like that, love to see it. But again, when there's just that character that you hold on to for the rest of your life, it's just, when you look back on said character, it's just like, oh, well, that was a time in my life where, you know, I did this with my family, or we were on that trip or something. Like, all of these just beautiful memories come flowing back. And again, that's all because of said person who put that performance into said character. I nowadays, man, the amount of times that I have just gone back to watch like the Toy Story 3 trilogy. Just like the Toy Story 3 or Toy Story 2 and 1. And 4 was okay. You know, have my thoughts about the fourth one, but but just the like the Toy Story trilogy, especially so like Pixar, like they just so many moments that one can recall from listening back on said performances, on said just watching said movies. Like it makes so many so happy. At least me personally, I feel so much joy whenever I go back to watch said films, because they just everything was just so good, just so perfect, just for its time, for everything. And again, I just have so much love and appreciation for anyone who just brings that life to a character, even if it's, and you know, that's what kind of just trailing it all back now. That's what I really do hope to bring with Kohiato Kilobyte. I really do hope to, you know, put that life, put that essence, put that, you know, that bubbliness, that energy into her, because, you know, that's what I imagine her to be. I really do hope to, you know, every stream, every time and time again, even if we're just playing games, no matter what sort of activity that we're getting into for said day, I always want to give it my all, because, you know, that's just how I like it to be. I really always want to do my absolute best 110% time and time again, because that's what, you know, my community deserves. And that's what, you know, anyone that perhaps is not familiar with me and, you know, has only just tuned in on said particular day that I'm streaming, I really do hope that they enjoy themselves. And I always want to give my best, because you never know. You never know when a new face is gonna pop in, and I just want to, you know, just want them to have a good time. And that's what matters most to me at the end of the day. But putting that out there as well, I am by no means a professional voice of anything. It's just very much so just a passion of mine.
Well, I think you do a very good job, and I think you're very much succeeding in that goal that you have just with your streaming. But, you know, I've posed several hypotheticals to you, and I will pose yet another. It can be a game, a movie, TV series, a Broadway show, what have you. Do you have any dream roles? This piece of media is being remade. It has been greenlit already, and it's going to happen. And the original actor has already confirmed that for whatever reason, they cannot reprise their role. whether it is because they are no longer with us or they are too busy with other projects or what have you, that the original actor is not able to reprise the role, period. So it's going to be recast regardless. This project is happening. You can't stop the project from happening. So the role is there for the taking. What role would you want?
Oh gosh.
And you can mention multiple. If there are multiple, I'm not going to make you pick one.
Oh well, I mean, the itty bitty digital virus in me, again, that just grew up with Disney and Disney princesses and all that. I think everyone at no matter the gender, no matter your gender, if you want to be a Disney princess, go for it. Absolutely. Don't let your dreams be dreams. And then I feel like at some point in your life you'd be like, I wonder what it would be like to be a Disney princess one day, to just really just embody what it is to be a Disney princess. That would be a dream and a half.
Would it just be Ariel, or is there another?
Well, I also really like Rapunzel. I am a big fan of Rapunzel as well. So the quirky ones, the ones that got some silliness to them, and they're very creative, and they all got their little things about them. But I also really like Belle. Belle is another major Disney princess I really like. Belle is because she just has such a kind, such a sweet heart, and obviously very much so shown when she meets the Beast, and eventually things aren't so bad between them, and starts warming up to him and everything, and she just and she herself, you don't really get to see it too much, unfortunately, just due to the situation that happens in the movie and all that, but she herself wanted adventure. She wanted a life of adventure to explore and all that. Belle is lovely. She is lovely indeed. So many characteristics of Belle that I love and appreciate very much. But then beyond that, I mean, I'm already kind of living the dream being an anime waifu kind of character here, but but I feel like, everyone. So one day, voicing some kind of, anime, and some Japanese anime maybe at some point, and then not focusing on a particular studio or what have you in particular, but maybe Studio Trigger. That would also be a massive dream. I'd be dead. I don't know. I wouldn't even know what to do with my became a reality. Again, that's shooting real far, real high up there, because they are, very good in many much aspects and all that they do. As well as getting top tier voices to voice their characters that they have with any original stories that they have and all of that. But yes, they are very much so high tier in those regards. So Disney princess in some kind of maybe perhaps Studio Trigger anime. Again, these are dreams that it would be again out of the.
I asked for the dreams.
That's true. That's very, very true. Gosh, I mean, I feel like just another dream of mine would just to even have an official role that that I was able to even audition for, to even have that opportunity to audition, and then even if no matter what it is, no matter the big if it's a big role, if it's a small role, to know that I was able to voice in some kind of official project, if that makes sense, whether it's an animation, whether it's in a game. That just in itself would be insane. Just absolutely insane to me. I would be so honored and genuinely so happy to be part of any kind of official project like that. And I really gotta continue my training arc, though. I'm gonna keep doing my best, and we'll see what the future holds. But that would just in general, to be a part of some kind of official project, no matter again if it's an indie game, if it's just a small little animation project, to know that I was able to hopefully for the better add some kind of some positive energy, be able to add something that benefited the project as a whole, and whoever was behind the project, their vision, I was able to help them bring that to fruition. You know what I mean? I was able to give it life. I was able to just absolutely help it just make their dreams come true in a sense. Yes, like I'm just, you know, that's just really what I hope to be able to do someday. Again, no matter the if the project is big or small, that would be amazing to be a part of some kind of project in future time that I can be like, look, I voiced in this thing and it's great. And I'm so happy.
Well, you never know. There's been VTubers that have been cast in things under their VTuber names. It's already happening, and like you said, whether that be a Trigger anime or a smaller indie project, whether it be animation or gaming, that you know, it's been happening. That the industry is noticing VTubers, and whether it be you sending in a reel as Kohiato Kilobyte or the person behind, and that you might include some clips of your streams as part of your reel.
Yeah.
But that, you know, nothing's impossible, and you never know how things might turn out.
You really don't. You really don't know how things will turn out. And, you know, I'm just gonna keep doing my thing. I'm gonna keep doing my best to improve on my abilities, because again, I have a lot to work on. But you know, I'm hopeful no matter what comes to me in the future. And again, I'm just having a good time. I'm just having a good old heckin' time all around. And again, if I you know, somehow in some way do have said opportunity, I will be so eternally grateful for said opportunity. And yes, it'll be wonderful. It will be awesome.
Yeah. Speaking of Studio Trigger, I know, like you mentioned, that you are a big fan of a lot of their work, and going back to the first work that they had as Studio Trigger, for those who aren't familiar, Studio Trigger has been around since about 2014, but they were, or at least the core of Studio Trigger is formerly Studio Gainax, which famously did Neon Genesis Evangelion, Panty and Saga with Garter Belt, many others, and were considered some of the best in the industry. And that company sort of collapsed, but then the remnants created Studio Trigger and just continued along their merry way. And you can very much see the inspiration, and, well, not even inspiration, you can see the talent and the continuation of their style, both visually and in terms of storytelling. The first show that they ever actually released as Studio Trigger was Kill la Kill, which is a very strong cup of tea, shall we say. And I know it's one that you enjoy. So, is there anything in particular that really struck you about Kill la Kill? And are there any characters that really turned your head? That I know you have a figure of a particular character, but it's also the character that... It's not the character that I would necessarily expect you to have as your favorite, but that's just because there's another character that very much strikes me as your type.
Yeah, I think I know who you're referring to.
Oh yes,
when
it's not
saying
subtle at all.
such. Yeah. But it's also just really difficult for me to like pick an absolute fave in Kill la Kill, because I have such appreciation for like all of the characters in Kill la Kill. I love Ryuko, I love Senketsu, I love Mako, I love Satsuki, I love Nui. I'm pretty sure that's how you say her name. Yes, Nui.
Yes.
The pink lady who be a little
pink parasol crazy lady.
Yes, pink parasol crazy lady. But you know, if they did come out with a figure of her, I would very much so want that. I'm just saying. But no, like so I loved Kill la Kill's like first, I guess you would say, arc, or like the first part of it, like that really was just, you know, like the story was like the way that it was building up the mystery behind like Ryuko's past and all of that. Like it drew me in immediately. And then the twist that occurs, you know the twist that I mean, like the big twist that occurs where it's like, oh, all this time Satsuki, we were like against Satsuki, but actually, however, it's not like that at all. It's not like that at all. She wants the same thing that Ryuko wants. She wants to get rid of the big bad that we are then introduced to in like the second arc, and that you don't see that all the time in anime. At least maybe I'm just naive to that, but that genuinely shocked me. I'm like, this this anime was like a 10 and now it's a 20. Like, what? Like, I was so in.
I remember I called the twist regarding Ryuko and Satsuki the week before it happened, that I was talking with a friend and I said, we've seen these pieces and we haven't seen those pieces.
Yeah.
And I think this would make sense. And sure enough, next week rolls around, new episode drops, and I messaged them like, I told you, I called it.
I called it. I told you. Absolutely called it. Well, we love to see it. I'm that individual where I feel like I try to call things, but at the same time, I'm also just like that very just, I don't want to say blank kind of watcher, but I'm also just like, I'm just excited to see what happens next. But it's always fun to theorize for sure.
But that's the thing, because usually I'm just sort of along for the ride as well, and I might theorize once in a blue moon, and that this was a rarer moment that I like had a theory and talked about it with a friend just before it happened, because that's usually not how I watch things either, actually.
Yeah. But no, I mean, I applaud you for catching that, because again, it caught me so off guard. I was blown away by it. Even like, again, it was a 10, then it became like, it just, that is what like solidified it as like one of my favorite animes ever. It's very much so. If there is someone who has not seen Kill la Kill, it is super over the top, but you know, to be fair, that's how a lot of Studio Trigger
That's what Studio Trigger
animes are.
They are over the top. The one time that they made a feature-length film in Promare, I watched that film and I walked out of that film saying, Studio Trigger just took all of the budget and insanity that they would normally spread over 12 or 24 episodes and crammed it into 2 hours.
Literally. But it's so good. Because, I mean, and respectively, you know, full respect with Promare. That's why you kind of gotta love Promare. The fact that the ridiculousness of it all, like it was just a fun ride. It really was just a fun ride where I just shut my brain off and I was just enjoying myself so much. It's the colors, the animation. Again, Studio Trigger is amazing, high tier, like exponential class at what they do. They know it. They know that they're good at what they do. So, but yes, Promare was very much so a fun ride. But Kill la Kill specifically, I was very invested in the story. I was very invested in the characters, and especially, man, Senketsu. I cried for like 30 minutes. Don't look at me. It broke me so much. Just even like the small little lines of like, listen, you know, all girls eventually grow out of their sailor uniform and, you know, they move on. And I'm just like, no, but you don't have to move on. It doesn't have to be this way, but it was, and that's how it went. But it was great.
Yeah, and Studio Trigger is not afraid to pull some emotional punches. They're also not afraid to just completely jump the shark, go off the deep end, and sometimes say, logic, what's that?
Basically, and, you know, with the logic and saying, like, what is the logic? You know, sometimes, not even sometimes,
Don't
a lot
worry
of their
about
stories...
It's the rule of cool.
Exactly. A lot of their stories, you know, somehow they always end up in space. You know, somehow, in some way,
it's always aliens.
It's always aliens in space. That's just how it goes 9 times out of 10. But that's okay. You know, we embrace it, especially so, you know, if it really makes sense with the story, that it's like, you know, I mean, again, I believe I've said this to you prior to the stream today, but I'm one of those people where I very much so acknowledge and I own up to that I am a big Studio Trigger just fangirl. I just am. I'm a big Studio Trigger fan.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Because I know some people will be like, but listen, you can't be giving them excuses, but there's this plot hole and then this, but it's like, okay, but
yes,
and yes, and what of it? I'm very much
I fail
so
to
one
see
of
where
those
this is my
fans.
problem.
Exactly. Like I'm just enjoying. They give out the content I will consume. Again, the tastiest of snacks, the tastiest of treats indeed. Or a full-grown meal, or a full heckin' meal, again, in like Kill la Kill's, Kill la Kill's case. I also really enjoyed Little Witch Academia, another project by them. I really enjoyed Panty and Stockings, another big one. Again, so there's a lot of elements from Studio Trigger that I kind of, mainly from like, I guess like a lot of my interests, but a lot of elements are just, with Kohi in particular, especially her hair, I really did try to get kind of like a Studio Trigger vibe, if that makes sense. I've really tried to put that in there a little bit, because my big swish here, my big swish on the top of my head.
That is a very Ryuko Matoi swish, isn't it? Now that
Very
you mention
Ryuko,
it.
very Ryuko Matoi, but also Panty from Panty and Stocking.
You're
If you've
right.
seen like, yeah, the banana kind of like do that she got going on with her hair.
And they've announced season 2. They've said it's going to happen. I'm still not entirely sure if I believe it, frankly.
Honestly, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, they announced it, but like, are we sure? Are we sure?
Is this them just milking the gag? Are they just like continuing the gag? Because the way the last episode of Panty and Stocking ends is, again, out of left field, totally absurd, but also perfectly meta and in step with what Studio Trigger would do. That I saw it, and it says at the end of it, to be continued in season 2. And I knew right, I was like, there's not going to be a season 2. If anything, the declaration here that there will be a season 2 is confirmation that it will never happen. That this is them just playing the bit. And that's why I'm still slightly paranoid. In actuality, I do think there will be season 2. I don't think that they're actually pulling their leg. But it almost feels like it, because for it to come back a decade later.
Yeah, it's surreal. It's mind-boggling to think, like, wow, it's literally been like...
The other piece of it is, that wasn't a Studio Trigger show. That was Gainax.
Mm-hmm. That was Gainax. That is correct.
The other reason why it's never going
to
probably happen is because you don't know where the rights wound up. That did they actually get the rights, and that's before asking creatively, did they ever want to make a season 2?
Right. And I mean, I'm very excited again if they were able to obtain the rights, if it actually is going to become a thing. But I also really hope that, like, it's obviously Panty and Stocking in general is one of those shows that it was very much so known for its like blunt.
It is as crude as it comes. The one-liner I use is, it is Powerpuff Girls meets early South Park.
Yes.
Not modern South Park, which is like parody and satire of real-world events. We're talking early South Park, where it is just vulgar jokes and innuendos and tee-hee toilet humor. And it embraced that, and that was everything it wanted to be, and it was what it wanted to be, and it succeeded in what it set out to do.
Absolutely. So then, because of that, it really does make me wonder how it would receive, I guess, if that makes sense.
I think that because it's established and people know what it is, that it'll be fine. I'm not sure how would a new series with that sensibility do? It would probably still be fine, but I think since it is at this point, like, it's a decade old at this point, that it's not a classic, but perhaps a modern classic, and that people will walk in understanding this is a crude, rude show, and that it would be more likely to get flack if it wasn't its crude, rude self.
That's exactly where I was getting at, because it's like, if it's not what it originally was, then I just feel like maybe they shouldn't pick it up again if they're going to turn it into something completely different, because it just won't feel the same. You know what I mean? It won't be the same show that it was. And I can appreciate trying something new, trying something different and all of that, but the reason so many people liked the show back in the day for what it was is because of what it was, what the crudeness, again, like the vulgarness of it all, and just the Western style, that iconic like Western animated cartoon style, and then they had their moments of like super over the top Gainax anime moments, and
And then every so
it was
often they
great.
had like a physical prop that they would blow up.
Yes. Yes. It's a ride. It is a ride.
Mhm.
Again, if there is anyone that has not seen Panty and Stocking, just
It's 12 episodes. It's very
Yeah.
easy to watch, and
strap
it's-
in.
And frankly, it's one that you can enjoy in Japanese or in English. That
Mhm.
I'm very much of the opinion that if it was made and dubbed after 2010, odds are it's a fine dub. I acknowledge that,
Yeah.
late 90s, early 2000s, dubbing quality is going to be very hit or miss. And I understand that that's why some folks who grew up in those times are a bit skittish about dubs. But the Panty and Stocking dub was, I think that one is an all-timer. It is so good, and there's a good chunk of people that actually prefer the dub to the sub because it is so Western and it is so
Yeah.
just over the top and vulgar. And
Mhm.
so definitely
It
recommend
just suits it. Yeah, absolutely. And that's even something that like I think I have to like remind myself of as well here and there, just because back in the day I was just always so used to just watching anime just in general sub, but then like you said, as times are changing now, when I start a new anime or I start a new show just in general, I'm like, wow, it recently hit me with Chainsaw Man. I watched through Chainsaw Man lately, and I didn't, for some reason, I thought the site I was watching it from didn't have the subbed version. So I'm like, okay, I guess we're gonna try this dubbed and see how it goes. And it's actually phenomenal. The dub is great. I personally really like the dub. I think it was really good. But to each is their own. Once again.
Wrapping back to one of the other trigger shows that you mentioned, Little Witch Academia. That, as we mentioned, Panty and Stocking, very crude and rude. Kill la Kill, very blatantly, not always crude and rude to the extent of Panty and Stocking, but it's rather crude and rude at times, and it's certainly, it's a very PG-13 show. It's a very
Yes.
PG-13 show. Not an
Very
R-rated show
much
by
so.
any means, but not a PG show either.
Mhm.
And that, more often than not, the vast majority of what Studio Trigger makes is going to be PG-13 rated. That, Cyberpunk Edgerunners, Darling and the Franxx, Panty and Stocking, all that jazz, that they usually
Yeah.
lean into more violent, more crude humor, or at the very least, more adult humor. And
Yes.
then you have Little Witch Academia, which is the quintessential show that if someone says, I'm trying to get my 8-year-old cousin into anime, I will refer people to Little Witch Academia. I think it is one of the best kid-friendly shows that is still fun for the family to watch. That
I agree.
there's plenty of anime that is very blatantly for children, and there's plenty of anime that is very blatantly for teens and adults. There aren't as many that hit that, the Pixar sweet spot of it is for kids, but anyone can enjoy it. And to see that from Studio Trigger, of all places, kind of throws you for a loop. And I tell people, watch Little Witch Academia and don't look at anything else from that studio. But it's so good. It is as innocent as can be. It's still got action, it's got drama, but that is a solid, like, it's probably PG technically just because of the dramatic elements, but it's like low tier. That if you're going by the Motion Picture Association of America grading scale, the only reason that it's PG and not G is because of like thrilling elements or whatever terminology they use. But you can show that to a 7-8-year-old and it's fine. Don't show it to a 5-year-old because it's probably going to be a bit too complex, frankly, anyways. But 7-8-year-old, 9-year-old, perfect age.
I feel that as well. And I mean, I watched that, when I was a much older digital virus, and I enjoyed it all the same as well. Little Witch Academia. It's such a fun show. Like, as you said, it's in comparison to Studio Trigger's other projects and all of that, it is much more much more, you know, of all ages friendly, very much so. And I'm also just a big fan of like magical girls and, you know, like just all of that. And I just, yeah, it's very much so up my alley, and I very much so enjoyed it.
It's also one of the few magical girls that is traditional Western magic.
Yeah,
Magical girls. That it's witches. There you go.
Yes, witches, and it just has such a fun cast of characters. Like I look back and I think very fondly of all the characters, and some characters that, you know, pleasant surprise that you're like, wow, another twist, in the sense of like, there was this character I was a little sus about. I wasn't so sure about them, but then they turned out to be like, oh my god.
Character growth. We love to see it.
Yes, we love character growth. We absolutely just see it 110%. Yeah,
God.
I have several favorites from that show, like Akko, Chariot, Diana. I have lots of favorites.
Yes.
And Susie. We love Susie. Susie!
Yeah, that was such a surprise because I had heard good things about it, and I was optimistic going in that I would enjoy the show. I didn't expect to enjoy it as much as I did.
I feel like I'm literally on the same page as that, because I looked at it, it looked really cute. I thought, you know, I'm
sure this will be nice. I'm sure this will be fun.
Yeah, exactly. Considering, you know, my history of liking other kind of magical girl shows and all of that, you know, I'm like, you know, this seems like, again, also love Studio Trigger. That's also just a major plus as well. It's like, you know what, let's dive into this. Let's see how it goes. And yes, I ended up liking it so much more than I thought I originally would. It's just fun. It's just a very fun show. And, you know, a lot of moments that you're just like, oh my god, so cute. So good.
And then on the other end of the spectrum, you've said that your favorite anime of all time is another anime magical girl show. Very iconic in its own regard. Frankly,
yes.
I would call it a pioneer, a game changer. It innovated an entire subgenre. Puella Magi Madoka Magica.
Yeah.
The classic of just so many shows in the years following Madoka tried to be the edgy, dark, grim magical girl phenomenon that Madoka was, and nothing has come close since. That you can see people trying so hard to be Madoka.
But there's just
like
nothing
Doko Doki
that
Literature Club, the first to do it is going to set the standard, and that the twists. If Madoka had come out after any of those other shows, it might not have become the big thing because it wasn't the first one. That the emotional punch of this concept of magical girls and the things that they do actually having these stakes, and that the source of their powers not necessarily being evil, but being hazardous and having uncertain motives. Just, it hits so hard, and that, goodness knows, that is a show that you always, if someone hasn't seen it, you just say, get to episode 3, and then decide if you want to continue or not.
Yes. Words can't even describe, like, the shock I was in when I saw that the first time.
I would call it one of the most iconic twists in anime. The chomp.
I agree 110%. Because, you know, I'm not sure who hasn't seen Puella Madoka Magica, you know, Madoka Magica at this point, but just when you think of a magical girl show, you're like, oh, happy times. We're gonna have some, you know, super over the top, you know, Sailor Moon vibes even. You know what I mean? Like super just happy times. You know, we're just
this day remains the gold standard for the magical girl genre. Of just when you think of magical girls, it's going to be Sailor Moon.
Yes, very much so. Big fan of that one as well, by the way. But with Madoka Magica in particular, again, you know, you're just like, oh yeah, this is just, you know, it's another cute anime or another cute show where these, you know, super magical girls are gonna save the world, and it's all gonna be happy-go-lucky times, and everything's just gonna be great.
Drama in Sailor Moon, goodness knows, and like the later seasons even go to some pretty dark places.
I agree. Very much so.
But Madoka is different.
Yeah, the chomp that you mentioned, that just everything is so good. Like it is
just like it is a loss of innocence moment where just worldviews are shattered in that moment. Everything that you know and expect, and just the laws of nature themselves of what should happen in a magical girl series, in a show like that. There are certain things that just don't happen.
No.
Like I said, laws of nature levels of unexpected, you don't even consider it as an option. It's not even, will this happen? It's not a could this happen, because prior to that, it couldn't. It wouldn't.
It wouldn't. It shouldn't. But maybe it. It's like, is that allowed? It's like, is that allowed?
To borrow a Star Wars line, is that legal?
Yeah, exactly. You know, it was legal enough to the point that everyone just the shock factor, because after that, after the chomp, like, again,
all
just that in itself, that in itself was the biggest shock factor at that point. But then as you continue with the show, it just continues. They just grab this giant hammer and they keep slamming against any hope. All hope is lost at that point.
Deeper and deeper. And then you get to the end of episode 11 when they play the opening theme at the end of the episode, and what a beautiful moment that was when you hear the opening theme and see the lyrics, and it's the same lyrics that you have heard and seen in every episode, and suddenly those lyrics are entirely different.
They are entirely different.
What writing there. Just
literally.
Hiding in plain sight, the degree to which you can have double meanings, duality, and then repurposing of words, and that it translated too, that it worked in English. And just realizing, everything that the song that has played at the beginning of every episode has not been about what you thought it was about, or who it was you thought it was about. And
this is a very kind of moment. It's like it's one of those shows that, you know, if you end up liking it and you're invested, it's one of those shows where you're just like, I need a minute to I need to take some time to sit down and process everything that has just occurred.
If you have not seen Madoka Magica, I am here to say that the hype is real. There's a reason that it has persisted. There's a reason that it inspired an entire subgenre, and that, you know, while I was okay giving some spoilers of certain things, like that for this one, even if you know that most people know at this point that Madoka Magica is a dark series.
It's been out for a long time.
People know, all right, it's grimdark. But if you haven't seen it and don't know the details, it's still worth watching.
It is worth the watch, 110%.
The detail work in there and the way in which things are revealed, even if you know they're coming, are so visceral that
they really
even
are.
I now am dancing around it.
And you know, another huge thing that just absolutely, for one, the animation, the the aesthetic, the
Oh my
style that
gosh.
they use for, like, elements that I will not
the
say.
background,
Yes.
the
And the music.
Oh.
Yes. The amount of times I have gone back to listen to that sound, to that OST, that soundtrack is, I can't even count, because
Phenomenal.
it's really, it really, really is. It is just, we might be gassing it up just a little bit, but not really,
Not
because
really.
it's really, it's
It-
fantastic.
It's one
worth
of
the
those
watch.
all-timers. It really
Mhm.
is. Have you seen the movies?
So I have seen. I'm trying to think. I've seen Rebellion.
Okay,
I've seen
that's
Rebellion.
the one that
yes.
matters. That's the one that matters.
Yeah.
Because the first two
mm.
movies are recap movies, and then Rebellion is the one
Okay.
that is new stuff.
I think that's what I actually heard from a friend of mine. Because when I wanted to go back to, like, I was like, I haven't seen the movies yet. I'm uncultured if I haven't seen the movies. And she was telling me, like, oh yeah, no, the other two movies, they're basically just a recap. You probably should just, you can just watch Rebellion. It'll be okay. And I'm like, oh,
Mhm.
okay, that's fine then.
And then you watch Rebellion, and for the first 10, 20 minutes, you're real confused. You're just like, wait, did I miss something? It's been a while since I watched a series. Maybe I forgot something about the ending. And then, oh
Yeah.
no, you remembered right, and it's just, And then the ending of that one. And, oof, again.
Yeah.
Because you have the original ending of the series, of those 12 episodes, and there is a certain tone to that ending. And the tone
Yeah.
to the end of Rebellion is not the same tone.
No.
That it
Not at
just
all.
it changes everything again,
It does.
breaks the
And-
laws of nature again.
Yeah, I'd
and-
even go to say that I'm sure I know a lot of fans at first felt very, like, divided about the ending.
and
I feel like
and it's the thing of, okay, so you're gonna make a fourth movie, right?
yeah,
Right.
literally, like, we need enough. We can't just
that's-
leave it here.
that's
Like,
not-
what?
Actually the end, right? And now it's been so long that I think they announced there's going to be something Madoka, but they've made spin-offs of Madoka. So even if
Yeah.
they say there's going to be something new, that does not necessarily mean that it is going to be a continuation from Rebellion. And a la Pantheon Stocking, I don't necessarily know if we'll ever get it. And even if they announce it, I'm not sure if I'll believe them.
Mm-hmm. It's again, it's like going back to Penny and Stocking all over again. It's like, oh, this is fine. It seems like, the pearly gates have opened up. It's like, it's looking good. We're getting an announcement here, but at the same time, it's like, I just don't know if I can fully believe this
Yeah,
until it
But then again,
actually
also,
is just
even if they do make a fourth movie, there's no promise that they're not just going to do it again.
true.
They could absolutely just, it's fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. They would absolutely fool us again. And they would not hesitate. Mm-mm.
Not at all. And I applaud them for that, because time and time again, it's shocking. Like, literally,
Yeah,
no
just-
joke. I'm that person where, I don't catch most things. Again, I'm just here for the ride, but especially so at any Madoka twists or turns. It's a lot to take in, to process. It's a lot, because you're just like, my whole understanding of everything that happened is just, it's was a lie. But we love it for that, so that's fine.
Yeah. It's very, very good.
It's very, very good. Again, would highly, 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 highly recommend if, my ramblings as well as Jay's ramblings were not already enough to hopefully, engage you into at least, maybe trying the first 3 episodes, maybe trying even the first episode. But as Jay said, at least go to episode 3, and then see if it's your thing or not. Yes.
Ugh. It's like we can't even discuss too much more, but also just
I know, it's like
because,
exhausting
bottom
to
line,
even just
the characters are
think
so
about
good.
it.
The production
Yeah,
values are all
so
there. The production
good.
values certainly hold up over time. That if that show were to release today and look and sound the exact same way, you would still say, "Wow, that's a really good-looking show."
I totally 110% agree. Maybe a little bit of bias, but it's true. It's true. I believe in this very so. And it really is just like surreal to think about. Like, since it did come out so long ago, it's just, I don't know, like seeing a show like that today too. Like that would just, oh my gosh. And I mean, I guess that's gonna be the 4th movie, hopefully, whenever it comes out, if it does. If it does, it would be great. I would love it. I would love to see it. Please make it a thing. Maybe, please.
Yeah, I'm
Many
torn.
people
That
would be happy.
I kind of really want a 4th movie, but in some ways I'm also okay with it ending where it is, because part of me looks at it and says, yeah, that's the point of Madoka. That's what it set out to do. That's
Really?
the whole thing of it, is that it goes against the laws of nature in what a show like that should be. And that for them to do a 4th movie and have it go the normal way, would that be a disservice to itself?
That's true. That is a good way of thinking about it as well. Because then also, yeah, you would just have to ask yourself, like, okay, well, what would they do next? What are they gonna do next? Like, are they gonna spiral it back again and move this sort of path, or like, because you know, like, as you said, it's just the path that they went down with it. It's very much so in true tone to the show's theme, to the show, like what it presents to you, what it eventually presents to you as a story. And it's a lot. It's a lot. But it's very good.
Very good.
A lot in the best kind of way ever.
And again, it's only 12 episodes and 1 movie. You don't need to watch the first 2 movies. If you really want to, you can just watch the 2 recap movies. I would encourage you to just watch the series, because at 12 episodes, it's basically the length of actually about 2 movies when you staple it all together.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I see that. Big heckin' nod. So it's really not that bad if you're just having that day where you just want to something, because I'm personally that kind of digital virus. I watch my episodes here and there, but I'm a big fan of binge watching through.
It's less
different
of a
shows.
commitment than watching the theatrical version of Lord of the Rings in one day. Much
Yes.
less the uncut version of Lord of the Rings, which
Oh.
some crazy people do.
Yeah, a family member of mine has always been pushing me to watch the uncut version of Lord of the Rings, and I'm like, that's a big commitment. I don't know when I would have time to watch all of them. And then he's just like, you have to
That's
watch
just
it.
reserving a day. That's just saying, all right, this
Exactly.
Saturday I am setting aside and I will do nothing except for watch Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. One day it'll happen. But yes, that is a massive commitment in itself, because the uncut versions, I think they're all like 4 hours long or
Yeah,
something.
it's
Crazy like that.
Yeah, I have seen all of the original releases. I have not seen all of the uncut versions. I do want to eventually see it at some point. I just haven't made time for it myself. But yeah.
And you know, and I don't blame you. Again, it's a lot. So, I mean, maybe there'll be a time where you're with your buds and you're like, hey, you know, maybe it's that time to just binge through some Lord of the Rings randomly. Maybe it's that time to just kill a day. It's fine.
Now,
Memories shall be made.
one thing that you told me when we spoke earlier in the week is that you really enjoy collecting figures, specifically Nendoroids. And that what we have to show now is actually going to tie a lot of things together. So I'm going to take us to another screen. And actually, the first one we have up is not something we've discussed before. And I wanted to wait to ask about it until we actually have it on screen. So here we go.
Sure.
Oh, I think I might also be muted. I think someone in the chat said muted. Oh, okay, perfect. Alrighty. Mm-hmm. Oh, you take your time. Yay! Yeah! We have not. And that's how it was for me personally. I'll even say my age. I was 16. I was 16 when I was first introduced to Hatsune Miku. And when I first saw one of her videos, it was on YouTube. It was her, iconic song, "The World Is Mine." That whole thing where she was performing live. It was a live concert, and she had her whole like 3D model. Yes, I was. I felt so many different things. I'm like, oh my goodness, she's so cute. Wait, but anime is real. There's real people in the audience, and then like my mind was being blown at the year of 16. I was like, oh my goodness, this is incredible. And since that point, Miku has evolved and is able to be so many different iterations and fun versions of herself. She probably gets she gets at least, I would say, 2 to 3. Oh, yeah. What happened?
I had your audio and I didn't have mine. Oops.
Oh no!
My turn to have scuff. I thought I was in there. Thank you. Well,
oh my goodness.
Well, backtracking, I had asked Kohi about where she first saw Miku. That we have a whole bunch of different Nendoroids and figures, and that we hadn't actually discussed Miku yet. So I think they did hear all of your story, though, at least from that part, yes. So
right.
the world is mine. Anime is real.
The world is
3D,
mine.
And just that it's almost the predecessor to VTubing. Not quite, because obviously it's not an actual person behind it, but the concept of digital avatar entertainment, I suppose.
Yeah, and the idea of it in the sense that for Miku with her songs, obviously they're made by artists, like people behind like her voice and everything. They make her all these different songs, all these different like iterations. Like there's just so much you can do with Miku, which you could do with any character, but Miku, just Vocaloid in general. They are the chosen ones. They can be any version of themselves that they want to be, that they are given to be. There's just so much creativity that you can do with Vocaloid, or just with the Vocaloid characters in general. But I'm very biased towards Hatsune Miku myself, and I am constantly being fed almost every month because there's so many new designs. I think she at least gets I want to say at least 3 to 4 new designs every year, because there's
the annual racer one. You have usually some celebration one for the anniversary.
The Snow Miku.
And
yeah, there's so many.
It's so cool that Miku, in a lot of ways, could have only happened in Japan for a very specific reason. It has nothing to do with the culture, which it has nothing to do with technology. It's all about language. Because Japanese is a very structured language. It is a syllabic language that has a bank of sounds and syllables, and that everything is built off of those syllables. Unlike English, which is the most convoluted, illogical language that has ever been concocted. You can tell that it's just the slurry stew of a bunch of other languages. Through, though, thought, thorough, thou, there.
The 3 theirs.
There. Yeah, and the different spellings and pronunciations. Read, read, steal. It's ridiculous. It's so illogical.
It is.
It's maddening. But Japanese is very nice and structured, and that all you need to do is the whole thing is you have the sound bank of the syllables being said, and that you can plug in the syllables and then you can then create any word, because the pronunciation of syllables, regardless of the placement in the word, is always going to be the same. Doesn't matter if there's an E at the end or something. That is it silent? Is it an an E sound? It just, it's very nice and easy in that there's no way that a Vocaloid can be practically made in English. To this day, even, that maybe we're starting to get closer, but no, still,
Yeah,
it's
like
too much.
yeah, officially wise, because again, English is hard. I have this problem every time I stream. English and binary code are literally like the only two like language that I can somewhat kind of talk with. I speak English real good, but I, you know, it's a challenge. It is an incredibly challenging language, and that being, you know, one of the only languages I know. I myself talk the worst kind of English ever, but you know, I try my best. It's fine. But yeah, like, oh my goodness gracious, just I was floored, just absolutely floored at just the concept of having a character like just a character like that, like performing live in front of like a live audience. Like, it was just the coolest thing ever, genuinely the coolest thing ever. And you know, just little moments here and there that, you know, with as they slowly but surely throughout the years have had a lot more like Hatsune Miku concerts and all of that, they slowly but surely are like upping, I wouldn't say upping, but kind of, they're upping like the performance and all of that. Like they're really giving Miku kind of like her own voice. And because I just appreciate her character so much, and have just had, she's been very near and dear to my heart for many years now. Like, just the heart that they give her, like at said live performances and all that, like they make her talk, and like they, you know, like she gets emotional, and I'm just like, oh god, oh god. So like that probably, as you said, was very much so, like, if we were to call it that, very much so like my first exposure to a type of almost VTubing, except not really, since very much so she is, you know, like a voice bank kind of character. She's a Vocaloid.
It's certainly not an AI situation. That
Right.
it is very crafted. It is very man-made. But that the idea of a virtual avatar character, certainly that type of concert, that I have to imagine the tech that was pioneered and innovated in Miku concerts, that is the basis of what the highest end VTuber concerts, you know, the HoloLive concerts are today. That they are
right.
I don't know what actual hardware they use, but I'd imagine that it is something that is based off of, iterated off of, probably very close to what is used in today's Miku concerts.
Right. I mean, for sure, because I'm sure there's, you know, I'm sure there's many layers but behind it. Again, I do next to none about what the specifics are when it comes to their concerts or what have you, but it's just so cool. Bottom line, it's just such a cool idea. And again, me as tiny baby Kohi, I was just like, this is literally one of the coolest things I've ever seen. And from there, then you know, after I saw that first initial video, I just started to listen to her music. I started to listen to a bunch of the songs that, you know, that many different artists that are very much so known within the Vocaloid community have made for her. One of my favorites being Zenbon Zakura is one of my favorites. I would say is probably my favorite. Yeah, it's hard, but there's a lot of really good Miku songs, but that one's just very sentimental to me. I just, because it's so fun, it's so catchy, there's such high energy to it, and man, especially at the concerts, I can say I have had the very much so the honor to be able to attend one of Miku's concerts way back in the day. I don't want to say too way back in the day, but somewhat back in the day, and I might have cried when I was watching, and it just is so hype. The energy that is like given at like a Miku concert very much so resembles the energy that is given to like HoloLive concerts and everything. So seeing that, and then like seeing what HoloLive, or what, you know, just what VTubers, that kind of energy, that idol kind of just like, you know, community that they bring into it and everything, it's it makes my heart and soul, all of my binary coding so happy. I am many much happy soul seeing that. And, you know, it's just, I guess because I was, you know, exposed to that, it was something that, you know, slowly but surely, you know, crawling and, you know, diving into the VTuber, just like everything, the VTuber rabbit hole.
You had a head start.
Yes, so it wasn't too foreign to me, basically. I just thought it was really cool. And I'm just like, I want to do that. That seems awesome. I want to do that. That's pretty cool. And yeah, so it definitely was not something I was like, what is this? This is strange. No, I was the total opposite. I was all in. I was all in from the start. Very, very much so.
And the one we have here is the 15th anniversary outfit, and it's this adorable strawberry shortcake type design with like spiral twin tails. And in terms of Nendoroids, this looks like a larger than normal Nendoroid. At the very least, you know, because of the hair, it has the plate as the base as opposed to the usual clear square that it has.
Yeah, that they usually come with.
This is definitely a higher end Nendoroid.
It is very much so a higher end Nendoroid. You know, have her here. Her pigtails are massive. You know, like Nendoroids in general. You don't have to be like too careful with them, if that makes sense, because you know they're petite little things. They're just chibi
plastic.
little
They're
figures.
Relatively sturdy. You know,
and they're
don't
meant
drop
to be,
them on
you know,
concrete, but
yeah, no, you wouldn't want to do that. It'd be so unfortunate. Oh Lord. But you know, because they're meant to be moved around. They have little features on them that you can like replace out the legs and all of that, the leg joints as well as the arms, and you know they're meant to be put in different positions and all of that. So you know you can just. It's a fun little figure that you can customize to your whim, and that's one of the reasons I love Nendoroids so much, because of the fun face plates that they have, just all of the love and care that Good Smile Company, and many companies at this point, there's a lot of companies now that, you know, very much so still associate and, you know, are from like, you know, directed from like Good Smile and all of that. Like usually, like if there's like I think it's like, I don't know if it's like Orange Rogue or something. I could be totally wrong about that. I am so sorry if I just absolutely said the incorrect name, but I know there's various other companies that also are now trying their hand at making, you know, like Nendoroids and all of that, but they still very much so are like shown on the Good Smile website. Like they always come back to like Good Smile, because Good Smile is very much so the ones that, you know, Nendoroids are their thing. That's one of their, you know, their figure brands. So yeah, so it always comes back to Good Smile. But yes, that's I love, again, for their chibi nature. They have such like big eyes, just a big head, cute little petite bodies and all of that. And again, the facial expressions are just one of the biggest aspects for it, because it just captures a character's essence. It captures a character's personality. And again, it's just so much fun to be able to, you know, switch them out with different characters. You're able to give them, like, if you wanted to, you could totally like take that Miku's head off and put your favorite, like, you know, your favorite other character on there, and then she, you know, she's a little strawberry maid girl, you know. It's cute, very, very cute. But yes, this one in particular is very much so on the higher end, because she's got that, you know, it's based off the they actually have a scale figure for said Miku figure as well, for the Nendoroid, and it's based off the original illustration, as they then turned it into a scale figure. But yes, this is very much so one of the more elaborate Nendoroids that they have indeed created throughout the many years that they have.
The first Nendoroid you ever owned was?
I do recall that, yes. And this whole story just turns into betrayal, sadness. I just
what have
feel
I stumbled upon?
Deception, disgrace. So, okay, so to begin with, for starters, my first Nendoroid ever. Oh, I feel like I should have sent you a picture of that. I'm so sorry. I should have included that. But so my first Nendoroid ever is, if there's anyone familiar with the franchise or just the series Black Rock Shooter, anyone familiar with the?
I am familiar with it on a conceptual level, and I saw promotional art for what I think is the most recent iteration of it.
Yeah.
I also know that the character artist for Black Rock Shooter, if memory serves, is the character artist for Kiara.
Yeah, Hyuk. We love Hyuk. Hyuk is amazing. Dude, when I saw that was so cool. That was just a moment where I was just like, that man, that is fantastic. We love that. Again, all the appreciation and love towards just artists in general. But yeah, that's just, again, one of those surreal moments where you're like, oh my god, that's so cool. But yes, we love Hugh in this house. But Hugh is actually the individual who originally created and, you know, conceptualized the design for Black Rock Shooter. And essentially, Black Rock Shooter, she's very much so compared to Hatsune Miku, because she has a very, you could call it, she looks pretty similar. She does look pretty similar to Miku. She's got the twin tails. She's got, you know, similar kind of like face and everything. But could also say, because she actually, like, she has literally nothing to do. She's not a Vocaloid. She literally has nothing to do with Hatsune Miku or anything like that. It was just very much so a giant coincidence. But well, funny enough, later down the line, you know, there was a song that eventually came out that Miku, you know, she does sing about Black Rock Shooter, and it's just, you know, all the connections, all the connections there. But yes, so essentially with Black Rock Shooter, I very, very brief explanation with that. I will eventually get to like what my first figure was. It's all connected.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Yes, we're getting there.
This is the lore.
This is the lore behind it all, the context for it all. But yes, with Black Rock Shooter, essentially, they are badass ladies who have like giant guns like attached to them. Guns or like swords, like Deadmaster. She has a giant scythe. That was my first Nendoroid that I ever had. I think, oh my gosh, I can't even remember what number it is. It's the very first Nendoroid that they created for the character Deadmaster. It was originally based from the Black Rock Shooter OVA that came out years ago. And I went with a friend of mine, and we, you know, we're on our merry little way. We were exploring through a mall. This is very much so baby Kohi, young Kohi and all this. But yes, we were exploring through a mall, having a good old heckin' checkin' time. And then I was like, oh, there's an anime store. I want to go see what they have. I want some anime. Because anime. Anime. And, you know, so we went into the store and we were just having some good times, looking at a bunch of different stuff. And at this point, I had no idea what Nendoroids were. I didn't know, like, I didn't even know the difference between, like, all the different names, like Nendoroids, Figmas, scale figures, you know, all of that. I had no idea, like, even the differences or, again, that they were called different things, because I was just like, oh, anime figures, cool, wow, that's pretty neat. So while we were in this anime shop, I spied with my little eye Deadmaster. It was not Black Rock Shooter. Black Rock Shooter would very much so be, because there's many characters within that franchise, but Black Rock Shooter is my favorite. But I saw Deadmaster. Deadmaster is very much so a close second, and I'm like, oh my goodness gracious, I must get this. It needs to be mine. So I got it. So I got it, and it was like, I think it was like $30.
That's not bad at all.
I was so happy. No, having you in the first half, you'll see. You'll see where it goes. So, you know, got it for $30. I was very happy, very, very excited. Again, it was my first Nendoroid ever. I was like all giddy because I was so excited because, you know, because Nendoroids, they come with a little direction sheet. They usually always come with a little direction sheet where it shows you like, oh, these are all the pieces that come with it. This is how, you know, you take certain parts off, how you replace like the neck joints and everything like that. So, you know, essentially just showing you how to, you know, properly put together your figure without breaking it or anything. But when I decided to eventually, you know, get out my new figure, my Deadmaster Nendoroid, I tried to take her arms off. And they didn't come off like they should. It ripped.
And confirming, the arms on this one were supposed to come off. The design was supposed to come off. This wasn't you misreading the instructions or thinking that it was a part that was detachable that was in fact not. It was frankly defective.
Yeah, but defective in the sense that I wouldn't find this out until literally this year. I wouldn't find this out until literally this year. I got this figure when I was a teenager. And I've had her for years upon years now. And I've always had it in the back of my mind. I'm like, man, I broke her arm, and I'm so sad that I did that. Again, you know, being in my first Nendoroid, it's just gonna happen. Or even just with Nendoroids in general. You know, you can only be so careful with your figures sometimes. I like to say that I have man hands, because sometimes when I handle my figures, sometimes I'm a little too rough with them. And then, just things happen. Sometimes things snap, sometimes things break. I had an instance where I lost a piece of my Figma down the sink.
Oh no!
You have your moments. You have your traumatizing moments, but it's fine. It's fine. Because then, as I got older, I was like, you know what? This figure in particular means a lot to me, so I'm just gonna buy a second copy. I'm gonna buy a copy that, the pieces are all put together right. There's nothing broken. Because why not? I have a little extra money. I'm just gonna buy it, try to find the figure cheap, hopefully finding it cheap. And thankfully, I did find another version of Deadmaster for cheap. I got it off of Ami is the website. There's many much websites to buy said figures from that I would very much so recommend because,
Fortunately, Nendoroids, by and large, are mass-produced and that they are widely distributed. You can find them. Some are going to be a bit rarer than others. It's, to my knowledge, pretty rare for them to have, like, a limited run. And that, over time, some are probably going to become more expensive than others, but
right.
I don't think there are very many that are like, one of 5,000 or super limited edition that it's going to be crazy, so.
Yeah, and usually Good Smile, I mean, it really depends, I suppose, on the figure, but like even as an example of Miku over there, she has had several restocks because she is insanely popular. I literally sat there waiting for Yeah, I was waiting on Good Smile, just, tapping my fingers on Deskun, and I'm just like, I'm ready to get her. And then when she went on sale, I bought her, and I think within like an hour she sold out. So she is, she's one of the more popular ones that regularly Good Smile tries to get her back in stock because she sells out like super quickly. But anyway, back to Deadmaster, my whole thing. I bought a new copy of Deadmaster, and I was so happy because I was like, yeah, I love this figure. It means so much to me. It's very sentimental because it was my first one. And then I put my new one against my old one. And what do you think I saw, Jay?
Your first one was a bootleg, wasn't it? And that's why it broke, because it wasn't a legitimate Nendoroid. Because, of course, you bought it at a mall. Of course it was a bootleg. Of course it was a bootleg.
Of course it was a bootleg! I felt so many emotions. I felt I betrayed myself. I was just like...
in your defense, that you're a teenager and you, like... If you grew up in that era and you had a shop that sold anything anime-related at your local mall, whether it was figures or like weapons or whatever, 9 times out of 10, the owner of that shop didn't know they were bootlegs. Bootleg knowledge was very scarce in those days, and that the people who own those shops are gonna go around online and look for the cheapest distributors. And what are going to be the cheapest distributors? Bootleggers. And that, goodness knows, at that point in time, the knowledge among fans of spotting bootlegs, basically nothing. And also, very few are going to be able to then return it or just, you know, whatever. So, I even had a moment when you were telling me this story of finding the shop in the mall. I was like, oh yeah, there's probably like a bunch of bootleg like Legend of Zelda Master Swords there, or wooden Zanpakuto from Bleach and such. And it was just sort of in the back of my mind, and you were on a roll with your story, so I didn't actually say it out loud. But then, and when you said the thing broke, it didn't even occur to me at that moment of, maybe it was bootleg, maybe that's why it broke. It was just like, oh yeah, it's probably defective. But then as you were getting to your story, that it hit me like a ton of bricks, like hands on my head, that the realization, Kohi, if you could have seen my face of just eyes wide, I know exactly what happened here. It all makes sense.
It all makes sense, and it's not coming together. How
would you have known? That's not your fault.
This is very true. And you know, I do not, you know, endorse bootlegs. I'm not someone that's like, you know, if you have the money to afford the actual figure, I would very much so
just
say
don't buy
you should.
bootlegs for the reason of just if you put a bootleg next to a legitimate figure, you are going to hate your bootleg. There's a reason they are cheaper. It's not the same product. And
Not at all.
frankly, in a lot of ways, I feel like bootleg quality has gone down.
It's weird because it's gone down, but it's also like they're getting better at hiding it.
Yeah, 'cause
like
that's
it's
the thing.
gone down,
The
but
way
it's like
The way that you can spot a bootleg, if it's in a box, there's always packaging things, because the way that bootleggers are able to dodge things a lot is the big thing in Japan legally that'll get you is use of trademark logos, copyright symbols, and certain names that if you don't see, like, 99% of Good Smile bootlegs or Nendoroid bootlegs won't have the Good Smile logo, that they will go out of their way to replicate the packaging in many, many ways, but they won't use the logo because they know that that will get them in court. That will get them big time in court. And that it's being able to spot little things. You can train your eye for it, and it's not too complex, but you need to know what to look for.
And sometimes it's like super funny noticeable. Like you don't know, like you don't notice it until like you do, and then you're like, oh, like instead of Good Smile, it'll be like something like Gerd Smile or something. Like they'll just try to like change the letters, or they'll try to change like the wording, or just like Smile Good or something. Like it's just like it's just changed just ever so slightly. Level. Yes,
the
parroting.
Off-brand stuff that you see in anime because they don't want to have copyright infringement of logos there. That's exactly what it is.
Exactly. Because then another big thing as well that I've noticed is with a lot of bootlegs as well, when you get like a legit Nendoroid, for their bases, the standard little square that they get, it's usually this like icy kind of like finish that they have on the base. But then with a bootleg, it doesn't have that. It doesn't have that like
bases
icy.
are always the cheap plastic, whereas the official bases are usually going to have a logo again.
Yes.
It's going to fit better. It's going to be higher quality. That if you're going to spend the money to buy a bootleg, spend the 20% more to buy the legitimate product. That it's just not worth it in any way, in my opinion, to buy a bootleg.
It really isn't. Again, I could not ever endorse it, because again, it's just 9 times out of 10 you just don't know what the product is going to be. Like there's just no reason to go out of your way to purposefully buy a bootleg. There's just no reason why you would do that, because I hear sometimes even just like people saying like, oh, but maybe I want to make a very silly custom. It's just like, well, even then, it's just like the materials they're made out of. It's just, it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. You should always just go for the actual product. You will 10 times out of 10, not even 9 times out of 10. You'll just be so much happier.
It's so difficult to describe without having a bootleg in your hands, the difference in quality. It is the type of thing that if you hold a bootleg in your hands and you look at it for any amount of time, you will look at it and say, this is garbage. This is not good quality. The thing about the bootleg industry, by and large, is they're not trying for quality. They're not trying to ultimately replicate the official ones. They're trying to get marginally close so that the uneducated customer will spend a fraction of the price not knowing, but it's just not a satisfying product. That you will look at it and feel disappointment for the money that you spent.
Well, and also it's tragic, because with a lot of bootlegs, they'll sometimes when you take them out of the box, they'll just fall apart when you take them out.
Yeah,
like it's
that
so
the packaging
sad.
isn't going to be good, that they're just shoved in there in plastic bags. There's no actual framing or insert to hold them in place or protect them at all, and goodness knows it was probably shipped across the world and not bubble wrapped or anything.
No, not at all. And it's sometimes scary. It's sometimes scary. You just really gotta watch, especially like it really depends. You just really have to have a watchful eye. If you do, I would always highly recommend. I know we're going very much so like off the. I mean, we're still talking about figures, but I know we're going into
stuff. We're doing a PSA here, Kohi.
It is important. It is. It is very important for anyone that is going to buy themselves a figure of any kind, whether it be a Nendoroid, a Figma, a scale figure, any kind in that nature. I would always highly recommend going to official sources, going to official websites, because again, you might find, like, I wouldn't totally rule out places like Mercari or eBay if you are really careful. You really have to be like, you really have to know what you're looking for.
You need to know what you're looking for, and even then, I'd only do it if whatever I'm trying to get is just out of stock, no longer being printed or available from
very much so
official sources. It's just not worth it, because goodness knows, when it comes to bootleggers, when it comes to stuff like that on eBay, what you see in the picture is not necessarily what you're going to see that day. There are times that they will buy a single official product and take the picture for that on eBay, and then they will send you a bootleg.
And it's so just it infuriates me sometimes with just how sneaky they try to be about it. But then some people, they're so unapologetically, like they'll say, they won't say it's a bootleg, but you look at it and you're like, oh,
yeah.
You're like, oh no. But they're like, oh yeah, no, official product, absolutely official, and you're just like, no, it's not. That looks awful. And I mainly refer to one that I saw that was abysmal was the Sonic Nendoroid. The Sonic Nendoroid has some a variety of interesting bootlegs, let me tell you. It's always a treat when you stumble upon a new iteration of a Sonic bootleg, because that recently got restocked, and we do love ourselves some Sonic. But yes. So first Nendoroid I ever had was indeed Deadmaster, and she's beauty. We love some Black Rock Shooter. I did eventually get my hands on Black Rock Shooter as well, because I just love their design so much in the OVA, which again those Nendoroids were based off of, and just so she was my first one. She just so happened to be an unfortunate circumstance of being a bootleg, but I very much so am gonna keep her anyway, just to remind myself that, Kohi, the first figure you ever bought, first
It's a good
Nendoroid
story,
you ever
though.
bought.
It was a great story.
Bootleg. I'm glad it was a great story. We love to say it. But imagine my horror. I was just horrified when I looked at the two of them side by side.
Vindication, because at that point you realize it's not your mishandling of the Nendoroid, that it is you had a shoddy product. It wasn't even a defective product. It in every way and shape was not your fault. That is the justification, the vindication.
And I gotta appreciate that, though. I really do, because as you said, I can at least say, you didn't finger over this too much, Kohi. It was a bootleg. That's why it broke. That's why because literally the arms would not come out. They're supposed to come out. Like, they just have this tiny little peg, and it would not come out no matter what I tried to do. So that's why it snapped.
Again, I'm kind of kicking myself for not piecing this together earlier while you were telling the story, because I was thinking, okay, well, because I even made a point of asking the question, was that a piece that was supposed to come out? Or, maybe it was your first Nendoroid and you didn't realize that this particular one wasn't supposed to have the arms come out. Or that it was just, production errors do happen. That can happen, but that it was staring me in the face that, oh, it's not a shoddy product, or rather it is a shoddy product.
But no, like, that's fair, though, because with some Nendoroids, like, say especially the 15th anniversary, Strawberry Miku that we have on the screen there, Nendoroids like that, you need to read the directions. I just highly advise with any figure that you buy, that you get, please read any instructions that come with it, because you don't know what parts
there can be variants.
Yes, they most definitely can be variants, because I don't know, someone that's new to a Nendoroid, you might look at this and be like, oh, can the flowers come off? That'd be really cute. Maybe you could put other things in there, like to customize it, but no, they don't come off. At least I'm pretty sure they don't come off. Oh, that doesn't come off. That stays on there. That's meant to be on the design. Do not touch the flowers. They're meant to stay.
Meant to stay.
Now, speaking of the Sonic Nendoroid, we do have the picture of the official one here. It looks very nice, very clean.
Yeah.
Classic Sonic right here.
We love to see him, and I love how it's kind of like a mesh where it's modern Sonic, but it has like classic Sonic, you know, characteristics. Because obviously he's got the green eyes there. It's not like full on classic Sonic, but it's just, you know, it's just like chibi-fied Sonic, and it's so cute. And I've had so much appreciation for this Nendoroid for a very, very long time, and I always wished so much that they would bring out more of them. I'm like, why haven't they made more from the Sonic cast? And they finally have. They finally have. They released Tails not too long ago for pre-order, and also Knuckles. So we got the three bros. We got the bros, and I'm so happy. So Sonic finally won't be alone. He'll finally have his buddies, and it makes me so happy.
Did you get this one more recently, or is this one you've had for a while? Because I'm guessing they probably made it a while back.
They made him a very long time ago. I wouldn't say he was one of like the first Nendoroids, but he was definitely a very early on. So that was the reason why so many people were hoping he would get a re-release when they very recently, again, had Tails up for pre-order as well as Knuckles, because they're like, you can't like release those and then not have a re-release for Sonic. Like what? So
yeah.
Yes, he absolutely got a re-release. But yes, I had my original Sonic from years ago, so I jumped on that real quick. So I'm like, I want a Sonic Nendoroid. I love Sonic. This needs to be in my life. Oh
And
my
you
god.
also have some other Sonic figures that are actually not Nendoroids. That they are the two non-Nendoroid pictures that you sent me, and that they are just very nice ones. Ah, here it is.
I thought you would
This
like
one
to
is
see them too.
super Sonic, and like this is gorgeous. This has the really nice base. Just how tall is this one?
Oh gosh, I think it's like, from the top of my head, I think it might be it's from like 13 to 15 inches, I think, around there, maybe. Yes,
You sent me a link. Let me.
could be around there. Yes, it's very much so based around Sonic Adventure 1. He's got that very, very watery kind of base. Again, just based around, you know, that whole like last boss fight with Chaos and all of that. It's so cool. And I don't want to downplay the versions I got, but I got the non-limited edition, like glowing ones where they have like the little lit base and everything. So mine are just, you know, they don't have a fancy schmancy lit base, but I like them. They make me very happy.
Also, I just looked it up. It is 16.5 inches, so this is this is like a solid sized figure.
Yeah, we love to see it. Yes, he's very near and dear to my heart. We love some Super Sonic. And again, it just goes to show, you know, I'm just a huge Sonic Adventure fan. Like that was my. I still love all the eras, you know, and maybe Shadow the Hedgehog was a little silly, but
Well, we
was a
also
little
have
silly.
the Shadow figure, and I very much appreciate. One, I love that they have the little flare spikies on the bottom of his shoes that they had in
Jet
the game.
boots.
And you can very much tell that the base here is Radical Highway.
Yeah, my favorite. I mean, I have a lot of favorite Shadow levels, but that one in particular, yeah,
It was the
I'm a
first
big
level
fan
that
of
you
Radical
played
Highway.
as Shadow, and it was just, you know,
Mhm.
that is his city escape. That's the
Yes.
iconic level. It was, you know, it was at night, it was edgy, the music was good, and it just, you know, the loops on the highway, there were jet fighters flying through. It was a fun level.
It's a ride. It's a ride and a half, yeah. And again, you know, I put emphasis as well on the Sonic Generations version, that remix that they made for it. Like, so good for Radical Highway. It's so good, legit. All of the dancing to that, yeah. Just it's such a beautiful figure. It's gorgeous. I love it, and it just, again, it captures, as you said, basically, literally the essence of Shadow. You know, like it's the first time, literally captures the first level you play as Shadow, and it's wonderful. I love to see it.
And it's a good in motion figure, that it's not him posing, that he is mid-run right now, that everything from the fact that he has the flares on his shoes to just the way his arms are posed, that he is mid-stride
Yeah, very dynamic. It's very good. Very good indeed. Which is why I needed to have it. Why I needed it. I needed it in my.
And you mentioned that they finally made a Tails and Knuckles Nendo, but it sounds like they have not made a Shadow Nendo yet.
No, they have not.
Maybe in time for the third movie.
That would be excellent. Because I mean, at this point, I'm just even happy with Tails and Knuckles. I'm a little torn with like how Knuckles turned out in the sense that like he looks great. He looks fantastic. I'm happy that I'm even going to have a Knuckles Nendoroid because I did get him on pre-order. But unfortunately, he comes with like next to nothing. Because most Nendoroids, they come with like a lot of fun accessories, a lot of fun just different things. But I think he comes with like, he doesn't even come with the Master Emerald. Can you believe that? There's not like an item that... Literally, he doesn't even come with the Master Emerald. He comes with like a random emerald and then like a backdrop of the Master Emerald. He comes with like next to no accessories. It's a disservice to my boy. It's a disservice.
My guess is that the Master Emerald is too large a scale because the Master Emerald is bigger than a person, or at least wider than a person.
And then Knuckles in Sonic Adventure 2 is like, oh, I can hold it in my hand.
But then in other shots, it is bigger than him as well. That
I know.
The size of the Master Emerald is it is inconsistent, shall we say?
It is. The logic is broken. It shrinks. It you know, it has a mind of its own. I like to think it changes size on a whim, but I do very much so agree.
Needs to be.
Yes, very much so. Very much so indeed. But again, at the end of the day, I'm just even happy they have a Knuckles Nendoroid. But yes, I would love a Shadow. I would love to get. I would be super psyched if they made an Eggman, a Robotnik. I would Yes, I would get that immediately. He would look so good as a Nendoroid. Honestly, any figure, but as a Nendoroid especially.
I'd be fine with either a standing Eggman Nendo, or if you have him in his, egg pod thing.
His little egg carrier. Yeah. That would be so cool. Oh my god, I would love that so much. Do it. Don't be cowards. Do it. Give me. Let me give you my money. Let me give you my money.
You actually sent me the picture of the dead Master Nendo, that first Nendo, and that this one actually comes with 3 stands because it's got these cute little floating heads with their own stands, but that it's very chibi, and that you have the scythe and the horns, and yes, it is very fun. I like that.
Yeah, and I appreciate you showing that, because I even if you didn't show it, I just wanted to show it to you, just even on the side, just to be like, yeah, that's the picture, so you can, yeah, that's her. That was my first Nendoroid, and I broke her arm.
Do you recall when you realized and saw the differences? What were the differences for this bootleg?
So right off the bat, I could tell that their eyes were very different on the bootleg.
I'm betting the eyes are just solid colors, that they don't have the rings or the pupils.
Well, actually, they do have the rings, but it's not printed on as nicely. Yeah, like you can tell it's like faded. Yes, yeah, you can tell it's faded, and the face itself too is like slanted. Like she just looks a little.
Uh-oh, we're actually glitching out on your end.
Oh my god! Of course we would be. What's happening?
This is actual proper glitching here. Please stand by. Try hopping out and into the call for a sec, because I'm still hearing you, but video just went all crazy.
Oh no, okay, hold on, let me okay, I'll be right back.
Yes, please stand by. I'm double checking all the stream diagnostics. I'm still live, I'm not dropping any frames, so I think that was just Discord going silly. Yes, okay, you're looking much better now.
Yay!
I hope that cooperates.
Of course. Again, Jay, just blame all of this on me. This is all me. I just break everything I touch, and I don't mean to, but it's broken, and it's just the nature of how things go when I get my little digital virus mitts on things. Ah! Oh my goodness, but I'm glad it fixed. Very, very happy to hear that, and able to see that it fixed, because I could see the glitching too when it was happening.
Yeah, I was like,
All is well. All is good now. But yes. So yeah, and then another major thing that I noticed that when I was younger, I didn't even try to do it because her little horns are also able to come off,
Oh.
and I wasn't able to take those off the bootleg either.
Mm.
They were
Well,
stuck.
after
They were
the first
set in
part
stone.
broke, I wouldn't have tried to remove anything else at that point.
No. But this was yeah, no. When the first part broke, my heart broke. I was like, no.
Did you do anything to
Android, and
reattach it? Did you
okay.
use super glue or something, or did you just, have her be without one arm, or did you just throw it all out?
I did actually super glue it. It was the first option. I
Yeah,
super glued it, and I'm just like, I'm just never gonna touch her arm ever again. Like, that's just gonna be for me to remember that I did this, and she's just gonna have a forever stiff arm. It's fine. But now, now again, it all just falls back into place. Exactly. Now it's a story, and she's just gonna be sitting in the background, just chilling and doing her thing.
Does she still sit next to the legitimate version? Do you have them paired together?
So I did for a while. I actually look back at it, but yeah, I did for a while. But now she's kind of over in this little like corner. I don't want to say corner of shame.
I was
But
gonna
yeah,
say corner of shame.
Yeah, she is just kind of like now in this little corner of shame. And I put like this little blue piece of tape. It's one of those. It's painter's tape. I put this little thing of painter's tape, and I wrote on it bootleg sad face, so I can just look at it and be sad with her. But also she'll still have a home. I still want to keep her and give her a good home,
Still
even
part
though
of your history.
it is part of my history indeed. But it's fine. She'll always have a good home. Just her sister, her other self is just the proper variant, and she most likely will be displayed and not the bootleg.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how that went. Because no, the figure I mentioned before as well, when I lost that piece in the sink, she's also in the corner of shame.
Oh no, which figure was that for?
So that's actually one of my Figmas, unfortunately
okay.
enough. And those parts are very difficult to try to buy back again.
Yeah,
So
at that point, you might as well just buy an entirely new figure.
that's what I had to do. And thankfully hers is also relatively cheap, so I didn't have to like spend a grand fortune trying to get another version of that. So yeah, I have a couple of figures in the corner of shame.
This next one actually wraps back to, you mentioned Senbon Sakura for Miku was your favorite Miku song, and that we have that figure right here.
Yeah, and it's so cute. It's literally one of my favorite Miku designs ever. Like I love just like the detail in her eyes, the little flower, her big shoes and all of that.
The flowy
And it's
sleeves.
Yeah, like it's just, again, if you've ever seen like the actual music video for it, it's so fun. Such a fun, upbeat kind of song. Like you can't not dance to it when you hear it or sing to it. At least I can't.
And what you have here
Like-
is implied wind, because her hair is not falling straight down at her sides. You can see that, given her pose, her arms could be in motion. That could be why you have the sleeves moving as they do. But the fact that her hair, that it's either implied wind or that it is mid-turn where she is whipping her head around to turn and wink at you, and that for one reason or another, that there is active movement, that it is a dynamic pose, as used the term earlier.
Yeah, 110%. And that's just the fun with Nendoroids in general. Depending on what kind of little parts and bits that you get with it that really represent the character and all that, you're able to pull off really fun dynamic poses like that. And it's just, you're able to just capture those little moments from, whatever sourced media or wherever that character comes from. And it's just such a joy. Again, just having them in this little chibi size. And I enjoy it very much. I enjoy capturing those little moments, perhaps also on a camera and all that.
Oh, we will get to that.
Pictures.
And one of the fun things about Nendoroids is that you can sort of see it in this picture, but one of the really thoughtful things they do is that most figure stands will have a single peg placement for where the figure is supposed to stand, and it's usually in the center. That, very logical, center of gravity, and that it is going to look best centered. But since Nendoroids are designed for this type of dynamic posing, this personalization, and as we will get to, the fact that in some cases you want to actually either put things together or have things be in more active motion, that if you look carefully, you can see 9 individual pegs down here. Actually, it might be more. It would be 13 because they have the different placements, so you can have them be on the edges of these stands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really fun. The different, because there's different variations, especially depending on the character design itself. Like, say if the character has really long hair, they'll probably have like a specific kind of like peg that'll go into their back that will allow you to still like move the figure around a little bit while also not being like constrained or being stuck with the hair getting in the way and not being able to have that posability here and there, or ability to just like put them in certain poses and all of that. So I really do appreciate, because she is an earlier Nendoroid as well, and I really do appreciate just the little things that they do that allow you to like pull off certain poses and all of that. And there's a lot of love. There is definitely a lot of love that goes into I like to say a majority of Nendoroids, 110% a majority of Nendoroids. But yeah, she was one of the lucky ones in the sense that they put, I feel like they put a lot of love and attention into a bunch of Miku Nendoroids. But yeah, that's just me eating good with the Mikus.
But we do have one other Miku, and this is the Racer Miku.
Yes, Racing Queen! She is so pretty. She is my favorite. She is my favorite Racing Miku. They have many different Racing Queen versions of Miku. They have one every year.
It's an annual design, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes. They have a new one every year along with the Snow Mikus. So, it's always a new Racing Miku and always a new Snow Miku. And what's really fun about it is the way that they go about it is they actually get like fan designs, and they eventually pool like, the ones that are, the most popular, the ones that, resonate the most with others, and they pool those, and then they have them set up in like this big, like, I think it's at the least either like 6 or 9 designs. It might be 6 that they kind of like have together. And then, from the community, they just let people vote for their favorite. And then whichever one wins, that's the next design for the next year and all that. So it's very cool how they, get the community involved and all of that. But yeah, a lot of the designs, I forget what year they started to do that, but for a long time it's been fan designs, like creating the new Snow Mikus and all of that. It's really cool. And I can't say they do. I'm not entirely sure if they do the same with the Racing Mikus. They might do the same with the Racing Mikus, but I know for sure they do that with the Snow Mikus. But yes, 2014. Some fun facts. Fun facts with the 2014 Racing Miku. I forget his name, but the individual who actually was, I think he was like the director behind the design concept or what have you. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if he was. I'm pretty sure it was Studio Trigger. Pretty sure he's from Studio Trigger. I'm not sure if it was Gainax, but I'm pretty sure it was Studio Trigger, because I think what they list underneath, it's like, oh, and he's known for his work in like Kill la Kill and everything. So that's also another big plus as to why I love it so much, because it's very much so, it just has that, especially you can tell from like the illustration, the original illustration that this Nendoroid is based off of and all of that. It's got the Studio Trigger kind of vibes and all of that. So it's another big plus as to why it's one of my favorites. And she's just very pretty. I love the whole like little jet boosters or what have you at her sides, and she's zooming. She's zooming. Doing a Newman, and she's just very pretty. And I'm, if that also wasn't apparent, I'm just also a big fan of twin tails. I really like pigtails, so that's also just another big reason why I like Miku so much. So yes, she's very pretty and also very blue. I'm a big fan of the color blue. So
did a quick search. Racing Miku 2014 was illustrated by up-and-coming illustrator Oguchi and design direction by Shigeto Koyama, who does indeed work for Trigger. Actually, I think they work for both Trigger and Gainax. They are listed as staff art director for Kill la Kill, mechanical design for Darling in the Franxx, mechanical design for Gurren Lagann, some key animation for Evangelion films, did scripts and production coordination for Panty and Stocking.
Goodness.
They've done
the list
a whole
goes
lot.
on. They did. my goodness. But yeah, like that little fact alone, I was just like, wow, that is so cool. Immediately now a favorite. And then she just, ultimately ended up being my absolute favorite because, it's cute. It's cute. And it also has that very, like, when you see the original illustration, it's got that, like, very, very pretty kind of appeal at the same time. Yes, it's cute, but it's also, like, very gorgeous. It's very, very gorgeous. It's just... Could also say that with, like, the first Miku that we showed as well. Like, it's the strawberry Miku.
No, wait, it wasn't the strawberry one. It was some other anniversary Miku that I've seen that, one of the other guests I've had in the past who collects figures that, I feel really bad that I'm blanking on. I would need to look it up because this is episode 121 of Vtuber Talk. In my defense, there have been a lot. But that their prized possession figure was a, like, 1/4 scale massive Miku who was wearing this gorgeous kimono. It is one of the biggest figures I've seen. It was just incredible.
Oh my goodness.
I need to go through some of the files I have to recall exactly who it was, but...
A couple of, I think, because there's a few that immediately come to mind when you mention Miku with a kimono being, like, a huge figure. There is quite a few that come to mind, so I kind of have an idea. But yes, I do not blame them. I do not blame them, especially, my goodness, having just any figure of that size, like, of that scale, like, that is definitely a treasure to be had, and you wanna take care of that.
It was Jets. Yep, that's one there. Yeah.
Okay. We love to see it. Let's go.
Gene Famous.
We love Miku appreciators. We stan Miku. It's actually almost Miku's birthday.
Oh, how about that?
As well. Yeah. And what's her birthday? Miku with her birthday.
So going from one to another, let's go right to the designer from that because we also have a Ryuko Matoi.
Yeah, Ryuko.
And of course we have the scissor blade.
Yeah, she comes with quite a few fun little face plates. I think she comes with 3 different ones. Her default kind of expression, but that she also has kind of like a flustered kind of expression as well, because she's just kind of like, I don't like this whole situation with Senketsu. Just the kind of personality type that Ryuko has. Yes, edgy. But then she's also got her screaming, her very iconic screaming kind of face plate where, she be, you can put her in some pretty dynamic poses with her scissor blade and all of that. And they're actually, so this was something that they should have done this literally when Kill la Kill was at its peak, where it was like being just all over the place, discussed, praised, and just appreciated. But this is something that they were waiting for a very long time. They're actually coming out with so they have the sailor uniform version here for Ryuko, as well as they also have one for Satsuki. But they're actually making an alt version of them actually in their, like, kamui. You know what I mean? In the actual, like, kamui outfit. So that's something that people have been wanting for a really long time.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't made that yet. That seems like something that would be very natural, that when you release this, that you release 2 versions of each. But I guess for whatever reason, they only wanted to release 2 in the line at that time.
It's very strange because they even released, like, Mako in her, school uniform, but then they did her, like, her I can't even remember the moment, but her
Fight
whole,
Club.
Yes, her
outfit.
Fight Club kind of. So they did that for Mako, but then for some reason they just never did it with Satsuki or Ryuko. It was only just this year that they announced that they're making those figures, which a lot of people are excited for, including myself. But yeah, it's kind of interesting and a little unfortunate that it's just been so long since they finally, I guess, decided, like, okay, it's time to move on and finally make these.
We have we're going back to all the things that we've discussed tonight so far. So we have Jack Skellington now.
Jack Skellington.
And this is one of the divergences, that this is a Western property, that there are some Western property Nendoroids. They're fewer and farther between. And this one comes with a little Zero.
Yeah, we love Zero so much. That was one of the biggest selling points. If it wasn't just Jack in general, he comes with a little Zero. He also comes with a really cute, like, little Santa beard and everything. So he's got his whole like little Santa kind of thing, and he has a present he holds as well. But then they also made an entirely alternate version as well, where he's wearing like his Santa outfit and everything as well. So they, you know, they love to have their little alternative kind of outfits and everything. But yeah, they released that as just an entirely different Nendoroid, which I don't have that one, unfortunately. But I have this one, and this one, yeah, it's great. And what's cool about Jack as well is like you don't actually pull out any of his limbs or anything like that. Like he stays together. He's actually a posable Nendoroid. He's a lot taller. He's got like the little joints in his legs and everything, and you can just, yeah, he's very posable. One of the I don't want to say one of the first,
skeleton should be.
Exactly, as a skeleton man should be. But I think they did a lot of there was a lot of love that went into Jack's Nendoroid. I'm very, very happy with how his Nendoroid turned out. It's very, very cute. Very, very true to his character. And again, Zero is just the biggest plus of them all.
He's
We
just
love
a
Zero.
little guy, and like
He's just a little
everybody
guy.
loves a little guy.
We love a little guy who be floating and just
And
doing his
while you
thing.
can't pose Zero's figure itself, it looks like there is a joint on the stand, so you can still have him angled a bit.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if you could maybe turn Zero's head at the very least. I'd have to go back and look because I haven't looked at his Nendoroid in a little bit. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you could maybe also turn Zero's head, because sometimes they do that with like just little
With the
accessories. They
minis,
at least
yeah.
have just one little joint on them that they're like, yeah, you know, can't really do much with them, but you can turn his head, so that's cool. So there you go. Oh, very,
Hopping
very
back
cool.
To anime, you mentioned that a dub that you saw that you really enjoyed was Chainsaw Man, and here we have Denji. And just, you know, I appreciate what they did with him here, because obviously the head to body scaling on Nendoroid is always going to be the large head, and for Chainsaw Man, that's going to be particularly relevant. Very well done. That I appreciate that, you know, the body and the two small chainsaws on his arms look so much chibier, but that they actually retained a relative level of seriousness and are pretty accurate to the normal
character.
design for Denji's head.
Yeah, no, I when I first just saw Denji's design in general, I had no context. I didn't know what a Chainsaw Man was besides just his design. I didn't know anything about the story or anything like that. I was just sitting there like, listen, you show me a character whose head is a chainsaw, like literally arms for chainsaws, head is chainsaw, I'm in. Like I'm
If
in.
you're a horror fan already, that this reeks of horror film vibes. And yes, the series has horror elements. It's definitely more. It's probably an action first and foremost, but that it.
But yes, it most certainly
is not
does have
afraid
those
to
elements.
get into the gory things.
Yes, very much so. I think the one thing that I didn't notice at first and was a little shocked by was I think, isn't Denji more so like, I don't know if he's red in the manga, but I know in like the anime, he looks a bit more orange rather than just red. Yeah, so they really went with just the big boy red with the Nendoroid, which, you know, I'm not mad about, but I didn't notice that fact until I actually watched it.
When did you get this one? Was this...
So... I actually got this one well after it was already released. I was late on the release, unfortunately.
I'm kind of curious if this was made prior to the anime. That
it could have
perhaps
been.
The art, or that something happened such that the anime design took on a different color, or that, I don't know if there's some variation, but like, now that you mention it, it's making me think, why would there be such a difference? Because it's not just a couple shades of difference, that it is a completely different color.
Yeah, it's a pretty big difference once you actually look at the two. Then you're like, oh, well, that's not even a slight shade off. That's just red. That's not even remotely orange. But what I really do appreciate as well about with his Nendoroid is you can actually take that chainsaw head off, and you can also just make him normal Denji. So he can just be also normal Denji, and he also has Pochita with him.
Also,
it's very cute.
if I'm noticing it, there's a little thing coming out of the top of his head. Are you able to adjust the angle of the chainsaw blade on his head? Is that what that is?
So I'm not entirely sure if that's just a support or if that's like, because I know you can very much so like angle his head up just to be sure. So I wouldn't be surprised because he's a bit of a confession. He's still kind of in the box. I have yet to take him out. so I still myself have to play around with him.
What percentage of your Nendoroids are still in the box?
Currently, all of them.
Oh.
Yeah, currently all of them, in the sense that in my domain, unfortunately, I just don't have the space to properly have them all like have proper like little like display areas and all of that. So just because my collector, the collector in me just wants to make sure that they're safe and they don't get a bunch of dust on them, because I'm apparently that person where I'm just like, I want them to be safe. But for a long time, I did have a bunch of them displayed. That was quite some time that I had that.
I'll rephrase the question. What percentage of your Nendos have never been removed from the box?
Oh, it's
because I can totally see, all right, open the box, take them out, close them a bit, play with them a bit, take some pictures, because, like I mentioned, we have some scene pictures to get to, and then put them back in the box later to make sure they don't get dusty and such, and that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, just spitball estimate. What percentage have not been opened at all?
Currently, with how things are, because I've only just recently, I've been collecting figures for a very, very, very long time, but only just recently have I kind of gotten back into it, and recently I have picked up quite a few. So I would at least say about like 70% have just lived in the box. I would say as such, and I know I'm doing a disservice to them. I know that they're so sad.
I do know plenty
like,
of people that do just keep them in the box.
Once I'm able to get them like a proper, because eventually I want to have like a proper like actual, proper like setup where I can like, have some cabinets or like a little glass door where I can keep them like safe and try to minimize as much dust as possible, and maybe, even have some like fancy kind of like lights and everything, and just give them the proper little area of display that they deserve. Because currently, with my current setup in my domain, I just the domain, it's a little, there's a lot going on back here, and there's just not really, it's a lot. I don't know what I would do with myself of losing a part or losing a piece. Just the other day, I like whipped a bottle cap across my domain, and I don't know where that went, so I'm still looking for that.
It absolutely slipped into another dimension. It's not there anymore.
No, we must find it. It must be fun, or not. Maybe it isn't another dimension, but wouldn't that be cool? I think there's another dimension somewhere in here. Oh my god, you got me thinking, Jay. You got me thinking.
As long as you don't fall into it yourself.
Okay, now I'll be fine. Listen, digital viruses, we're built a little bit differently. We're built different. It's fine. Just a little bit differently. You don't have to worry about little old me.
Just going through, I didn't put these in a particular order, so I need to make sure I'm not
no,
missing
you're
anything
fine.
before we go to...
Yeah,
yes.
you're absolutely
So,
fine.
the next one we have is the last new one, sort of. And that is, of course, the Monica Nendo.
Monica! I am thrilled and like over the moon, like so happy with all of the attention and love that they gave to Monica. Like I love all of her face plates. I love the accessories that she comes with, because she even comes with a bunch of like little, I would call them like, just, like kind of little paper cutout or cardboard cutout, kind of like little accessories that you yourself can cut out and everything. And it comes with like a little diary, a little journal, kind of like poems that she wrote in the games or in the game itself and all of that. So there's just, lots of little nods, lots of fun little nods to the game. Like I think they did pretty heckin' great justice. I might be biased, but I'm thoroughly happy. Like I can say the money that I put into Monica was well spent. I'm very, very happy with the final product for her, because she's lovely. She also comes with like a desk. You can do that iconic little like desk position that she does at the end of the game.
Yes. Well, I think she also comes with a piano. Or is that from a different character?
So that's actually from the Miku. That's actually with
that's
her.
interesting. Okay, because what we have here is a scene that you've made, and the thing is the first in this scene supposed to be the one that is solo or the one that is the two characters? I think
I mean,
the
either
solo
one
is
would
first.
work.
I
Yeah, you
feel
can
like
put
the
that one
solo
first if
one
you'd
sort
like.
of works first, where you just have Monica playing a piano.
Yeah.
And that,
every
very
day.
very serene, closed eyes. It certainly looked like this was meant to be with a piano. Just
And
the
that's
way
it.
that,
Yeah.
and
If there was, if there was one just accessory or piece that I wish would have come with Monica, it would definitely be a piano. That's like, I think the one thing that they missed out on with her Nendoroid is I feel like, I don't know where they would put it, but I feel like it would just very much so suit her Nendoroid, because the piano is a very, pretty significant part of her character, in the sense of like, she's like, oh, I've been practicing my piano lately, and blah, blah, blah. She mentions it here and there throughout the game, but not too much. But
obviously the end song has
it's the significance
piano.
at the end that hits you, and you're like, oh my goodness. So yes, I feel like she very much so could have come with a piano, but I'm not mad that she didn't. But if there was an accessory I would have liked for her to come with, as well as like, with all the other ones that she comes with, definitely a piano for sure. That's why, I thought it'd be neat to have her with a little piano set up there. And that's the beauty of Nendoroids. You're able to just, customize little accessories and all that, and be like, oh, this could work with, this character, because it very much so, it's very much so on brand of what occurs in the game and all that, yeah?
And then you have her performing for an audience. And it's just, this is classic Miku, and just, I can hear that classic wow sound effect that, because, the starry sort of chibi eyes, the big wide mouth, that Miku's super enamored. She is loving this performance. She's just like so enamored with Monica right now. She's like, wow, you're so good at that.
Yeah, she's like, Monica's so talented. She's so skilled at the piano. Oh my goodness gracious. Finally finding someone who, likes musical instruments as much as I do. So she's like, oh my god, I love to see it.
Now for this
Very
one,
cute.
something I noticed, neither is on a stand right now. But I still see the back brace on Monica. So did you, I'm guessing, balance her using this?
So it really depends, because I feel like you
these are
very
your
much
pictures,
so.
right?
Yes, these are my pictures, 110%. Because what I did was essentially because with Monica, it can be a little scary, because it really depends. I would always recommend, unless you are really just okay with like trying to experiment and trying to balance your figures and all of that, I would always recommend using the stand, because obviously, if you don't have your figure sat right or not balancing it correctly, it will tumble over, because they got big heads.
And with the big heads, that the balancing is going to be much more difficult. That there are a lot of figures that are built to stand and built to be posed without a stand, but that's because they usually have more bottom-heavy weighting.
Exactly. And with Monica, it was a little difficult, because she's got like a giant ponytail. She's got like this huge
that too,
high.
that it's not just the fact that, all Nendoroids are going to have disproportionately large heads, but then that you have her hair, which it's not even twin tails, which would at least be balanced, but that it's going to be pulling her backward.
Because what's nice though is that Good Smile, I can't remember exactly when they brought these out, but for photography purposes and all of that, because obviously we love our miniature figure photography. A lot of people love that in the figure community and all that. They have like these little, they're kind of like, if you could think of like a stand for like, what are they called? Like a canvas kind of like stand, if that makes sense. They have like this little like canvas stand that like sits on two legs, and you just kind of like peg that into the back. So as opposed to using your big like square base stand, you can have like just this little stand that's able to hold up your figure a lot nicer. But also when you're taking photography and all that, it's a lot easier to hide the stand, so then you don't have to see that, and it's not too much of an eyesore, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But for me, I don't really mind trying to find some balance, because I've I've played around with my figures one of many times now, and I try my best. Obviously, I still will. They'll still fall over. It just happens. They're Nendoroids. They're just little figures. They're just little figures trying their best. And if you're not careful, could end up like me and breaking things sometimes. Again, I feel like that horror has just happened for any figure collector at least at one point in their life. It's very unfortunate, but it happens at least once with your figures. But yes, all I really did, was I just pegged her little they'll call it like the, what would you call it, like because there's the stand and then there's like the arm
like
to the stand,
the prop, or no, so the arm, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. The little like arm for the stand, arm stand thing. You
Where
put
did
that
you
into
take
her back.
these pictures? The background. This looks like a studio picture with the white background. The way the shadows for Miku's hand, it almost makes me think that you have multiple lights here.
I do. So what I actually did is I actually have a in my domain. You can't see it. I have it hidden currently, but I have a I would say like a professional, a semi-professional kind of like little light box where I'm able to put like my little figures in and everything. So I'm able to have some pretty significant lighting where everything looks pretty nice, and I wouldn't say like super professionally lit, but to a standard that I'm like, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. We like that. So
Did you
I put
construct
them in
this
there.
light box, or did you find one that was, either that was made to be assembled or just was made pre-assembled, or did you make your light box from scratch?
So it was made to be assembled. I actually bought it off Amazon.
Okay, so it's a proper kit.
Yep, it's a proper kit, and I put it all together and all of that, and now it just sits on DESCON over here, and that's where I hope to be able to take all of my future figure photography and all of that. So it looks nice, and at least semi-professionally, kind of like picture taken of.
No, this is super clean. That if you told me this was a product photo, I'd have believed you.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad that you think so. I will spend hours like posing my little figures because it's just, I don't know, it's just fun. I love minifigure photography. There's some, my goodness, if you even just like look on a website, we've talked about it a little bit previously, but my figure collection, there are so many incredibly like put together photos that people like go out of their way to take their figures like even outdoors and all of that, and like put them in the the thick of it all. And there is just some incredibly well crafted and creative, fun like figure photography. Like it's crazy at some of the pictures that are on there, and just in general. I'm sure they expand to like Twitter as well as Instagram and all of that as well. But I've mainly seen them on my figure collection. But yes, we do love some figure photography.
And then I've been very blatantly delaying the punchline to this because what does Monica do?
Monica is a little,
she does
she's cute.
Exactly what you would expect her to do.
Yeah, she's cute, but she's scary.
I can hear the scream. I can hear the classic anime as she's running, and that you've got that she's actually running off the stand. Yes, thank you, Bashan. That is exactly what I am hearing.
just legit. The fear, peak fear has been reached in this moment. He was very happy, very excited to meet a potential new friend. And new friend is just a little spooky scary, just a little, she's got a little scary vibes to her, but it's okay.
She wants
Monica means
to
well.
express the depths of her love.
Exactly. She means well. She doesn't mean anything bad by it. It's all in good fun at the end of the day, yeah? All in good fun, 110%. And maybe there's just a note in the song that she just couldn't get out without just truly expressing herself to the fullest.
And one of the things that I think is so good about this photo, well, there's several things. One, the angle. Just the way that you have that, this isn't a flat angle, that it is a slightly tilted angle, but that the way that it frames Miku is just so perfect, and that you have, that she is running toward you, she is running away, you can see both their faces, but that Miku's is almost just blurred a little bit because she's getting so close. But what I think is the most subtly impressive part of this photo, because it is something that I feel not everyone would think to do, and if this wasn't deliberate, I'm going to chalk it up to you having fantastic instincts, because what is done here is so exact that I can't imagine it being an accident.
Yeah?
You positioned it and framed it in such a way that Miku's ponytail is obscuring Monika's stand.
Yeah! Yep, that was purposeful. That was very much so purposeful.
Reducing the amount of objects that are likely to break the immersion, so to speak.
Yeah.
That there's no real way to escape the stand. But if anything, the fact that Miku is literally breaking out of her stand is half the comedy here. So that fits. That's good. And also just one, it's too big that you're not going to be able to totally obscure it while getting her in that angle in mid-step while standing up. That can't be done. But that you have just, it's so good. The fact that I had to look, and that if you're looking for the stand, you can still see it a little bit there, but that you have it eclipsing it a lot, and it seems so natural. But I think that is a really telling thing that you went out of your way to do that.
Aww, well, that means a lot, because I don't know, I like to think I have a bit of an artistic eye. Like I really do try my best with, whether it be like drawing or whether it be like with photography and all that.
But that's such a unique thing to photography, where you would have to position something to hide what is, for lack of a better term, a blemish. Had you done photography in any capacity, even just hobby photography, prior to Nendoroids?
There has been, I did indeed take a class a long time ago. I did indeed take a class many much year ago. And, you know, I was using like professional like DSLR cameras and all of that. Yes. And, it was actually a class where, you know, we were doing a lot of like, oh gosh, what would you call it? Like, we went into like a dark room and everything. We developed our photos and all of that from there. So I did indeed take a professional photography class way back in the day, and it was a very fun experience, a very fun experience for me. But I don't know if it's noticeable, but I actually took these pictures with just my iPhone. So
iPhones have some very good cameras.
They do indeed. So yes, this wasn't like with a professional camera by any means or anything. It's just, you know, got a pretty solid camera on my iPhone. So, you know, it's again very fun for me. I only just shared with you a fraction of all the photos I took for, you know, eventually what I will eventually be releasing and all that. So there were many different frames. There were many different angles that I went for with a bunch of, you know, of the poses that I did and all that. So yes, it's very fun for me indeed. And it just means so much that, you know, you notice the little details, and I just really appreciate, you know, hearing that. So just thank you. It was very fun, very fun for me.
How many different photo sets have you taken of just, you know, different scenes? Is this one of the few, or have you done a bunch, whether they be recent or not?
So way back in the day, I did try my hand at taking a bunch of photos of like my Figmas, my Nendoroids. I wouldn't say they were anywhere near as like as much as I tried with these photos, if that makes sense. They were a lot more like lax. I was just kind of just having fun with like different angles and all of that, and there wasn't really like any specific like lighting either. It was just me just having fun and putting them into different positions and poses and all of that, and just, you know, recreating some scenes from even like, you know, shows or what have you that I you know, bought said figures from and all of that. But yes, I have had a lot of fun little like photo shoots, just, you know, fun personal photo shoots and all of that in my private time in the past. But this is the first kind of like, I guess, mini like figure photo shoot that I've done with my professional light box and everything that I got off the Amazon. So yes, this is my first go at trying to take some pretty decent looking photos with some good old heckin' lighting in it. So
About how many Nendoroids would you say you own?
Oh my. I want to say at least over 50.
Wow. Well, if anything, that explains why so many are in the box, because, yeah.
if I had
Do you
a
have them
home...
arranged in any particular manner, even if they are just
Yes.
arranged in the box?
Yes. I do indeed have them arranged in a particular order. Some of them are arranged from like oldest to newest, if that makes sense. Like from when the first oldest Nendoroid that I have to like the newest Nendoroid I have. And then some of them are arranged in the ways of like some of them have very special boxes, if that makes sense, because just certain accessories that they have, or just certain like just aspects of them might be a little bit different to a traditional Nendoroid. Like another Nendoroid that I have is the Guardian from Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, and he's obviously
yeah,
a very
that's a big boy.
a very different boy. So his box is a bit wider. So some of them I've had to try to Tetris my way and having them sit nicely on my shelving unit that is off screen of the domain. So yes. So I mostly have a bunch of them from oldest to my newest Nendoroid. The oldest Nendoroid I believe that I have is actually my Blackrock Shooter Nendoroid. So I think that is indeed the oldest Nendoroid that I have. And I am looking here. I can't see the number. I would have to look it up. I tried looking behind me, but I can't see it.
What about Figmas? Or
Figmas?
actually, I'll broaden that to other figures, non-Nendoroids.
Okay. Well, I actually used to have a lot more Figmas, but I've been looking at my collection and I've been like, I really do think I need to trim down in some areas because I just some of them they are very near and dear to my heart, but some of them I've just had them for ages. They've just been sitting in the box and I'm just like, you could be appreciated so much more in another home. I'm gonna find you a good home. So that's what I've been doing with some of my figures, but I'd like to say non-Nendoroids. If I said at least over 50 with Nendoroids, I'd say at least like 30 plus of other figures.
But distinctly less than the number of Nendoroids.
Yes. Nendoroids is my home. I don't know. I just can't get enough of them. They're so small and so cute, which is why I'm very excited to start out that new content, that hopeful new content that I'd like to very much so implement to my channel, because it's just been a very near and dear passion of mine for many years, and I'm just like, well, why wouldn't I implement that into the channel? Because I'm sure anime lovers, me being having my anime waifu persona here, I would like to think some individuals, some microchips even, would be fans of figures and all of that, and to my pleasant surprise, some of them are. So I'm very excited for future things.
Are you considering doing any of this as stream content, that hand cam where you're actually showing it there?
I am very much so hoping to get a proper hand cam setup and get that all together and all of that, because I even, I guess breaking the immersion a little bit, I even got myself some little purple gloves that I'm gonna wear.
Classic.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, it's Kohi with her purple skin. Oh my goodness. The immersion has been restored. It's fine. There's no need to have that immersion, but it's also just fun for me.
Because we're seeing an increase in Gunpla building streams. That's relatively common. Cooking streams,
I love watching
obviously.
those. Yeah.
But I've never seen photography streams, and that, generally speaking, that's because you're not going to be able to do a stream of photography of people. But I've never seen someone do that with Figmas or anything of the like. So that's going to be really unique content, and I think there's going to be a lot of people interested in that.
I hope so, because I know I'll still very much so be my bouncy self as much as I can be while, doing the fun little mini photography and all that. But obviously there are some limits, because I will be taking pictures and all that, but see how it goes. But yeah, I'm just really excited to get into all of that, to be able to even unbox some, some figures on stream, like via live, that we're unboxing it live and all of that. So yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. I'm really excited to get into it, because I'm we're showing off Monica here. I just recently got Natsuki as well.
Ooh.
I'm collecting the girls slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. The girls will be all collected. I will collect them like Pokemon. And it will be great. Yeah.
I'm gonna move us back to the main screen, but seriously, thank you for sending me all those pics. Those are super cool, and that
Oh my goodness!
that I usually use that screen for sharing art and stuff. I've used it a couple times for figures, and I'm sure that there's been an Nendoroid here and there, but I don't think that there's ever been a staged scene like that type of photography. So that was super cool to go through and plus just see all the different Nendoroids. So thank you for sending those along.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for just genuinely being so like enthusiastic about it. And I just I just really appreciate you taking the time to, look at the few little pictures that I sent. Because again, I have an entire folder that's just waiting to be edited and ready for the video that I've planned and all that. But they're just sitting there. But I really do appreciate just, you taking time to put all of that together for me. Because again, those earlier, like obviously the default photos of all those Nendoroids and figures that I do own, those ones obviously I didn't take pictures of.
Yeah, the others were the stock photos from the website.
Yeah, those were from Good Smile, yeah. Those were from Good Smile. And first 4 figures was the two Sonic and Shadow big figures that I shared as well. Yes, we do love ourselves some first 4 figures. Would highly recommend them if you were ever interested in a future Sonic statue.
I'm just not the type to really get figures or statues for whatever reason. It's just never quite scratched the itch in my brain that I love seeing them at conventions and such. I love seeing them in photos and on displays, and I appreciate them, and I'm like, that's cool. But for whatever reason, seeing them in my room on my shelf doesn't to borrow the phrase,
really do much for
it does not spark joy, or at least not significant enough joy to the point where I feel the interest to actually buy them.
No, and I completely get that, because with figures, like obviously, with figures, they're basically art, like they're just like art pieces that, depending on the type of figure, I guess, if you get like a little action figure that, you play with, because obviously, when you get into like action figure territory, they're more so just like toys, but we still love our toys and all that, yes. But with Nendoroids, they're collectibles. They're like, meant to be, maybe posed here and there, but you don't want to handle them like you handle a, I don't know, like a Barbie doll or something.
Handle with care object.
Yes, very much so. A handle with care, very much so. Much care, with care. But yeah, no, like I completely get that. It's to each is their own, and it's, for some it's just not their cup of tea, because also it can be a pain in the trying to, put together Nendoroids sometimes, as well as just other figures. But because sometimes with the Nendoroids, you're trying to pose them in a certain way, and then they just stumble. And then, you put them back in where they're supposed to be, and then they stumble again. Or a certain piece falls off that you're trying to position in a certain way. So it can be a lot sometimes. It's just like, it's just like, please, just stay in this position. I just needed to stay like that.
You mentioned that you've pre-ordered the Tails and Knuckles Nendoroids. Are there any others that are on your list that you are either waiting to have restocked, or that you're looking forward, that you've heard that they are in production but haven't been put up for pre-order yet?
So I have Tails and Knuckles. They're big ones. I'm getting a Joker Nendoroid from Persona 5, because I'm a big fan of Persona.
We didn't even talk Persona. I totally missed Persona.
That's okay. That's more than fine. That's why, we're mentioning it here and now, yeah? We're mentioning it just a little bit here and now.
So, Joker from Persona 5, and that's the one Persona game that I've played. And I'm sure he comes with a little mask.
Does.
Trying to think what other.
Very cute.
Probably a hat. Maybe a card.
Actually, I think he does come with a card. Well, actually, I'm curious. Just to double check here, so I'm not a liar who lies. It's like, profusely types Nendoroid, Joker, just to be sure. Oh, he comes with like, I don't know if you want to call it like his little like sword kind of dealio that he has, or it's like a little knife or what have you. Yeah, he basically comes with like a different set of eyes. He's got his red eyes that show up when he, you know, does his whole like all-out attack, I guess you could call it. I know they refer to it as that in Persona 4. And then he comes with a little gun as well, his little iconic gun, and you can take off his mask. He comes with a little small mask that he can hold, and he comes with a backdrop where his persona, actually you can have it behind him, so it's like reenacting him summoning his persona and all that. And I cannot believe I forget his persona's name because I love his persona. I think it's like Arson or something.
I was just going to say, I think it's Arson because it's Phantom Thief.
Yeah.
For Arsene Lupin.
We love Arson. I'm a big fan of Arson. I also really like Izanagi, but again, he's from Persona 4, so.
You mentioned that Persona 4 is your favorite of the series.
Yeah, I love Persona 4 so much. Like, all of the Persona games have just created so many heckin' like just so many memories. Like playing a Persona game, it really depends obviously if you like that turn-based kind of like combat RPG kind of elements and all of that. Very much so depends if that is your cup of tea, if that is what you indeed do like. But if you do, you are most certainly in for a massive treat, a massive meal, I would even say, because Atlas goes all out with their Persona games. They really, really do.
Yeah.
I am uncultured in the sense that I have yet to play. I have not played the first one or the second one. I'm not going to say that that's also probably the case for a lot of people, but for me,
yeah, the vast majority of people that I know, even the ones who are die-hard Persona fans, most of them start at 3.
Yeah, and 3 is a treat. 4 is just very near and dear to my heart. I played through the original Persona 4, and then I played through the remake, Persona 4 Golden, where they added like new like friend social links and all of that, an entire like new section of like story. And I've gotten to a point in Persona 5. I have not completed Persona 5, unfortunately, but because when I play a Persona game, I'm invested. And when I have to like stop and I don't play it for a while, I feel like I just have to start the game entirely over because I just forget everything that happened.
It is a very dense story.
It is, for sure, 110%.
There are also very long stories, certainly, that
yes.
We're talking 50-hour plus games.
Yes.
Probably closer to 80 if you're taking your time. Which is actually one of the things that it says during the loading screens. Take your time. Now, when I played Persona 5, like I mentioned, it was my first time playing, and this is knowing my personal play style. And for me, I very rarely replay games. That there's always new stuff that I want to watch, see, do. So only things that are like truly special do I end up replaying, and usually there's going to be a lot of space between them. I'm not the type of person that will just
immediately hop back onto it.
The new game plus and 3 times complete it. So having not played any Personas before, I knew that the social links existed and that there were certain things that you could only do on certain days or had prerequisites.
Yeah.
And I knew that I wanted all those character stories. I wanted that dialogue. I wanted to get those stories, really. So
I need the lore.
So I used a guide for the social links. So the non-palace days of the week roaming around. That I had a guide and I just followed that to the letter so I could get everything and not have to worry about it, because I knew that if I didn't have that, I would just be in constant analysis paralysis and second guessing and being worried and then being sad when I inevitably would miss something because it's my first Persona game and I wouldn't know to get that one secret item or that I wouldn't be able to figure out which stats, how to get certain things, and that it would detract from my enjoyment because I would know I was missing things. So I used the guide, but then I used 0 guides, 0 hints when it came to the palaces, that all of the combat, all of the evolution of the different personas, all of the different items and whatnot, I did not use a guide for any of those.
Well, that's just the thing, though. Like, that's what a guide is for, right? Like, it's there to help you, find specific things that otherwise, you know, being especially so for a first playthrough, it's like I'm probably going to miss this,
Yeah,
and that's going to make me very sad.
All right, if I'm able to beat the game, that I want to be able to beat the game, beat the bosses, the challenges on my own, because I know that at the end of the day, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I use a certain set of characters, a certain build. To my knowledge, it didn't matter if I defeated certain bosses with certain characters. There wasn't anything extra or plot relevant or ripple effects that could be caused by that. It didn't matter. So I was fine experimenting and losing and having to reset, restart days because I got a game over. But I wanted to be able to, I knew that I would miss out on things in the story. So that was the clear separation that I had between the two modes. And I thoroughly enjoyed it.
That's all that matters at the end of the day.
Basically any other Persona game that I played. But how did you play Persona, or how do you play Persona?
So my first experience with Persona 4. Persona 4 was the first Persona I ever persona'd. So yes, Persona 4 was my first. And when I first went into it, I was just kind of just going on the fly, I'm pretty sure. I wasn't like hyper aware of like all of the social links just yet. I wasn't hyper aware of like what all, you know, I really needed to accomplish all in one go. But then eventually, when I first played through the game, it wasn't like on a stream or anything like that. It was just on my own private time. I'm pretty sure I used a guide as well, because I didn't want to miss things either. I didn't want to miss like any story elements, because the stories in Persona, you're going to be kicking yourself if you miss anything, because there's just so much. There are so many layers to any of the Persona games. It's and again, it's only if, you know, obviously if you just are really deep into the story and you want all of that story, you can play the game however you see fit. But I know the first time I did play Persona, when I wanted to go down a particular route, or I was trying to make sure, because I'm not sure if this is the case for Persona 5, but I'm pretty sure with Persona 4, or not even pretty sure, there are multiple endings with Persona 4. At least especially so with Persona 4 Golden. There are multiple endings, and if you don't go down a certain route, you know, just you might not end up getting a particular ending that you were looking to get or what have you. So, you know, it just really depends. It just really depends how you want it to be played. But I'm again, there's just certain things, like say completing all of the social links, just having just certain things completed, it will get you an entirely different ending. So yeah, again, that's what guides are for. That's what guides be there for, to help you with, you know, achieving certain endings and all of that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure with, yes, once again, the first time I played through Persona 4, I did also use the guide. But yes, with the combat, I just kind of learned all of that eventually as I continued to play. Yeah, the combat, I didn't really use much of a guide for. If there was really something that I was just like super stuck on, I wouldn't be surprised if I ended up using the guide for that too. But I think like, without spoilers, really. But I think there were like a couple particular fights in Persona 4 that were just like, oh my goodness. So yes, there was only like 2 major fights I think that I was really stuck at. But beyond that, yes. Very much so just learned the combat. That's all a part of the experience, you know? Because obviously, especially if it's your first playthrough, you're not going to get it right the first time. Just, you know, you gain that experience. You gain that experience over time, and just, you know, keep doing your best. And if you get a game over, then you just try again.
Yeah. Fortunately, there are no true penalties for getting a game over. That you're not going to have permadeath on any of the characters. You don't even lose currency or anything. You just get bumped back to the beginning of the palace. And yeah, it might take some time to actually get back through it, but there's no actual in-game consequences to it. So don't be afraid to experiment and just try things out.
For sure. Absolutely. Because again, I don't know if it's the same way as well as Persona 3. Because I think with Persona 3, I only ever went for one ending. So I can't even remember if there are multiple endings in Persona 3 as well.
There's multiple endings in 5. There's 3 bad endings, which are pretty easy to get if you know where they are. That they're mostly based on just, if you make some frankly blatant bad choices, that you will get a bad ending. That for the most part, there really is one obvious true ending, to my understanding. So there aren't there aren't a bunch of branching paths, no.
Okay. Big heck and nod. But I mean, I feel like that's the same with Persona 4, because with Persona 4, there are, like, the original Persona 4, because, again, they remade it. There were several endings you could get, but then in Persona 4 Golden, there was even more endings you could get, so they just added on to that.
I haven't played Persona 5 Royal, so I can't speak to that, and I can believe that if they did what they did in Golden, that there might be more endings there. I only ever played the base game, so it's entirely possible that they did the same thing.
Yeah, that's what I have on for my PS4. I have the base game too, so that's what I started playing as well. I don't think I have Royal, at least as far as I remember.
And so it's just fantastic game, fantastic series that it's very clear why Atlas, once again, like we said, takes their time.
So unfortunately you won't have context for this, but you see my domain here? A little fun fact. There's a particular scene in Persona 4 at the very start. There is heavy influence.
Oh, is there?
From Persona 4's beginning, with a certain spooky, scary, what the heck kind of scene is going on. Mainly the little squares that I got going on in my domain. Big influence.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So just little elements, and also the TVs.
I do know, because I watched the first couple episodes of the Persona 4 Golden anime and kind of lost interest because it was kind of bland adaptation. I tried watching the Persona 5 anime, and it was also very bland. Do not watch the anime.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it just doesn't work. But I do know the whole thing with the TVs, and it's funny enough because, I use the colored bars as my social media profile pictures, so I'm in the background.
Yay! Jay always making a what would you call it?
Let me out!
Jay always making an appearance in my streams. We love to see
I've been making a cameo the whole time, and you never knew.
Or maybe you did know. Maybe
you kidnapped me, and I never knew.
It's all a part of the grand scheme of things.
Uh-oh.
All a part of the grand scheme of things. It's fine. I say, I did sit hick and say, I know English good for one, and two, I'm on my best behavior. Always on best behavior.
Best behavior.
Best behavior. Non-pest behavior, only best. Yeah. Yes. Yes, big influence from Persona 4 with the monitors/TVs as well as the squares. Yes. Would highly recommend the Persona franchise. I speak so fondly of it, and clearly Jay does as well with Persona 5. So yes, if anyone is at all interested, would highly recommend said series, because Atlas does a dang heckin' good job with it. They absolutely kill it.
Do be warned, heavy themes. Very heavy themes that I did not necessarily know what to expect going in.
Yeah.
That I don't recall what the rating is. It's not an M-rated game. But it's something. In some ways, I almost think it should be rated M. Not quite, but it's bumping up against it just because of the themes.
Yes. I agree.
There was a cutscene in the earlier parts of Persona 5 where one of the characters does a thing, and it was just a heart-stopper moment of, oh, they went there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one. I think you know what I'm talking about, because I'm guessing that you made it. Did you make it at all, like, to the first palace at the very least?
Yes. I'm literally so uncultured. It's been so long, but I can vaguely remember said
they're at
scene.
School one day and look out the window and see one of their classmates.
Oh yes, Oh yes, That's and similar kind of themes can be said in all three of the games. Again, I can't speak on one or two.
If memory serves, the way that they transform in 3 isn't the way they transform in 3 actually putting a gun to their head. in transforming in 5, they grow masks on their face and that they rip them off and it's bloody, that it's implied that the masks are actually, part of their bodies. So it's, you see streaks of red. It's not particularly gory, but in 3 they pistols.
And then in 4 they just throw some cards.
4 seems downright innocent.
It is. It's. I wouldn't say it's like lighter in tone, but it does most definitely have like that happy-go-lucky comparison in between like 3 and 5. Because they're just like, they go Persona, and then they got them little cards in their glasses, and they're just rocking it. That's about it.
Yeah,
but again, there's still some pretty deep themes in 4 as well, though. Not to put light on any of the scenes and things that happen in that one as well. But yes.
Yeah, very, very good writing though.
Absolutely. If you were looking again for a literal journey, this game is not gonna. You won't beat this game in a day. Is basically what we're saying. No. It's gonna take some time. It is a journey to be had and experienced 110%.
But definitely worthwhile. There's a reason that the franchise, I feel like it finally, with Persona 5, transcended from cult following to mainstream. And maybe it was mainstream with 4, and I just didn't quite realize it. But it's one of those franchises that has always been very big in Japan, and it needed some time to get its footing in the West, but it now absolutely has its footing, and whenever Persona 6 comes out, that it is going to be one of the most anticipated games of that year.
Yeah, and I hope by then I'll finish 5.
Don't worry, you probably have another 5 years to do it.
Good, I have time. Let's go. Well, at least I hope so. I hope I would finish it within 5 years. Good lord. Oh my goodness. But yes. Persona. We got Joker there with the Persona.
Wrapping all the way back to the Nendoroids, actually.
Yeah. But yeah, so I got Joker pre-ordered as a Nendoroid because he's my favorite from 5. I'm a big fan of Joker. I got.
Also, for reference, Joker is the protagonist in Persona 5.
Yes. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I did not give context for that. But yes, Joker is indeed the protagonist for Persona 5. I have. Oh, yes, I have. I'm trying to think on the spot here, and I'm like, well, can't I remember things? But yes, I have Power, the Power Nendoroid from Chainsaw Man. Yes, I love Power. Power is very, very cute, very silly. I also have, oh gosh, why am I I'm spacing on it. David. I have David as well as Rebecca from Cyberpunk Edgerunners.
Yes.
Yeah. We love David and Rebecca so much. But yes, I also have, let me see, trying to think a little bit. I also have, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Ancient Magus Bride.
Yes.
You ever heard of that
anime?
I
have seen both seasons of Ancient Magus Bride because
oh my God,
it just had season 2
go.
last season, actually, and it'd been 5 years, I think, since the first season came out. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Beautiful series.
It really is. It really is 110%. And I would even just highly recommend the first season if you just feel like I don't know if you just can't even power through the second one. But
yourself for emotional gut punches, all over.
All of the emotional gut punches. There are many we've found. But yes, I pre-ordered the Nendoroid. They actually remade a Nendoroid for Elias. They actually had it was a Nendoroid they made a really long time ago. And it was in such deep demand before they made this remake of Elias. You would see that Nendoroid going for something crazy online for $300. People were expecting you to pay $300 for that Elias Nendoroid from back in the day. Thankfully now you don't have to. I would hope that you would not because it's not worth that much. But yes, they did indeed remake an Elias because they very much so saw that it was in demand, that people really wanted another Elias
for the second season's release.
Yes, absolutely. But you can't have Elias by himself, so I also pre-ordered Chisei. I
I don't know. I also have this thing with my Nendoroids, or just with my figures in general. I can't just have them by themselves. I can't just buy one. They need to have a
They
friend.
have to have a friend. They need a companion.
Yeah, they do. Otherwise, they'll be so sad and lonely, and I'll be sad for them too. But yes. So then, yes, I have Tails, Knuckles. Mentioned those two. So this is gonna be this is literally, I think, gonna be my first. Pretty sure my first Nendoroid doll. So all the Nendoroids, they're actually coming out with something called like a Nendoroid doll, where they've had quite a few of them since then, but it's essentially a Nendoroid, but it has like a doll kind of body. It's a little bit taller than usual Nendoroids, and there's a lot more motion that can be had with them as well. They're able to be posed a lot better, because obviously with Nendoroids, they're very stubby here and there. They got little tiny legs and arms here and there. But my first Nendoroid doll, and what better first Nendoroid doll to get than Hatsune Miku? So that's gonna be my first one that I'm gonna try out. And because I don't know how I really feel about the Nendoroid dolls yet, but when I saw that
I'm looking them up right now, and that they are very clearly Nendoroid still, but they have slightly longer arms and legs. For, like you said, it's more points of articulation. The head seems to be about the same, or at the very least, it is still the disproportionately large chibi size. The overall style is still the same round chibi Nendoroid style. It's just, it's like 1.5 times the size that is just scaled up to allow for those increased articulations. So I can see how that it is very similar but very different.
Yes, 110%. And again, I think they're cute. I enjoy them from afar, but again, this will be really my first kind of dive into the Nendoroid doll territory, because I still don't know exactly how I feel about it, but I know I'm not going to regret a choice of buying Miku's, because it's Miku and I love Miku. Exactly. So I was like, I can't pass this up. I want to get the Miku, so I got the Miku. Let's see. Oh, another one I pre-ordered. Have you ever heard of the anime Bocchi the Rock?
Yes. That is probably the biggest anime of last year that I didn't see. That I watch a lot of seasonal anime, and that one just didn't really appeal to me. It sounded like, it's K-On! Again, and I've seen K-On! And it sounds fine.
K-On!
And then afterwards, not only did it get memed a lot for some of the iconic images, but it got incredible reviews, and it's one that I need to make time to go back and see.
Yes. No, and I would highly recommend, because she herself, she just is such a mood. Such a heckin' mood, Bocchi herself, because yes, that is the Nendoroid I pre-ordered, because I don't think the other girls have Nendoroids just yet. I think they are slowly but surely in the making process of said girls, but they do indeed have Bocchi. She was on pre-order, so I wanted to pick her up, because she is such a mood, all up and down, all around. I love her. She's so good. But yes, and she comes with it was really hard to pass it up, in the sense that she's just great as a character, but also in the sense that she comes with really fun accessories. They really paid a lot of attention, and there's a lot of love that's put into that Nendoroid, in particular Bocchi's Nendoroid. So I'm very excited to pick that up then. But yes, and besides, again, just a couple of, I guess, I don't know if you've also ever heard of Uma Musume Pretty Derby.
Yes.
I know it's a mouthful.
I've seen 2 episodes, and it's a wild series, and I know it has a lot of diehard fans, and it's one of those things I look at and say, wow. I am both surprised that this exists and completely unsurprised that this exists.
Yeah. We've got cat girls, we've got all sorts of different girls. Why not?
But it's just,
horse girls.
Of all the things to combine horse racing and idols. And,
I know, but at the same time,
because horse racing is really big in Japan. It's really big in Japan, arguably bigger than it is in the U.S. That obviously, U.S. you have the Kentucky Derby, the Triple Crown very famously, but it's a very niche thing in the U.S., whereas horse gambling, horse racing is, I feel, not quite as niche in Japan.
Yeah.
And that then the combination of that and idols, because frankly, if you put idols into anything nowadays and do it well, it will sell.
It will, and
I
might just, I might just
the anthropomorphic, animal girl community was an underserved market for the idol market. So there you go.
There you go. And I might just be biased, but I'm gonna be real. When I first went into watching the show, I just kind of sat there and I'm like, I'm gonna try it. It looks cute. Again, I don't know what to expect.
The main character is very endearing.
Yes, like I was shocked at how much I liked it, because each episode it's just like I want to say it's a feel-good show. Like each episode, I kind of left it with just like a smile on my face, and just again, all the characters are they're so like it's like a sport anime, but everyone is just always so supportive of one another. Like they're all just like
of a sports anime and a idol anime. But also then, animal girls and stuff.
There's many elements.
It's this mashup of a lot of different things, and they mashed them up right, it seems.
I think so. Because I enjoyed it thoroughly. I was shocked at how much I enjoyed both seasons 1 and 2, and I'm on the bandwagon of that. I do have Team Spica. That's one of the teams in the show. I do have all of the girls from that have been released thus far. There's 2 girls missing thus far that they did not yet make Nendoroids for, and it makes me sad. But eventually they will have them released. But yes, I do have currently one of the lovely horse girls from Uma Musume Pretty Derby on pre-order, and I'm pretty sure that's about it as far as I can remember.
One more hypothetical. You work for Good Smile. You have access to any license in the world. Imagine that, you have the business contacts, and that any company that you approach will be agreeable to making a Nendoroid. What Nendoroid that doesn't exist do you want to have made? I'll let you pick 3.
Thank you. Thank you! Oh, jeez. Okay, one is Bowser. Bowser right off the bat.
There's not a Bowser Nendo?
No, there's
I'm
not
genuinely
a Bowser
shocked by this.
Right, so am I. There's
That
Mario and
feels like
Luigi.
So obvious.
I know, but there's
They don't even have
Bowser.
Peach yet?
I don't believe so. No, as far as I can
What?
remember, I don't believe they have Peach or Bowser. I feel like if they had a Bowser, I would be very aware of this, because he would probably already be on my shelf. But no, they don't have Peach or Bowser. I know for certain they have Mario and Luigi, because when the movie came out, I'm pretty sure they did like a restock or a kind of like
That's the
resale
thing. I would have
of them.
expected them to have Peach and Bowser because of the movie.
I know. You would think, but no, shockingly, they don't have a Peach or a Bowser, not even a Toad. They don't have a Toad either, or a Yoshi. It's shocking. I feel like they all could work really well as Nendoroids.
Okay, so we have Bowser going to print.
Yes,
What's number
Bowser,
2?
keep it going to print. I mean, who knows if they'll actually do this? I mean, I can pray, but a Shadow Nendoroid? Yes.
That's right, you mentioned
Right.
they hadn't, you said that they had made the Tails and Knuckles, but not Shadow. That makes sense.
Yeah, and then, so I hope so. It sounds like they could, and they literally have possibility in the
cut
sense
out
that they.
just at the wrong name. It's like,
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm just rambling.
I'm pretty sure it's Discord that when it senses that something would peak, it just cuts itself off. Because it happens when you get super excited, and I think it's when you're getting close to your mic.
Oh gosh, I feel like that is just entirely my bad this whole time.
No, that's Discord acting up.
Because I don't know if maybe I have like a certain mic setting that might be cutting myself off. I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
To both
It hasn't
yourself
happened
as
too
well
much
as
for me,
everyone
fortunately.
tuning in.
So we have Bowser and Shadow. What is your third selection?
Ooh, just tough. Oh, jeez. Oh, gee willikers. Thinking with all of my might. What would I... I mean, this would just very much so be an Nendoroid, probably for me. I mean, maybe some people might invest.
Like I said, this one is for you, that you have total creative control. You are not taking business considerations be damned. It doesn't matter how many these sell, that this is, you are free reign to abuse your authority right now, and that you have any license you want.
Well, I've been very excited because slowly but surely, you know, Good Smile has been tackling the Resident Evil license. They've been slowly but surely making some Resident Evil Nendoroids here and there. I don't know why they would do this, but if I was in control, I would very much so like a Nemesis Nendoroid.
Okay.
I love Nemesis! He's great. Just you know, showing my appreciation for my scary boy that I very much so enjoy from Resident Evil 3. We love Nemesis. Love Nemesis. You know, my other choice would have been Venom, but they have a Venom Nendoroid, so that's that.
Okay, yeah, already been made. You don't need to abuse your authority for that.
Yeah, none abusing of authority for Venom because he's already a real thing. He is in the reality. He's in this reality, yes. So yes, I do feel, yes, it would be Bowser, Shadow, and Nemesis from Resident Evil 3.
Holy cow. How long do you think we've been going for? Don't look at the clock.
I mean, it feels maybe like 3 or 4 hours, maybe? I don't know.
5.5 hours, Kohi.
Oh! It hasn't even felt like that. What?
Time flies when you're having fun.
Having lovely conversation, having great conversation. What the heck? No, it hasn't even felt like that at all. What in tarnation?
Yeah, I know, but I am realizing that it is getting a bit late, so I do want to make sure that we both are able to get some good sleep, but this has been so much fun, Kohi. Just, and that I know that if left to our own devices, that we could spin up any number of conversations and just keep going.
I feel that as well.
It'd be very dangerous.
Absolutely, but no, it is indeed a weekday. It is indeed a weekday night, so I know this is definitely, you know, things to do tomorrow. Much things to do for many individuals. And I very much so want you to get a good night's sleep as well.
But I do have my last two questions, the ones that I ask all my guests, the only questions that I have that are the scripted ones. And the first is, do you have any goals for the rest of the year? That, like you said, it's about to be September, which is really weird. So there's a third of the year left. Is there anything that you're hoping to accomplish? That it could be anything related to, you know, a goal for stats and metrics, or just, is there a type of stream you want to do? That we've already mentioned that you're hoping to get some photography streams in. Is there a project you're working on? You know, whether it be, I don't know, music or really anything. That what do you hope to have accomplished by the end of 2023?
So so very much so wanna be able to start implementing hand cam streams. I want to be able to start making like figure review videos and, you know, post them like on YouTube and all of that. So I'm, you know, broadening my content out just a little bit more, and, you know, actually not neglecting my poor YouTube channel, because literally nothing, I've neglected it for so long. And it needs some love. It needs some love. So I would very much so love to start getting out some figure review videos and all of that. I think that would be very fun. Do some figure photography, hand cam streams. But also another thing that I have literally, I think since day one, I have been talking about, but I have yet to officially release like my first one, is eventually I really want to start putting together more of my skit videos. I like to put together little fun skits. I like to write out little fun stories and scenarios and all of that. And, you know, I like to be able to act them out and all of that. And I hope to be able to implement it in a way.
I feel like that's a whole other conversation of just like skit videos. So do you have any that you've done and that are recorded and that just haven't been posted, or some that have been posted from a while back and that you're looking to do more?
Well, I do officially have 2 that I've done. One was a long time ago. It was a very brief one.
the other one was a fun little combination. It was actually, I actually played it for, I had it for my my official debut day last year on August 27th. I had a little skit ready. I did some little drawings and everything, and to put together a fun little skit to kind of just have a little fun video along with my for my debut and day, and just to make it hopefully a little bit more special and all that. But that was very fun for me as well. But yes, I'm hoping to be able to put together some skits, be able to write them out, record them up, but also have it like kind of a premiere, kind of like release on my YouTube, if that makes sense, but also be able to act it out live, if that makes sense as well. So like,
okay, yeah.
So act it out live, and then once the live session or what have you is over, then have it actually released on the YouTube.
Musei Dream, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. You actually did just catch us near the end of the show, but thank you so much for the raid, Musei Dream. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome on in. Hi, everybody. I'm Jay. This is Vtuber Talk. I've been talking with Kohi for 5.5 hours now.
Somehow.
So we are starting to wrap up, but there is the VOD if you are interested in seeing that, and it'll also eventually make its way to YouTube. Thank you, Supyaru, for the follow. Also, I missed Demon Chuckle and a new one a while back. So thank you so much for the follows as well. But welcome on in. I hope you had a wonderful stream.
Thank you bunches for sending all of that support Jay's way. And yes, we hope you had a great stream. Thank you for popping in. Welcome.
And Franbon777, thank you for the follow as well.
we love all the love and support. We love to see it, no matter the time. Again, it being somehow almost 6 hours into stream, but we love to see it.
But you did get here just in time for the last question, the one I ask all my guests, and that is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not what is the definition of a VTuber, but different people get different things from VTubing. I've had people say, being a VTuber lets me get in touch with my inner child, or being a VTuber lets me be someone I can't be in real life. Others have had a more clinical approach of being a VTuber is getting to wear a amazing mask and getting to be more entertaining and have access to tools and things to do to add to my content in ways that I could never do as a face cam streamer, though I might not have a super deep connection to my model. But I love this mask, and I love playing with this mask and this tool. And those are very different answers, and anything in between or beyond is totally legitimate. There is no wrong way to be a VTuber. So, for you, Kohiato Kilobyte, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
So, for me, what gives me that self like, what's the word for it? Self-fulfillment? Yes, I believe that's the word for it. What gives me that self-fulfillment being a VTuber is just, I love being able to put on a show. I like being able to act as a character. I like being able to, put out that energy, just have lots of good vibes all around, because the basically, for what I always like to bring to my streams, I like it to be a positive environment. I like it to be a place where, like any lovely individuals from near, far, of any corner of the nets or what have you in between, web users and digital creatures of all shapes and sizes, as I like to refer to all of the lovely individuals that tune into my streams on the daily. I very much so just want my stream and want my domain to be a place, where they can just relax, they can forget their worries, they can forget any stressors that are just going on in their life and all of that at the time, and just a place to have fun, just to enjoy themselves, make connections, lovely connections with others that are, their fellow viewers and all of that, and chat and all of that, and just, just have a great time, having the fun interactions with myself and all that. Yeah, just a place for, everyone to be able to wind down, enjoy themselves, and, if my energy is hopefully as infectious as I hope it is, I hope to be able to give anyone that comes into my domain an extra pep in their heckin' steps time and time again. I just, anybody that takes time out of their day to come visit me, to come see me, it just means so much. And the least I can do is, hopefully give them the good vibes, and have some fun. Because if I'm able to, put a smile on someone's face or just make them laugh, even like that already is like every bit and bite of fulfillment for me. Like literally, just being able to somehow, in some way, make someone's day just even the tiniest bit better. That means so much. It genuinely means everything to me. And if I'm able to do that on any stream of mine on any given day, then that is already an amazing day. That is already a perfect day for me. But for just in general, this being Kohiato Kilobyte, being this VTuber anime waifu persona, it's very much so. I get all of that fulfillment of being able to play as just as a fun character. Not to say that obviously there aren't very much so like essence, like there very much so are traits of, say, like the individual behind the character, if that makes sense. Like it's very much so an extension of me, but at the same time very much so playing a character, because I'd like to say that I'm as silly and as all over the place as Kohiato Kilobyte, but I would have to say that it's not exactly that. Not exactly that. But yes, I do very much so get all of that fulfillment playing her, and just it's very fun for me to do on the daily. And I'm just, again, very fortunate and thankful for anyone that comes into my corner of the net, gives me the time of day, time out of their very busy days, which very much so transitions into you, and just taking time out of your day to even invite me on your show in the first place. This has just been so lovely. This has been so much fun. And as you said, I know for sure it would be absolutely dangerous, the amount of time I'm sure that we could just continue on for, just because the conversations that we've had tonight have been so pleasant, have genuinely been so lovely, and you are very, just so easy to talk with. Like, it genuinely is such a pleasure to be able to speak with you, Jay, and I'm very thankful and fortunate to have been invited on your show in the first place. So just thank you so incredibly much for having me. Thank you bunches. And again, I'm so sorry when I get excited, I glitch out.
Oh no, I invited you on my talk show and you talked as if that wasn't the plan.
I did the talking thing. I did it a little too loud, and the Discord said, "No, absolutely not, Kohi. Cease." And I'm like, okay, I guess. I'm sorry.
Seriously, that's what this show is for. That I try to get my guests to talk, and it is very easy to talk to you, and also very easy to get you to talk. That you are a talk show host's dream. That just there were sometimes where we were going back and forth. I had a couple good rants, but other times that I was able to get you on a good rant, and I was able to just sort of sit back and let you go, and that means that things have gone right. So
I'm so glad, because I just have a very natural tendency to just do that in general on my streams.
Well,
I'll be talking about one thing,
that.
and then
I'd seen your streams. I knew what I was getting into. This was not a surprise for me.
I'm glad to hear that is your
I know it can be a lot sometimes, but again, I'm just
again very thankful, and this has been so nice, and I just very much appreciate being here tonight. And again, thank you to all the lovely individuals popping in chat, showing all of that
thank
support
you so much
to Jay.
To everyone who stopped by, whether you were here from the pre-show chat, whether you raided in and stuck around for a little bit or a lot, or if you just found your way here at some other point in the show. That really appreciate you spending some time with us here. Hopefully you all enjoyed. This has been so much fun, seriously. I do actually have sort of one last question, and that's, who would you like us to raid?
Oh my goodness gracious.
I'm gonna let you search around for somebody while I do some last housekeeping bits. And once again, folks, if for some absurd reason you aren't already following Kohi, please be sure to do so, that I've given her some shout-outs. Her links are here at the bottom of the screen. If you're watching live on Twitch, there will be links in the channel panels. If you're watching on YouTube, wow, you got to the end of the YouTube video. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations!
And the links will be in the description of the video, so please be sure to follow her, check her stuff out. That you have streams the next 2 days, and then I think you're off for the rest of the week, but that you do stream quite regularly. So definitely, if you enjoyed what you saw today, that yes, she is, frankly, I'm like, if anything, she held back tonight. She didn't actually go into glitched mode tonight. We even tested glitched mode, and that you...
I was worried it would peak, so I didn't the waters. I didn't test the waters.
Well, let's just say that there was even more Monica influences that we didn't get to here.
I can do just a little bit at the end.
Yes.
Just a taste. Just a little peek at what silliness there is that we get up to in my corner of the net, indeed. Because I'm, you know...
I'm allowed on my stream to make myself look like a silly goofball little digital virus, but I very much so want to respect and, you know, not be screaming, not be doing the silly, just the yandere tendencies on your talk show and all that, and I don't want to be,
Oh, she's cutting out again because she's getting excited and too close to the mic. Darn you, Discord! I think I might know the setting, but I wasn't sure and I didn't want to like do tech stuff midstream. But fortunately, that only happened a couple times. But seriously, this has been so much fun. And if folks out there are interested in seeing more shows like this, I do these approximately once a week. I don't have a regular streaming schedule because I try to schedule around my guest availability. But if you want to keep up with me, you can just follow me here on Twitch or on Twitter. It is Vtuber Talk, both places. No underscores, no numbers, or anything fancy like that. That has actually been episode number 121. And next episode is going to be next Monday, which is actually a holiday in the U.S. So you might actually have the day off for that one. And then I'm in the midst of trying to schedule some other ones, but this train keeps on rolling. It's usually, like I said, about once a week, but it varies up quite a bit. But again, thank you to anyone who has stopped here for any amount of time. Really appreciate it. Kohi, do you have a target for us? Ah, yes, you do. Who do we have here?
I do. I have
Cinnamar.
Cinnamar is one of my art siblings.
Ah.
And he does a lot of speed runs. He did the good speed runs and all of that. He did speed runs a lot of different games. And he's always just been so kind, so incredibly sweet to me. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, he's doing a speed run right now, playing some Haven co-op. The game I unfortunately am not familiar with, but yeah, he has like some record-breaking some records with some speed running and all of that.
Wow.
Unfortunately, yeah. So we love to see it. I have to ask him again, like if again he still has the title for said games and all of that. I know for a while he was like, I don't know at what rank he was, but it was from I'm forgetting the name from it, but it's by the same people who made Hades, but it's different. It's a different title from Hades, but yes. But yes. But yes, I think it would be awesome to send some love over to Cinnamar's way, who's just doing the good speed running right now. But also, by the way, again, don't want to hold up anything, but if there's any individuals in here for some reason that have not already checked out the amazing Jay with his awesome talk shows and all that, please be sure to follow Jay. Please be sure to give Jay all of the support, all of the love his way, because he deserves it so incredibly much. Because again, he has been a wonderful host. This has been an incredible time, and I've enjoyed it so very much. So yes, please be sure to follow. Please be sure to follow. Please be sure to follow.
Well, thank you for the kind words, and likewise, that if you aren't following Kohi, be sure to do so. You're going to be doing yourself a favor. Trust me on this. But again, thank you to you, Kohi. Thank you to everybody who's been around for our chip chat. This has been so much fun. So be sure to spam lots of Kohi's emotes if you have them, and if not, spam some hearts and other things. Let Cinnamar know that Kohi sent you all. So again, thank you so much. This has been Vtuber Talk. I'm Jay. She's Kohi. Thank you. I will see you all next time. Have a great night, everybody. Bye.
Bye.